Chapter 1. Immortal Body, 9-hole exquisite sword heart. Sky Star, Azure Dragon Region, Xian Tianzong. In the dimly lit room, only one oil lamp is on, and on the couch lies a handsome boy who looks 15 or 16 years old. The boy didn't move. Only the slightly undulating chest proved that he was alive. Where is this? The boy's eyes opened slowly. He turned his head. His eyes looked around with confusion. Suddenly, pain appeared on his face, and a large amount of memory rushed out of his mind, rushing into his brain. After a while, the boy was lying on the bed with sweating profusely, breathing heavily, and his confused eyes gradually became clear. I didn't expect this to happen to me. The boy smiled helplessly. After receiving the memory in his mind, he understood everything. The young man is called Chu Madman, the outer disciple of Xian Tianzong, and he is very popular in the outer door because of his handsome appearance. But the bad thing is on this face. Because of this face, a real-life elder sister looks at him and wants to accept him in person. Well, I just want to support him, and also promise to let him advance to the inner door within 3 years. Although Chu Madman is an outside disciple, he has a proud personality and is unwilling to use this method to become prosperous, so he just rightly refused. Unexpectedly, the elder sister became angry from embarrassment and severely injured him in anger. After 2 days of lying on the bed, he did not get better. Since it has come, you will be safe. Since you have crossed over to this person, let's find a way to live. Madman Chu murmured. Ding. Your plug-in fantasy roulette has arrived. Since you use it for the first time, you have a chance to draw a lucky 10 in a row. Do you use it immediately? There was a mechanical female voice in his head. The Madman Chu was taken aback. Fantasy roulette? Isn't this the game plug-in I downloaded before crossing? Is this my golden finger? Chu Madman's eyes lit up. Before crossing, he was playing an online game of Xinxia, and fantasy roulette was introduced to him by his roommate, and he downloaded it with the mentality of trying it out. Who knows that he would go through before playing? Use immediately, Chu Madman said silently in his heart. Soon, a colorful lottery roulette appeared in front of Madman Chu, with many grids on it. In the grid are all kinds of rewards that sound silly. What 9 sun magical powers, immortal body, cosmic ring. The pointer on the roulette turned quickly. Congratulations to the host for getting the legendary attribute banal temperament. Congratulations to the host for drawing a star formation method to gather a spirit formation. Congratulations to the host for getting a god-level immortal body. Congratulations to the host for drawing the eyes of god-level supernatural insight. Congratulations to the host for getting the Xingyao cultivator Shan Inju. Congratulations to the host for drawing a star Yao Pill Yinshou Pill. Congratulations to the host for getting the legendary physique 9 aperture exquisite sword heart. Congratulations to the host for getting a treasure map of the Xingyao item. Congratulations to the host for winning a legendary urine warrior. Congratulations to the host for drawing a legendary item Qiankuan ring. The continuous reminders sounded in Chu Madman's mind. He couldn't help swallowing. I didn't expect this plug-in to be so powerful. The above items have been distributed to the roulette space. Please pay attention to the host to check it. The mechanical female voice was immersed after speaking. The roulette in front of the Madman Chu also disappeared. Fantasy Roulette is a plug-in downloaded by Madman Chu before crossing, which can give players a chance to draw once a day. The level of prizes is divided into black iron, silver, gold, diamond, star, legend, level, super level, eternal level. Lucky 10 consecutive draws are the privilege of novices, and you can draw 100% prizes above the stars, or even the stars. Chu Madman opens the roulette space, which is an interface similar to the game inventory. Looking at the dazzling array of prizes just drawn above, Madman Chu took a deep breath and barely calmed down. Extract the immortal body, Chu Madman muttered silently. Suddenly, there was an extremely terrifying force in his body that burst out instantly. This force swept through the limbs, washing his skin, muscles and bones, flesh and blood, and even every cell. The Madman of Chu just feels like he has been thrown into a huge juicer. His body is constantly being broken, reorganized, and broken. Fuck me. The intense pain almost caused Madman Chu to faint on the spot, but there was a magical power in his mind that kept him awake. Fortunately, This pain did not last long. A minute later, Madman Chu lay on the ground, sweating profusely. This feeling, really exciting. He got up and sat on the chair, receiving information about the immortal body in his mind, and he couldn't help but be surprised. The Madman Chu ran his spiritual power with his right hand, condensing it on his fingertips, and then hit the palm of his left hand, and suddenly a blood hole was punched in it. But then, the granulation on the palm of the hand grew and healed quickly. It recovered in the blink of an eye, and there were no scars on the wound. The 6th level of the immortal body. I am only in the 1st level, and it has such an effect. The body that was severely injured by Li Yao has also completely recovered. How terrifying is the next 5 levels? Chu Madman showed a smile on his face and looked at the roulette space. What is the magical effect of the other prizes? Extract the Eye of Insight. There was a shimmer in the eyes of the Madman of Chu. Looking closely, there were countless great runes circulating in his eyes, which was very mysterious. The dim light converges, and the eyes return to normal. The magical effect of the Eye of Insight came to my heart. The Madman Chu nodded in satisfaction. The Eye of Insight can perceive all the falsehoods in the world, and can also perceive information such as the race, cultivation base, and supernatural powers of creatures. This is a god-level prize, which is no different from the immortal body. Extract the temperament of banal immortals. The Madman Chu walked to the bronze mirror in the room and looked at himself in the mirror, only to feel that his body suddenly appeared a kind of ethereal and dusty temperament, plus his handsome face. It was like an immortal. One word, www.mtlnovel.com handsome. The 2 words are really handsome. After narcissism, Madman Chu looked at the few rewards left in the roulette space, showing a thoughtful color. In addition to the immortal body, the Eye of Insight, and the temperament of banal immortality, the other prizes are more or less impressed in the memory of the original owner. Especially the exquisite sword heart of the 9 orifices. This is the top 10 existence in the 3,000 physiques of the Sky Star. Has not been present for tens of thousands of years. And once this physique is awakened, it will surely cause a variety of visions, and then the entire Xiantian sect will be alarmed. The Madman of Chu groaned for a while. Then a resolute color flashed across his eyes. What's wrong with it, even if it's alarmed? The 9 orifices' exquisite sword heart is the supreme Tao body, and it is the supreme arrogant that all major forces will rob. It would be great to be able to alarm the Xuantianzong high levels. In this way, the Xuantianzong's resources will definitely tilt towards me. If you are always afraid of the head and tail, how can you set foot on the pinnacle of practice in the future? It is better to find a place to go down to the ground. My name is Madman Chu. How can I not be mad or mad? The Madman of Chu grinned. Extract the exquisite sword heart of the 9 orifices. Suddenly, an inexplicable force blessed him. Although the physical transformation this time was painful, there seemed to be countless tiny needles shuttled through the blood vessels in the body, converging towards the heart. But it's much better than fusing the immortal body just now. The original owner is a person with a strong will, and by blending with the original owner's memory, the Madman Chu naturally inherited this willpower. Just when the Madman of Chu extracted the heart of the 9-aperture exquisite sword, the outside world also appeared correspondingly. In the Xiantian sect, regardless of the level of cultivation, the long swords in the hands of countless practitioners began to tremble inexplicably, sending out sword chants. Chapter 2. Sacred Artifacts Fighting for the Master. In the Xiantian sect, thousands of swords screamed. In the courtyard where the Madman Chu was, a beam of light suddenly rose into the sky, surrounded by countless avenue runes, and there were bursts of voices. In the beam of light, the runes are interwoven into a heart. This heart has 9 orifices, and every time it beats, there is sword energy that shuttles back and forth, and the sound of the pounding heartbeat is even more sound of gold and iron. What's the situation? Such a vision. Is it possible that some kind of Tao body has awakened? The heart is born with 9 orifices and contains sword aura. Could it be the rumored supreme Tao body, the exquisite sword heart of the 9 orifices? Hi. This Tao body hasn't appeared in the world for nearly 10,000 years. How could it suddenly appear? And it's still within the boundary of Xiantianzong. That direction is the outer courtyard. Is it possible that the awakened physique is an outer disciple? How is this possible? Xuantianzong, from the high-level elders to the outer disciples, were all shocked by this sudden vision. And as the fusion of Madman Chu and Jinshin increased, the power of that vision continued to increase, spreading toward the Xintian sect. For a time, most of the strong in the Azure Dragon region felt it. Inside a magnificent city, the white-clothed man sitting in the tall building suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Xiantianzong. This breath is born of the supreme Dao body. There is no upper Taoist body, and it has never appeared a few times in the past. Any kind has the potential to achieve the Emperor realm. In the history of the sky stars, there are very few Emperor realms. That direction is Xuantianzong. Is it possible that in the era of Xuantianzong, there will be a young emperor? It's interesting. The white-clothed man chuckled and closed his eyes slightly and ignored him. A magnificent hall. A domineering man sitting on the throne, looking in the direction of Xiantianzong, muttered, "Supreme Dao body. I didn't expect another Supreme Dao body in this era. Oh, it really is a world of great competition. But no matter who it is, the throne in this world is the only one. Whoever fights alone must die." In a rolling sea of blood, an old man was sitting on the blood-colored lotus platform. He noticed something and looked into the distance, his face suddenly sinking. No body breath. This direction, could it not be the Xiantianzong? Huh. It seems that I have to speed up the pace and incubate the blood spirit fetus earlier. Only in this way can we fight for the throne of that world. The competition is really getting bigger and bigger. Xuantianzong. With the power of the vision of the exquisite sword heart of the 9 orifices strengthened, I saw that a group of swordsmen could no longer control the swords in their hands. Countless swords came out of their hands and turned into streamers to fly towards the Madman Chu. In the distance, there is a mountain full of swords. Suddenly, the mountain rumbling and shaking. He lifted the sword into the air and flew towards Madman Chu. Damn, that is the sword weapon of Xiantian Jinshan. Xiantian Sword Mountain is my Xuantianzong's most treasure. There are hidden swords that were collected or forged by Xuantianzong's predecessors. None of them are ordinary products. Today, all these swords have flown out by themselves. Look, that is the sacred purple sword. No, it's not just the purple cloud sword, but also the ivy, Chilian, Longyin Taia. All these are saint weapons. Xiantianzong is good at kendo. To get started, disciples need to go to Jinshan to choose a sword. According to rumors, there are 10 sacrificial weapons in Jinshan. Very few disciples can be recognized by him. And this generation only Daozi Nangong Huang was recognized by the holy soldier Yuanhong. But now, these sacred artifacts have all flown out by themselves. It looks like you can't wait to recognize the Lord automatically. It's incredible. Who is the owner of this vision? The holy artifacts automatically recognize the Lord? Horror. Countless swords hovering in the sky above the courtyard are extremely magnificent. A group of figures came around the courtyard, and an elderly man with white eyebrows said loudly, "Which disciple is in the courtyard? Please show up." With a creak, the door of the room opened. I saw the madman Chu slowly walking out in the uniform of the white outer disciple. His handsome face, the misty and dusty temperament, coupled with the handful of peerless swords hovering around him, made him look like a sword fairy. When everyone saw him, they were all staring at him. Who is this person? Good-looking and beautiful. Too handsome, and with this kind of dusty temperament. I believe which fairy you said he was reincarnated. There is such an outstanding person in the outer door. The people on MO are like jade. The sun is unparalleled. It's him, Madman Chu. No, really Madman Chu. He used to be handsome, but he hasn't been so exaggerated. How could such a big change happen after only 2 days of seeing him? And is he awakening the supreme Dao body? I heard that there was a real senior sister who wanted to take care of him, but he refused. The senior sister was angry and severely injured him. He should be lying in bed now. I didn't expect this to happen. Wow, it's no wonder that the true sister wants to support this person. It's me, and I can't help but want to support him. Wake up. You are a man. The disciples talked a lot, surprised, shocked, and obsessed. Obviously, the banal temperament of the madman, Chu, shocked many people. High in the sky, an extraordinary elder couldn't help showing a different color when he saw Madman Chu, and Gu Jing Wubua's mood also rippled. This kind of temperament and appearance is too foul. The madman of Chu had already merged the 9-aperture exquisite sword heart at this time, and the vision over the courtyard had disappeared, but the countless swords were still hovering in the sky over him, and they had not dispersed for a long time. A few of the swords are the most outstanding. The radiant light on the body, the avenue runes are manifested, and they are also the closest to the madman Chu. Under the pressure of these swords, the other swords do not dare to get too close. Is this trying to recognize me as Lord? The sacred artifacts are alive. Madman Chu seems to perceive the idea of these swords. www.unrivaled.com can't help but be surprised that the charm of the 9-aperture exquisite sword heart is so great. Or is it the superposition effect of Jianxin and the temperament of Xianxian? But no matter what, Madman Chu doesn't dare to mess around now. These holy soldiers are the treasures of Zentianzong. They must all recognize him as master. What do other disciples and elders think? As soon as he awakened the Taoist body, he couldn't wait to collect the sacred artifacts. This kind of disposition is embarrassing. The madman of Chu ignored the sacred artifacts around him, but went straight to the old man with white eyebrows and the others, bowing and saluting. Outer disciple Chu Madman has met the elders. The old man with white eyebrows nodded in satisfaction. He could resist the temptation of the sacred artifact. Yes, this one is somewhat distracting. The madman Chu saw the expression on the face of the old man with white eyebrows, and suddenly guessed the other person's thoughts in his heart. It was all routines. Madman Chu, you made this vision? Probably. Chu Madman pretended to be hesitant. Should? What do you mean? Back to the elder. The disciple was resting in the house today, but suddenly his body was in severe pain, as if he had been cut by thousands of swords, and then a beam of light emitted from my body, and that was it. The madman Chu said, the fantasy of roulette cannot be exposed. He can only temporarily pretend to suddenly awaken the Taoist body. Oh. The old man with white eyebrows flashed to the front of Madman Chu, grabbed his arm, and entered a spiritual exploration. The madman of Chu allowed the opponent to act and did not dare to move. After a while, the old man with white eyebrows looked ecstatic, laughed, and said excitedly, "It really is the exquisite sword heart of the 9 orifices. I really bless my Xian Tianzong. There is a supreme Taoist body in this life." Chapter 3. Chief Disciple, Ziwei Emperor Sword Art. 9 orifices exquisite sword heart, no upper body. As soon as he said this, it fell into the crowd like a bomb, causing an uproar, and a group of elders rushed to the front of Madman Chu. It's the exquisite swordsman of the 9 orifices. It's really great. Haha, God bless me Xian Tianzong. With this supreme Taoist body, Xian Tianzong can fight for the throne of the first generation. 3,000 physiques, 9-aperture exquisite sword heart can be ranked in the top 10, is the supreme physique of Kendo, and my Xuanianzong is based on Kendo. What is this not God's will? Although this child is an outer door, he must be vigorously cultivated when he is awakened at this moment. It is better to list him as a true disciple. Where is the true story enough? It must be a Taoist. My Xuanianzong 9. Daozi, I need one more person. Looking at the elders who were happy like children around him, Madman Chu was slightly happy in his heart. Sure enough, the way to show his physique was correct, and he could win the best resources for himself. At this time, Jianshan in the distance suddenly shook. The sword weapons hovering in the air flew back one after another as if called. Those sacred artifacts reluctantly circulated around Madman Chu a few times, but finally they swept towards Jianshan. The madman Chu was taken aback. Hello, don't go. Leave me a hand anyway. Come here if you say it. Leave it if you say it. Just play with me. Just now looked like I didn't recognize it, but now it's changed. Humph, sword slag. The sect master urged Jianshan to retract the sword. Said the old man with white eyebrows. Bring this child to see me. A deep, magnetic middle-aged voice came from a distance. The old man with white eyebrows smiled at the madman Chu. Follow me. Yes, elder. I saw the old man with white eyebrows waving his sleeves, An invisible force enveloped the madman Chu, and he could not help but jump into the air. Several elders took Chu Madman into a stream of light and swept away, and in a short while, they came to a magnificent hall. There is a middle-aged white robe standing in this hall. The middle-aged man has a handsome face, white temples, and a feeling of immortality. This person is the contemporary lord of the Xiantian school, Venerable Xuanqi. I have seen the sovereign. Several elders stepped forward to salute, and Venerable Xuanqi nodded slightly. Then his eyes fell on Madman Chu, and he looked up and down, showing a different color in his eyes. It's a supreme Taoist body, and it is really charming. The Lord is absurdly praised. Don't be humble. I want to accept you as a disciple. From now on, you will be the chief disciple of Xian Tianzong. I don't know if you want to. Hearing this, not only Madman Chu was a little surprised, but the other disciples were also shocked. I didn't expect that the sect master valued Madman Chu so much. Directly accepted the position of chief disciple. But think about it carefully. This is the first case of supreme Taoism in the history of Xian Tianzong. The disciples pay respect to master. The madman of Chu saluted immediately. He had no reason to refuse. Originally, he thought it would be good to be able to be a Taoist. He didn't expect Venerable Xuanqi to be so generous and directly let him be the big brother of everyone. Don't let such good things go for nothing. Good. Venerable Xuanqi laughed, very happy. Take a supreme Taoist body as an apprentice. When Madman Chu grows up in the future, he will also be honored. If Madman Chu becomes the emperor, then he will be an emperor. This honor, how many people can have this honor? From tomorrow on, you will follow my practice. Yes. After becoming a disciple of Venerable Xuanqi, the treatment of Madman Chu almost rose, and he was directly transferred from the small courtyard to a magnificent Taoist palace, and there were several personal maids waiting. The next day, the Madman Chu woke up from the soft big bed, opened his eyes, and looked at the spacious room. I didn't dream. It seems that he really passed through. He got up and called out a fantasy roulette in his heart. Let's start today's lucky draw. In the field of vision, the brilliance was flowing, and a huge roulette appeared. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Chu Madman said lightly. A girl with a graceful figure and red lips and white teeth came in with a basin of water. My son, it's time to wash. The girl blushed and glanced at Madman Chu. She was also an outer disciple of Xian Tianzong and was selected to serve Madman Chu yesterday. She has no opinion on this. After all, the Chu Madman is not what he used to be. He is a direct disciple of the sect master, the chief of the Xiantian sect, and his status is even higher than that of the Taoist. For her, following the Madman Chu is like reaching the sky in one step. Not to mention that young Master Chu is so handsome. The girl thought to herself, "What's your name?" Madman Chu asked. "My name is Lu Bing." Lu Bing. Then I will call you Xiaobing from now on. The son will like it. The madman of Chu can be sure that Xiaobing hasn't seen the fantasy roulette. It seems that no one can see this roulette except himself. Silently read the lottery in his heart, and the roulette began to spin. Congratulations to the host for drawing the black iron grade pill gathering pill. Gathering spirit pills? Still black iron grade? The corner of the madman Chu's mouth twitched twice. Compared with yesterday's lucky 10 consecutive draws, this spirit gathering pill is simply not worth mentioning. For him now, there are many. Forget it, it's just a question of probability. Putting the spirit gathering pill in the roulette space temporarily ignored him. Madman Chu washed his face and put on a brand new clothes. The sun is really beautiful in this suit. Xiaobing looked at Madman Chu and couldn't help showing a look of wonder. Wears a jade crown on his head, a white robe with wide sleeves, a unicorn pattern woven with gold silk, tassels on the waist, and black boots on his feet. With that ethereal temperament, the Madman Chu at this time was no different from Xian, and Xiaobing couldn't find any words to describe it. It's okay. Chu Madman smiled satisfied. After finishing his appearance, Madman Chu went to Venerable Xuanqi. Xian Tianzong, the Hall of Longevity. Venerable Xuanqi sat on a futon. The madman of Chu came and bowed slightly. I have seen Master. Well, you are here, sit down. Venerable Xuanqi pointed to the futon next to him, and after he led the madman Chu to do it well, he said, A madman, You were an outer disciple before, and you can only learn the Xiantian school basic law decisions. Now you are the chief, and you are qualified to study the method of saints. My Xiantian sect has 3 saints. Ziwei Emperor Heaven Sword Art can repair supreme, domineering sword energy. Hunyuan Jingguang Ju. After the completion of the cultivation, the spiritual power is continuous, and there is a golden light protection body. All methods are not invaded, and offense and defense are integrated. There is also the 9 Suns Divine Art, whose spiritual power is fierce and domineering. After practicing to Deshang, it can form the vision of the 9 suns in the same sky, stimulating the power of the sun. I don't know these 3. Which one do you want to learn? I want to learn the Ziwei Emperor Heaven Sword Art. The madman Chu chose the target without any hesitation. He is an exquisite swordsman with 9 orifices, and his talent in kendo is unparalleled. There is no need to go near and far away and learn other methods. Among the 3 saints, the Ziwei Emperor Heavenly Sword Art is the most suitable for him. Well, your choice is not unexpected. Venerable Xian Qi nodded, then took out a jade slip and handed it to Madman Chu. The Ziwei Emperor Heavenly Sword Art is recorded in it. How much you can understand depends on your good fortune. If there is anything you don't understand during the cultivation process, just come to me. Yes, Master. Chu Madman took the jade slip. Chapter 4, Spirit Gathering Array, Feather Warrior. Lingtian Palace, the Taoist palace where the madman of Chu lives. After came back, he began to study the jade slip in his hand. With a slight movement in his mind, a large amount of information was poured into his mind from the jade slip. The madman of Chu began to digest the information. After a while, he opened his eyes, and there was a gleam in his eyes. Hey, the Ziwei Emperor Heavenly Sword Art. This technique is definitely one of the best in the Azure Dragon realm, and it didn't disappoint me. As the exquisite sword heart of 9 orifices, the madman of Chu has unparalleled aptitude in swordsmanship, and in a short while, he can comprehend the sword tactics 7 or 8. This has to be replaced by someone else. Even if it's an absolute arrogant person, it's impossible to understand 1 or 2 tenths of it for 10 days and a half. The realm of the world is divided into bodybuilding, chi training, foundation building, golden core, primordial soul, whole virtual, king of war, venerable, crossover, manifestation, and emperor. The so-called sage technique is a technique created by the manifestation of the saint power, which allows people to cultivate to the state of manifestation. The entire sky star has few manifestations of power. The preciousness of sage law can be imagined. After a lot of insights into the sword art, the madman of Chu began to extract the rest of the rewards in the roulette space. A general Chinkoan ring is only about a dozen cubes. And the universe ring of the madman of Chu, its space is so wide that it can hold an entire ocean, and it is almost endless, is indeed a legendary item. There is also Rin Shanin Ju, which is a kind of fighting technique. By directly inputting the fantasy roulette into his mind, Madman Chu could understand it very thoroughly without having to understand it. All that remains is practice. And this person's Shanin Ju was not inferior to the Ziwei Emperor Heavenly Sword Ju, and it might even be more mysterious, which surprised Madman Chu slightly. It seems that the Xingyao level technique is equivalent to the Saint technique, and it may even be higher, close to the Emperor Classic. The remaining few things, the star-level pro-longevity pill, and the star-level treasure map were temporarily put into the universe ring by the Madman of Chu. The remaining Starlight-class spirit gathering array was integrated into the Lingtian Taoist Palace where he was located. Suddenly, a mysterious and profound change occurred in the entire Taoist Palace, forming a force field, and a large amount of spiritual energy gathered. Xiaobing, who was cultivating in the dormitory, opened his eyes sharply, revealing a look of shock. How can this kind of rich spiritual energy be like this? Reiki concentration is one of the keys to cultivation. The more concentrated the aura, the more effective it will be in practice. The mountain range where Xian Tianzong is located is originally a treasure land, and it is full of aura, but Xiaobing now finds that her cultivation in Lingtian Taoist Palace is more than 10 times better than the outside world. How can she not be shocked? Is it some kind of gathering spirit formation? Unexpectedly, the Lord and others value the sun so much. They set up an array in the Taoist palace to gather the spirit of the world for the sun to practice. Xiaobing whispered, "There is only one explanation right now. But to set up this level of gathering spirit formation method, even Xian Tianzong will cost a lot of money, and the scope of the envelope should not be too large. It is estimated that it is at most within the Lingtian Dao Palace." Xiaobing, who had completed his brain replenishment, continued to practice happily. With this magic array, her cultivation environment was many times better than at the outer door. In the room, the madman of Chu also noticed that the Dao Palace had changed after the fusion of the spirit-gathering array, smiled with satisfaction, and then looked at the last prize. A legendary Featherman warrior. Featherman, is that the race in my mind? Madman Chu directly extracted it. I saw in front of him, a burst of silver-white light bloomed, forming a white light ball. A pair of white wings suddenly opened, and the whole room was suddenly filled with a sacred and solemn atmosphere. After the light dissipated, Madman Chu also saw the master of the wing clearly, and an astonishing feeling appeared in his eyes. White wings, long silver-white hair draped on the shoulders, falling on the silver shoulder armor. This is a beautiful and holy woman. The facial features are exquisite, the light blue eyes are like the sea, and the silver-white armor covers the bumpy body, engraved with gorgeous golden patterns, giving people a sense of heroism. Angel. Madman Chu blinked. The woman in front of her is indeed like an angel in the legend of the previous life. But in this world, they are called urine. Feather races are one of the races of the sky stars. Every feather is a brave warrior and possesses excellent spiritual talent. The mysterious avenue runes flashed in the eyes of the lunatic Chu. Directly used the eye of supernatural insight. The feather race, the age is set to 20 years old. The cultivation base is in the Yuaning stage. They also have the supreme Dao body, the sacred light body. It is no wonder that only the Yuaning stage is judged as a legendary figure. The golden, information-like text flashed across the retina of the madman Chu, and he immediately understood the urine warrior in front of him. What surprised him was that the other party actually possessed the body of divine light. This is also a kind of supreme Taoist body, although it is not as good as the exquisite sword heart of the 9 orifices, but it also ranks in the top 20 in the 3000 physique. Urine warrior walked in front of madman Chu, knelt on one knee, clenched his fist with his right hand in his heart, and said respectfully, "Well, see the master." The clear voice is as refreshing as a clear spring. Every prize drawn from the fantasy roulette, whether it is a person or a thing, belongs to Madman Chu. Urine fighters call him his master, which is not unusual. Do you have a name? The master is my creator. Please give me my name. In her setting, Madman Chu is her creator, a supreme being like the creator, a person respected from the heart. Was called the master by such a brave young lady. I have to say that the madman Chu's vanity was greatly satisfied. Get up first www.mtlnovel.com. Yes. Urine warrior stood up and stood aside respectfully, looking at madman Chu with sapphire eyes shining hopeful light. Is obviously expecting Chu Madman to give her a name. Chu Madman pondered. He has read a book, but it is a bit embarrassing for him to ask him to take out some poetic name. Wings, blue eyes. From now on, you will be called Lan Yu. Chu Madman racked his brains and chose a more satisfactory name. Lan Yu's eyes lit up. Thank you for your name, master. Ah, very good. It looks like this young lady is quite satisfied. The madman of Chu smiled, and then said, You don't need to call me a master in the future. Call me son. It's more pleasant. Originally, he wanted Lan Yu to call him by name, but thinking that in the future, if a madman screamed in front of people, would it be a bit unsuitable, making him look like he was defiant. Is still called the son. Yes, son. Lan Yu nodded. By the way, can you change your clothes? Although it's pretty, it's a bit too eye-catching. Madman Chu said, This is not the army, who would wear armor all day long. Master, this set of light armor is my magic weapon. I don't have other clothes to replace. Lan Yu said, This is easy. I will let Xiaobing prepare it for you. Madman Chu took out a sound transmission compass and asked Xiaobing to prepare clothes for Lan Yu. My son, what style do you want? How big? Xiaobing's puzzled voice came from the compass. Whatever, one size bigger than you will do. By the way, You have to prepare a full set, including coats, trousers, and shoes. Chapter 5. Liao is guilty of Jing's crimes. Ling Tiandao Palace. Outside Chu Madman's room, Xiaobing was holding a set of women's clothing. There is a paste in her head, puzzled. What kind of women's clothing does this boy want? And it's a complete set. Is there any special hobby? My son, I brought you clothes. Xiaobing knocked on the door and opened it with a squeak, but Xiaobing noticed that there was a woman in Madman Chu's room. That is a very beautiful woman. That kind of beauty, with a sense of sacredness and inviolability. Even if Xiaobing saw it, he couldn't help but give birth to a feeling of shame, and many more. Why does this beauty still have wings? It's hard work. Madman Chu took the clothes, then turned and handed them to Lan Yu behind him, saying, "You can wear this suit for now." Lan Yu took the clothes. Yes. There was a flash of white light. I saw Lan Yu's armor disappear instantly. A white flower, an infinitely beautiful body instantly appeared in front of Madman Chu, and his white skin dazzled his eyes. The Madman Chu felt that his nosebleed was about to squirt out. Xiaobing next to opened his mouth even more. I rely on. Is this woman so open? But Lan Yu didn't think there was anything, and slowly changed his clothes in front of the two of them, his expression indifferent and unconcerned. In her cognition, Madman Chu is her creator, and everything she has is owned by the other party, including this body, of course. That, you change it first. Chu Madman quickly closed the door and walked outside to wait. This is too exciting. Although he said that if he wanted to do anything to Lan Yu, the other party would definitely not refuse, but Madman Chu had no idea in that regard for the time being. Except for certain specific practices, the practitioners retain the body of Yuan Yang in the early stage, which can promote the practice to a certain extent. And this is one of the reasons why the original body refuses to be kept. My son, who is this girl? Xiaobing now has his head full of question marks. I haven't seen you for a while. Why is there one more person beside him? Is still a stunning beauty. If these characters are disciples of Xian Tianzong, they should have been famous for a long time. She is my follower. No need to ask the rest. Got it. Xiaobing nodded obediently. The Madman Chu nodded in satisfaction. There were several maids sent to serve him, but he only left Xiaobing alone. Was fancy that the other party was gentle and obedient. Shouldn't ask, don't mention it in half. After a while, the door of the room opened. Lan Yu walked out and looked at her. As a woman, Xiaobing also had a throbbing feeling that her heart was suddenly hit. So beautiful. The blue and white cross-collar skirt outlines the blue feathers and slim figure, and a long silver hair is randomly tied behind his head. Icy muscles and bones, eyebrows like emerald feathers, especially those clear and bright pale blue eyes, which are as intoxicating as hiding bright stars. Lan Yu stood there, elegant and refined, like a holy fairy. The girl is so pretty. Xiaobing gave a sincere compliment. Chu Madman nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, but what about your wings? He noticed that Lan Yu's wings had disappeared. The sun doesn't seem to want me to be too eye-catching, so I put it away, if the sun wants to see it anytime. Lan Yu said. The wings reappeared from behind the scapula. It's quite convenient. Well, put it away. Yes, son. Xiaobing beside was surprised. I didn't expect this girl to have this ability. In the next few days, Madman Chu has been practicing in Taoist Palace. During this period of time, his daily lottery has not fallen, but he doesn't know what his face is dark or what he draws. All the things he draws are black iron-grade things, which are directly thrown into the universe ring. Ling Tiandao Palace. In the room, Madman Chu sat cross-legged on the bed, with purple brilliance flowing around his body, giving him an extremely sharp feeling. This is the sword energy formed by practicing the Ziwei Emperor Heavenly Sword Art. Ziwei Emperor Tianjin-ju is divided into 9 layers, respectively correspond to the 9 realms of spiritual practice to reach manifestation. In 2 days, Madman Chu had cultivated him to the 2nd peak, the peak of foundation building, which was only half a step away from the golden core. You know, before this, he was just a chi training state. Can cross a big realm, several small realms in 2 days. This kind of practice speed spread out. I'm afraid it will scare people to death. There is a reason why he is a supreme Taoist body, but the spiritual gathering magic array and the cultivation resources provided by Xian Tianzong are also indispensable. At this rate, I can reach the Golden Core realm in less than 10 days, and most of the true disciples are at this stage. Chu Madman whispered. At this time, the communication compass around his waist shook. The son, the true disciple Li Yao, came to visit. Xiaobing's voice came from the compass. Oh, Li Yao. Chu Madman raised his eyebrows slightly. He is familiar with the name. It was the true disciple who wanted to take the original master in person before and support the original master. Go and see. Ling Tiandao outside the palace. A woman in a gorgeous gown was standing with a large bundle of thorns on her back, and there were many disciples watching. Look, that's the true disciple Li Yao. This is a plea for the guilty Jing. Hey, did Li Yao have a holiday with the madman Chu? You don't know yet? Li Yao, a woman of violent nature, has raised a lot of little white faces in her palace. She had been fond of Madman Chu before, but she was rejected by others and became angry and severely injured Madman Chu. It turned out to be like this. It was really a feng shui turn. Who would have thought that this madman of Chu would actually awaken the supreme Taoist body? www.novel.com. This Li Yao was scared, and she came to take Jing to plead specially, and she really did it face. Someone came out. In the Ling Tiandao Palace, the madman of Chu walked out slowly, wearing a white unicorn pattern wide-sleeved robe and a jade crown on his head. The temperament was ethereal and dusty. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Okay, so handsome. No way, there are such handsome men in this world. Is he the new chief elder brother? Oh my God, I seem to be in love. Li Yao, who was guilty of Jing's petition, looked up and saw Madman Chu. Originally, she had a trace of resentment towards Madman Chu. Because the other party suddenly awakened the supreme Taoist body, she had to come to apologize, otherwise she would be sad in the future. But when she saw Madman Chu, the bit of resentment in her heart instantly dissipated, and the other person was so fascinating to her. I saw him look handsome before, but now, he has become the chief senior apprentice and looks better. Oh my God, it's really uncontrollable. Li Yao looked at Madman Chu obsessively. Even the burning pain on her back was ignored by her. The madman of Chu saw Li Yao under the stairs as soon as he debuted, and he was taken aback when he saw the other party's plea. Li Yao offended brother, and came to bear Jing to plead. Li Yao knelt directly on the ground, holding a long whip in both hands, and said sincerely, Senior brother wants to kill or cut, just listen to it. Chu Madman felt even more dazed. Which one is this? According to the normal routine, shouldn't you find Li Yao for revenge after practicing hard, defeat him, and step on your feet? Why did the other party come over to find a smoke now? Chapter 6. 2 Eliminations of Grievances break through the Golden Core. Looking at the long whip, and then at Li Yao's expression of senior brother, you slap me, Madman Chu's mouth twitched. This Li Yao has no tendency to be abused, right? To be honest, the original owner had resentment towards Li Yao. After all, the other party severely injured him and caused him to lie in bed for 2 days. The Madman Chu, who came across, inherited the memory of the original owner and also had no good feelings for Li Yao. After all, he is not the original Chu Madman, and his hatred for Li Yao is not as strong as the original owner. The Madman of Chu groaned for a while, then lifted his palm, and his spiritual power revolved to shoot out. This palm contained the unique, domineering sword aura of the Ziwei Emperor, heavenly sword art, powerful enough to open mountains and crack the ground. Boom. This palm hit Li Yao's chest directly, and Li Yao didn't avoid it. She took the hand abruptly, and her whole body was blasted out on the spot, blood spurting wildly. In the old days, I received a palm from you, and today you receive a palm from me. From now on, both grievances and grievances will be eliminated. Let's go. The Madman Chu retracted his palm and said lightly. He didn't show any mercy when he slapped him just now. From Li Yao's sunken chest, he knew that at least 4 or 5 bones were broken. Also lost that Li Yao's own cultivation was not weak. He was in the Golden Core realm. Otherwise, it would not be impossible to die on the spot with this palm. The Madman of Chu felt that he should be almost done this way. He not only avenged the original owner, but also reflected his generosity. Thank you, brother, for not killing. Li Yao barely braced herself, knelt on the ground, and knocked her head towards the madman Chu, then staggered and left. My son, you are so kind. Xiaobing spoke next to him. She had also heard of what Li Yao did to Madman Chu. Even if Madman Chu killed the opponent on the spot, she would not be surprised. This is called kindness. The Madman Chu shook his head funny. It seems that this world has become accustomed to killing people, and I will have to adapt to it later. Fortunately, with the memory of the original owner, it shouldn't be too difficult. Li Yao's incident is just an episode. The madman of Chu continued to be immersed in his cultivation, but one day I heard that Li Yao disbanded all the noodles he had collected. As if being beaten by him, his temperament changed drastically. In this regard, Madman Chu did not mind. A few days later, in the Ling Tiando Palace, a pillar of sword air suddenly rose into the sky. The sword weapons within 100 miles of the Dao Palace hum. The sudden vision has made many people a little bit astonished. This vision is coming again. The breath comes from Lingtian Taoist Palace. It is a madman from Chu. Even the supreme Taoist body is too horrible. Is it too scary to have a vision in these 3 days? So let people not practice? Xuantianzong, inside the Hall of Longevity. Venerable Xuanqi suddenly opened his eyes and said in amazement, "This breath is a golden core." He actually broke through the golden core so soon. Even if it is an upper body, this speed is too fast. The vision comes quickly and goes quickly. In the Taoist Palace, Madman Chu condensed his breath, slowly opened his eyes, and a purple streamer flashed past his pupils. Finally broke through to the golden core. Madman Chu whispered. In less than 10 days, he successfully broke through from an ordinary Qi training realm martial artist to the golden core realm. This kind of advancement was almost incredible. Madman, come and see me. At this time, a voice rang in Chu Kuangren's ears. Is Venerable Xuanqi. Chu Madman sorted it out, and then went to the Palace of Longevity. Madman, have you broken through to the golden core realm? Venerable Xuanqi asked directly when they met. Yes, master. Venerable Xuanqi was originally just a guess, but now after hearing the confession of Chu Kuangren himself, he couldn't help showing a touch of shock in his eyes. Really broke through to the realm of Jindan. This speed is too fast. I think he is also one of the best spiritual geniuses in the world, but it took him nearly 2 years to break through from training Qi to the golden core realm. Chu Madman realm, less than 10 days. This practice speed, Jane, is too shocking. Master, what's wrong with you? The madman Chu asked, seeing Venerable Xuanqi with a dazed expression. Cough, cough. Venerable Xian Qi came back to his senses, coughed twice, and then said, Yes, but don't be arrogant. Cultivation is like riding a boat against the current and then retreating. The early advancement is fast, and there are many practitioners who have difficulty in the later stage rather than being fast. Laying the foundation is the most important thing. Tuayer understands. Madman Chu nodded. He is the supreme Taoist body, and he also cultivates the sage method. Even if he does not deliberately build the foundation in the same realm is the top. Since you have broken through the golden core realm, go to Jinshan to find a sword by yourself. You are the 9-orifice exquisite sword heart, and even the holy artifact will easily recognize you as the master, as long as you don't move the Jinshan out. Venerable Xuanqi chuckled. Yes. Then Venerable Xuanqi pointed out Madman Chu again. In front of Dao Palace, Madman Chu went to Jinshan first after hearing Venerable Xuanqi's, intending to find a good weapon there. Sword Mountain is a treasure of Xian Tianzong that is close to the Emperor's soldiers. There are countless famous swords and even saints. Just approaching, you can feel a kind of oppressive sword energy. The madman of Chu came to the foot of Jinshan Mountain. Before stepping in, Jinshan trembled. Seems to be welcoming the arrival of Chu Madman. These visions have made many disciples amazed and envied. Sword Mountain hasn't moved a few times for thousands of years, but because of this madman of Chu, the supreme Dao body really deserves its reputation. He is a madman of Chu, the new chief. He is really extraordinary. Look at this appearance, this temperament, the dragon among people. From an outside disciple to become the chief elder brother in one fell swoop. The speed of this promotion is incredible, and it's just a step to the sky. Damn, there is someone more handsome than me in this world. Chu Madman is like the most dazzling moon in the dark night. No matter where he goes, he is the most eye-catching existence. Oh, he was handsome enough, but now that he has the temperament of an immortal, it is estimated that I will not be peaceful anywhere in the future. The madman Chu shook his head. This is even more tiring than stars like the idols of the kings of the past. The madman of Chu ignored the disciples along the road and walked all the way to the top of Jinshan Mountain. The closer to the top, the higher the sword weapon level. www.mtlnovel.com is a variety of swords. Ipi, thin sword, broadsword, sun and moon sword, soft sword, or gorgeous, or simple, or oddly shaped. The countless swords and weapons dazzled Chu Madman. Not only that, but he seems to be able to feel the emotions of these swords, which is an indescribable, mysterious feeling. Each of these swords conveyed closeness to him. This 9-orifice exquisite sword heart is really powerful, and the ability to make the world's sword weapons close is enough to make countless swordsman monks dream of it. Madman Chu couldn't help but said with emotion. Some swordsmen pursue the realm of the unity of human and sword, which requires that they are extremely compatible with the sword and interact with each other. And the madman of Chu can make all the swords naturally close, and the combination of human swords is just like eating and drinking water for him. It is too simple. On the top of Jinshan Mountain, there are 9 swords inserted on the blue stone. Every sword exudes an extremely biting sword intent. These 9 swords are just 9 of the 10 great sacred swords in Xuantianzong, and one of them is in the hands of Xuantianzong Taoist Nangong Huang. Chapter 7. Murangshuan enters the realm of sword intent. This man is so handsome. On the top of Sword Mountain, 9 holy swords are inserted on the blue stone. Ling lay the sword intent encircles 100 feet in a radius. Within this 100 feet, only 9 swords can stand on it. As for other swords, no one can enter this 100 feet, just like a sword field. Hundreds of feet away from the holy sword, a young man with a sword eyebrow stared at the 9 holy swords, his eyes fiery, with unstoppable desire. Now I have broken through to Yuan in consummation, and I must be recognized by the holy sword today. It proves that Murong Xian is not under Nangong Huang. Murangshuan is smug, looks like he is sure to win. He stepped into the range of 100 feet covered by the holy sword's sword intent, and for an instant, the surrounding sword intent slammed on him. Holy sword intent. Even if the holy sword is used to test, the incompletely liberated sword intent is not something ordinary practitioners can bear. Facing the pressure of sword intent, Murong Xian had been prepared for a long time. Spiritual power poured out from the spiritual ruins in his body, surrounded his body, resisting the sword intent. Step by step, Murong Xian's firm pilgrimage sword approached. The closer you get, the more powerful and terrifying the sword intent is. When the holy sword was still 50 feet away, Murong Xian's forehead was already covered with a fine layer of sweat. He felt like he was pressing on a large mountain, and every step was extremely difficult. High in the sky, several people are paying attention to Murong Xian. Are 4 men and 2 women. All of them are wearing gorgeous Xian Tianzong robes. If a disciple of Xian Tianzong sees them, they will be able to recognize that these people are Taoists of Xian Tianzong. Daozi is the most outstanding disciple of the Taoism. Especially Xian Tianzong sages, who have passed on for thousands of years, have produced saints, and every one of them is the world's best arrogant. There is nothing to call a unicorn. Do you guess Murong Xian can be recognized by the holy sword this time? Said a Daozi with a playful smile. He has failed nearly 10 times, and it is estimated that this time it is also quite suspenseful. A Daozi said indifferently. This is not necessarily true. I heard that Murong Xian has broken through to the Yuan in consummation realm. Maybe he can succeed this time. There is indeed this opportunity. If he succeeds, Nangong Huang will have multiple opponents. Several people talked. While below, Murong Xian suddenly shouted for a long time. Heavenly Sun's sword art. A large amount of spiritual power gushes out from Murong Xian's body. The extremely hot sword aura exploded, forming a ring of fire around Murong Xian's body, contending with the holy sword intent. Murong Xian's body lightened, and the pressure was greatly reduced. The supreme Law Tianyang sword art. Huh. The power is stronger than before. He really broke through to Yuan in consummation. Maybe this time he can really get the holy sword. The few Daozi in the sky are amazed. In addition to the three saints, there are also some supreme methods in the Xiantian Holy Land. These are only true teachings and Taoists who can practice. 40 feet, 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet. Only 10 feet away from the holy sword. Murong Xian's gaze fixed on a scarlet holy sword. It was the holy sword Qi Lian and the goal of his trip. Holy sword Qi Lian is the most suitable holy sword for him. To masculinity, overbearing, complementing his equatorial Dao body, he can definitely more than double his combat power. At that time, except for Nangong Huang, Xian Tianzong 9 Daozi will fear no one, even among the young generation in the Azure Dragon region. Except for a few apart from a few evildoers, he can also walk sideways. Approaching the holy sword Tianzhong, the pressure of sword intent is even more terrifying. Even the nascent soul realm cultivator could not bear it. But Murong Xian is not an ordinary nascent soul monk. He is a supreme arrogant. He is a rare equatorial Dao body. And he has even practiced the saint method. Foundation, combat power far surpasses monks in the same realm. 9 Sun God Technique. Murong Xian's inner spiritual power urged to the extreme. I saw 4 groups of spiritual power rise into the air behind him, turning into 4 dazzling blazing suns, roaring with terrifying heat waves. One of the 3 saints of Xian Tianzong's 9 Sun God art. The expressions of several Taozi changed slightly. 9 Suns divine art. The 4 suns are in the same sky. This is the 4th level, and judging from this power, it is estimated that it will soon break through to the 5th level. Hey, Murong Xian is a Qiang Taoist body, and practicing this 9 Sun divine art is much faster than other monks, and it is more powerful. If he gets Qi training again, it is estimated that he can really be longer and shorter than Nangong Huang. At this time, Murong Xian, who has used the 9 Sun God technique, is crossing the last 10 feet, 9 feet, 8 feet, 7 feet, 6 feet. Finally, he came to Qi Lianjian. In a short distance of 10 feet, he walked several times harder than before, but the smile on his face was undiminished. His eyes fiercely looked at Qi Lian in front of him. Holy sword, Qi Lian, surrender to me. He stretched out his hand violently to hold the hilt of the Qiren's sword. Buzzing. Qi Jianjian trembled, and the sword gas gushed out. Murong Xian had expected this a long time ago. All the spiritual energy in his body gushed out, suppressing the sword energy, and the 4 rounds of blazing sun behind him became more and more dazzling. This is the last stage. Qi Lian, I am the Red Sun Taoist body, and I cultivate the 9 Sun divine art. It matches your attributes and is the most suitable sword master for you. Why resist? You recognize me as the master, and in the future I will let your name move the world. Even if I get the emperor's throne on the other day, it is not impossible for you to become an emperor. So surrender. Murong Xian suppressed the sword Qi, and at the same time persuaded Qi Lian with all his heart that the sacred instrument is alive, and he hopes to gain recognition. And Qi Lian seemed to have been persuaded, gradually reducing his sword energy. Murong Xian was overjoyed when he saw this, and pulled out Qi Lian in a rush. Haha. Qi Lian, you won't regret it. Momentarily, people resonate with swords. Murong Xian is like a rainbow. Several Taoists were shocked. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. He actually succeeded. Following Nangong Huang, another holy sword has been approved. Hey, someone is coming. Suddenly, several Daozi seemed to have discovered something. Looking not far away, they saw a person walking slowly hundreds of feet away from the holy sword. The man was dressed in a white unicorn robe with wide sleeves and a jade crown on his head. His temperament was ethereal, and his swords quivered everywhere he went. Swords seemed to welcome their king, their god. Who is this person? There seems to be some kind of Taoist rhyme in his gestures, as if he is banal, too extraordinary. And what's the matter with those swords? How do I feel that these swords are welcoming this person? It's a bit weird. I have heard of this person. He is the new chief disciple. Chief, isn't that our brother? Several Daozi looked at each other, and then stared straight at the visitor. and Murong Xian was holding Qi Lian, and his face was full of excitement. Although Qi Lian hasn't fully recognized him as the master, he has only temporarily obtained the right to use the holy sword. But as long as he has a good life, and when he gradually improves his cultivation in the future, Qi Lian will definitely be able to fully use him. Just as Murong Xian was dreaming about the future scenario of holding Qi Lian to kill the quartet, the Qi Lian sword suddenly trembled again. No, not just Qi Lian. The rest of the holy swords are also trembling together. Seems to be excited. Who is greeting someone? What happened? Murong Xian's eyebrows frowned. It was the first time he saw this situation. He noticed something. He turned and looked at the madman Chu, who was walking slowly. It was around him, and there was inevitably a touch of surprise in his eyes. This man, so handsome. Chapter 8. The Holy Sword of Scratching. Chu's a disciple of the sword? Murong Xian looked at Madman Chu and muttered. Do not know why. He has a feeling that the movement of the holy sword is because of this person. In addition to the other party's otherworldly temperament, he couldn't help but glanced at the other person more, his eyes showing a bit of dignity and curiosity. The madman of Chu has come within the 100 feet of the holy sword. The sword intent domain is already shrouded in him. Unexpectedly, these sword intents did not affect him in the slightest, as if the spring breeze was blowing on his face, but instead made him feel comfortable. The madman of Chu approached step by step and walked towards the holy sword. Baizhang, which is more than 300 meters. After a while, Madman Chu left for the most part. Murong Xian held Qi Lian, his eyes widened. What's the situation? He walked extremely hard in the sword intent domain, but the person in front of him was very relaxed, like walking in a leisurely courtyard. The difference is too big. Murong Xian looked at the other holy swords, found that these holy swords trembled more severely. Like a person, very excited. Rely on me. These holy swords are not deliberately released. Murong Xian suddenly had this absurd idea in his mind. The holy sword has been in Jinshan for so many years, and there are countless practitioners who want to come here to gain their approval, but they have never seen the holy sword weaken the pressure of the sword too much and treat any monk equally. Can you release water on Madman Chu now? No, it's impossible. Murong Xian swallowed, feeling a little weird. And several Daozi in the sky were also dumbfounded. I heard that this person is an exquisite sword heart with 9 orifices and no upper Taoist body. When I awakened, all the swords in Jinshan went to worship. I didn't believe this rumor. It seems that this is probably true. Damn, is Jiuqiao Linglong Jinshin so unreasonable? The supreme Taoist body is awesome. The madman of Chu easily crossed the Baizhang sword intent domain, first glanced at Murong Xian, then slightly narrowed his eyes. No way. Isn't the other party wearing a few small solar energy dazzling? He nodded slightly at the other party. Hello, brother. Master. Junior brother? Murong Xian was a little stunned. He is a dignified Daozi, second only to the elder and the master in Xiantian sect. No one has ever called him a junior. Do you know who I am? Murong Xian's face became a little cold. I know, Daozi Murangshuan. The madman Chu nodded. He had seen each other several times before, but at that time the other party didn't even notice him as an outer disciple. If you know, how dare you call me that? Because I am the new chief disciple Chu Madman. You should call me senior brother. Chu Madman said lightly. Then, he looked at the holy swords on the blue stone. As if he had noticed Madman Chu's gaze, a few holy swords flew out of the blue stone automatically and came to him. Even the Qi Lian sword that Murong Xian had so hard to obtain trembled, and he broke free of Murong Xian's hand and flew towards Madman Chu. 9 holy swords hovered around the madman of Chu, blooming with brilliant sword light, and the runes flowed one after another, which was extremely gorgeous. How could this be? Murong Xian couldn't believe it. The holy sword that he finally surrendered didn't even cover the heat, so he ran up to others and scratched his head? That's right. The feeling that Murong Xian gave to Murong Xian with these holy swords was that he was scratching his head, hoping to attract the attention of Madman Chu. If these holy swords can speak, that must be yelling, choose me, and choose me quickly now. The few Taoists in the sky are also shocked. It's too exaggerated. Is this still the holy sword in our knowledge? Damn, don't even the holy sword look at your face? In their cognition, the holy sword is aloft and inviolable. It is a kind of ignorant to anyone, even the sect master of Tianzong. But now it is all around Chu Madman like a courtship like a peacock. I do my best to show off my beauty, glory. Murong Xian's face was cloudy and uncertain, and his face was unhappy. Damn, I'm so handsome. He worked hard to cultivate, and finally moved the holy sword Chilian, but now he saw Madman Chu and ran over to show his courtesy. All his efforts are like a joke. The things he pursues so hard are within easy reach. Thinking of this, Murong Xian's Dao heart is almost unstable. Don't talk about him, the Taoists in the sky can't bear it. But Madman Chu has no plans to take care of the emotions of a few Daozi at this time. He looked at the 9 holy swords with a little tangled face. Which one should I choose? Take it all? Just kidding, his master must not kill him. Besides, he is not so greedy. Chu Madman tangled. As everyone knows, his tangled expression fell in the eyes of several Daozi, but it was another crit attack on them. This is a holy sword. Most practitioners in the world have not even seen it before, but Madman Chu is wondering which one to choose. People are really more popular than people. A Taoist grinned helplessly. After a while, the Madman of Chu looked at a holy sword that was white as jade, crystal clear, and carved with fine patterns. It seemed that Madman Chu was looking at him, and the white jade sacred sword became even more excited. The brilliance of his body was flowing, and countless runes appeared. The rest of the holy swords were anxious, and they kept releasing their sword intent. Even teamed up to suppress the white jade holy sword. Seems to want to take the opportunity to show his strength. Could Chu Madman's eyes still stayed on the white jade holy sword? He stretched out his hand and interacted with the white jade holy sword. Come on. The white jade sacred sword flew into the palm of Madman Chu in an instant, docilely converging his sword intent www.untilnovel.com for fear of hurting Madman Chu in the slightest. Chu Madman's fingers stroked the blade of the white jade holy sword, like a white jade sword carved in warmth. This is a very gorgeous sword, so gorgeous that one might even think that it is actually an ornament. But the Madman of Chu could perceive the infinite edge and sharp sword intent contained in this sword body, which could tear the sky apart. At the sword anga, 2 small characters are carved. Kunwu, Madman Chu said, and the holy sword Kunwu in his hand also trembled twice, seeming to be responding. Chu Madman smiled. It's you. As soon as S words fell, the remaining holy swords continued to release their sword intent, as if they wanted Madman Chu to change his mind. But the Madman of Chu has already spotted Kunwu. These holy swords are all about the same power, but Kunwu has the highest value. Which one is not to choose? Okay, go back. The Madman Chu looked at the rest of the holy sword and waved his hand, seeing that he had made up his mind. Even if the other holy swords were unwilling to do so, they had no choice but to go back unhappy and plug them into the blue stone. Qi Lian returned to Murong Xian's hands. But Murong Xian at this moment, he didn't mean much to be happy. He felt that he was a spare tire. Chu Madman won't get his turn until he doesn't want it. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, and he was very aggrieved. You are the new chief disciple Chu Madman, Murong Xian said while holding the Qi Lianjian tightly. Yes, it's me. Very well. I heard that the new chief has no Taoist style. Today, I want to learn it, please. Murong Xian said lightly. He always felt suffocated in his heart, and it was uncomfortable not to vent, and he also wanted to see the strength of Madman Chu. Chapter 9, Dao Body Vision, The Prestige of Rinshan Injua. Is this a challenge? The Madman of Chu looked at Murong Xian, and there was a mysterious rune flashing from the depths of his eyes, and the eye of magical insight revolved. Murong Xian, Qiang Dao Body, Yuaning Perfect Cultivation Base, practice the Saint Law 9 Sun God Ju, and the Supreme Law Heaven Sun Sword Ju. A series of messages passed through the Madman Chu's vision. Equatorial Body is also one of the 3,000 constitutions. Although it is far inferior to the supreme Taoist body of Jiuqiao Linglong Jinshin, it is also extremely good. It is a figure of Tianjiao in which Taoism is placed. Also practiced the Saint Method, the Supreme Method. Murong Xian's combat power definitely exceeds that of monks in the same realm. Oh, I'm not in the Golden Core realm now, and you are Yuan in consummation. You are ashamed to challenge me like this? Do you want to face? Chu Madman said with a smile. Do you know my cultivation base? Morong Xian was a little surprised, but then he didn't take it to heart. Although his breakthrough to Yuan in consummation has not been spread, some people still know about it. It is not impossible for the madman of Chu to hear from whom. If you are afraid, I can suppress the cultivation base and fight with you. That's not necessary. Madman Chu shook his head. I'm afraid you will lose too badly then. You should do your best. Huh, arrogant. Morong Xian snorted coldly and put the chi practice sword aside. He has not cultivated this sword, and judging from the attitude of this sword to the madman Chu just now, it is estimated that he will not help him deal with the opponent. The sword that was finally obtained can't be used against the enemy. Depressed. Heavenly Sun's sword art. Morong Xian refers to the sword to mobilize the spiritual power of the inner soul. The sword fingers flicked in the void, and a large amount of spiritual power rushed out, condensed into a huge ring of fire and flew out. The scorching air waves rolled, as if burning the world. The madman of Chu could see that the power of the opponent's move did not reach the level of the nascent soul realm. It was obviously the opponent's conscious suppression of cultivation. But this power is not something that ordinary Golden Core monks can resist. Fortunately, Madman Chu is not an ordinary monk. He didn't use the Kunwa's sacred sword. He also referred to the sword. Thousand Front Sword Art. Purple sword air appeared, filled with domineering aura. The two forces collided and exploded a terrifying wave of air in the void, and the powerful impact rolled on the two, but both of them remained motionless. The Thousand Front Sword Art? Is this the best method of the outer door? Morong Xian's face was a little surprised and uncertain. The practice of the world is divided into the lower, the middle, and the upper three marvelous methods, and above these are the Supreme Law, the Saint Law, and the Emperor Sutra. His Heavenly Sun Sword Art is the supreme technique, but the Chu Madman's Thousand Front Sword Art is only a top-grade technique, and it can match him. Yes, it is indeed the Qianfeng Sword Art. Chu Madman said lightly. Several Taoists in the sky were surprised when they met. Can the top-grade magic method be comparable to the supreme method? I am not mistaken. Is this really the Qianfeng Sword Art? It is the Qianfeng Sword Art. He has cultivated to the perfect level. But even if it can compete with Tianyang Sword Art in this way, it would be a bit scary, isn't it? Is it the exquisite sword heart of Jiuqiao? Yes, it is rumored that the exquisite sword heart of Jiuqiao can easily control thousands of swordsmanship methods in the world and can exert its power far beyond the original. Now it seems that this rumor is true. The top-grade magic method and the supreme method are evenly divided, and the user is still a golden pill and a naive infant, which is not believed by many people. But now it actually happened in front of them. Several Daozi are in a state of enthusiasm, and they have a bit of understanding in their hearts why the high-level officials will list Madman Chu as the chief disciple. Come again. Morong Xian raised his sword eyebrows, but he refused to admit defeat and continued to use his spiritual power, and the ring of fire was cut at the Madman of Chu. The Madman of Chu stood still, and between his hands and feet, purple sword aura hovered around him, cutting down the flying ring of fire one by one, calmly. The unique, domineering sword aura of the Ziwei Emperor Heaven Sword Art, coupled with the blessing of the exquisite sword heart of the Nine Orifices, gives the Madman Chu an unparalleled fighting power even at the Golden Core realm, even reaching the Yuaning realm. The Madman Chu cut off a ring of fire casually, then shook his head and said, "Use your full strength, you are not my opponent." Boom. As soon as the voice fell, Mirangshuan's spiritual power skyrocketed, and the crimson flames surgingly, intertwined in the void into a rising red sun. The scorching temperature made people feel like they were in a stove. Oh, vision, Dao body vision. The Madman of Chu looked at the scene with interest. Vision is one of the thousands of ways. Most people who can cultivate into a vision in the world are monks with superior qualifications, and there is a kind of person who is born with a unique vision, that is, a Taoist monk. Morong Xian is a body of red sun. This red-hot sun is his red sun vision. Dao body anomaly appeared. Morong Xian's momentum skyrocketed, and when he used the Heavenly Sun Sword Art again, his power was already different. The originally yellow ring of fire was dyed with a gorgeous crimson. Both the temperature and the power have been raised to the next level. Where the ring of fire passes, the ground is cracked and the ground is blackened. Just right, try this trick. The madman of Chu stood in place, his ink hair flying, his white robe with wide sleeves hunting, and then a terrifying breath erupted from him. The rhyme of Taoism flowed, and it seemed that it quietly recovered. The pupils of the Daozi in the sky shrank sharply. They actually felt a threat in Chu Madman. You need to know that the opponent is only in the Golden Core realm, and none of them are Yuaning monks. They stared at Madman Chu without blinking. I saw the other party taking a deep breath, and a mysterious yellow aura gathered towards him, a vast and boundless aura showing. That's local gas. He is actually calling on the earth. Several Daozi were startled. There are also attributes of spiritual energy in the world, such as fire, ice, wind, and so on, and earth energy is also one of them. It exists in the mountains and rivers and is endless, but it is extremely difficult to be used by monks. But now, Madman Chu is actually mobilizing earthly energy. What kind of method does he practice? A Taoist exclaimed www.mtlnovel.com with a shocked face. The madman of Chu pinched the mysterious mark with his hands, and the earth's energy condensed into an ancient sacred mountain. When the ring of fire was about to swarm, his hands pushed forward. Rinshanin Ju, the ancient sacred mountain, which the earth's chi can do, was shocked. The terrifying power seemed to push everything horizontally and suppress the universe. In a crash, the scarlet ring of fire was smashed into a bunch of sparks on the spot. And the ancient mountain is like a broken bamboo, approaching Murong Xian. Accompanied by a loud noise, the Qiang vision was blasted on the spot, and Murong Xian himself vomited blood directly and flew out 100 meters away. Several Daozi were dumbfounded. On the other hand, the madman of Chu stood with his hands in his hands, his eyes calm. I was not surprised by this scene. Rinshanin Ju is a star-level technique, and when converted into a sky star technique, it is infinitely close to the Emperor scripture. There are also 3 or 69 sage methods. Rinshanin Ju is the top-notch sage method, which is more sophisticated than the Ziwei Emperor Heaven Sword art. The Madman of Chu is just a little bit of the fur of the adult mountain seal art, which can condense an ancient sacred mountain against the enemy. When the real success is true, I am the sacred mountain, and I suppress everything. This is definitely a saint method. It is a saint method completely used for attacking. Oh my god, he actually mastered a saint method. And I have a feeling that this may not be an ordinary saint method. It may be a great saint method, or even a Saint King method. Holy King's Law? Don't be kidding, it's impossible. There are not many Holy King's Laws in the entire Sky Star. How can he have the Holy King's Laws? That's right. After a few Daozi came back to their senses, they suddenly started talking. Chapter 10. Suppress Murongshuan, be good, call brother. Damn. Murong Xian, who was bombarded by Ren Shanin Ju, slowly stood up from the ground. His face was a little pale, his shawl exuded very embarrassed, staring at Madman Chu not far away. The anger surging in his eyes almost turned into substance and spewed out. Even his face was twitching with anger. He was dignified, and Tang Tang Yuaning was beaten down by a golden pill, and he was still in front of the other Daozi. If he doesn't find it back at this place today, how can he set up the majesty in front of others in the future? Chu Madman, I underestimated you. Don't you want me to do my best? Okay, then I will let you see how big the gap is between Jindan and Yuaning. Murong Xian no longer suppresses the cultivation base. The spiritual power in his body is fully urged, and the surging spiritual power pours out, turning into flames and flying into the sky. I saw the red scorching sun rise into the sky, and the Taoist vision reopened. Not only that, the spiritual flames also turned into 4 rounds of golden sun, actually formed the vision of the 5 suns in the same sky. Unmatched coercion covers this world, and the high temperature directly causes continuous cracks on the surface, and the moisture in the air is quickly lost. Has a radius of 100 feet, forming a of intense heat. One is the unique vision of the Taoist body, The other is the vision brought about by the practice of the Nine Sons divine art. The blessing of the two visions, plus Murong Xian's own Yuan-ing perfect cultivation base, makes his breath extremely terrifying. An endless stream of flames surrounded Murongxuan's body, and the flames reflected on his face, making him look like a mastering the sun. Facing Murong Xian with full firepower, Madman Chu, who had just been promoted to Jing Dan, felt the pressure. Anyway, the realm gap between the two sides was still too great. One just stepped into the golden core, and one Yuan-ing came to completion. No matter who seemed to it, this was a battle that could be crushed. I'm afraid I can't stop this person by using the Rinshan seal technique. But besides the Rinshan seal technique, I also have the exquisite sword heart of the nine aesthetics. The Madman Chu had purple sword glow in his eyes, and he took a step forward. There was brilliance flowing on his body, surrounded by avenue runes, and there was a humming sound from the surrounding swords, and boundless sword energy gathered towards the Madman Chu. A lilac divine sword phantom rose slowly from Madman Chu, floating above his head. The purple divine sword is 9 feet long, and there are 9 small holes on the sword, and countless mysterious runes shuttle back and forth in these small holes. For a time, the whole Jinshan shook. Countless swords buzzed endlessly. Sword of Heaven. The Madman Chu spoke indifferently. The 9-aperture exquisite sword body has 3 major visions. The Sword of Heaven is one of them. At this moment, he felt that as long as he wanted, all the swords on this mountain of swords could be used by him. My heart moved. Suddenly, all the long swords inserted on the mountain, including the holy swords, all rose into the air, surrounding the Sword of Heaven. The boundless force of the sword enveloped the world. Under this coercion, Madman Chu didn't even need to do anything, but with a thought, the 5 rounds of hot sun on Murong Xian's head burst on the spot. Not only that, but the boundless coercion was placed on Murong Xian, making him unable to hold it for a second, and he was instantly crushed to the ground. What? This is impossible. Murong Xian's pupils shrank sharply. His face was full of disbelief. He cultivated the saint method. He has the vision of Dao body. He is the great monk of Yuanian consummation, but he was suppressed by the madman of Chu within a single thought. And Chu Madman, but a golden pill. Without Taoism, is it really so scary? Is not just Murong Xian. The other Daozi also gave birth to a trace of fear in their hearts. Only the golden core has this kind of combat power. So how terrifying is that when the madman of Chu is promoted to the nascent soul, when the whole is empty? Far away, several Xuanianzong elders have a panoramic view of what happened to Jinshan. There is no upper Taoist body. It is really scary. It's a bit too exaggerated. Murong Xian is Yuan Ying's perfect cultivation base, plus the saint method. How could he fail so badly? No exaggeration. The old man with white eyebrows smiled. Don't you look at where it is? It is Jinshan. There is the world of the 9-aperture exquisite sword heart. The sword intent of Jinshan's countless swords must be suppressed. Consummation is not easy. The others suddenly realized that. One of them said, "That's true. This madman of Chu has a shallow cultivation base, and the power of the vision is far from complete. If he waits for his cultivation base to be higher, let alone a nascent infant, even one when the venerable comes, he will be suppressed even if he fights in Jinshan." Not bad, not bad. This is the horror of the supreme Taoist body. With this person, my Xian Tianzong can fight for the throne of this world. Do you need to stop Madman Chu? At this time, an elder said with some worry. After all, young and energetic, what if he kills Murong Xian? After all, Murong Xian is also a Daozi, is one of the top talents in Xian Tianzong. The old man with white eyebrows pondered for a while. Let's look again. Sword Mountain. The sword of heaven on the madman's head. Thousands of sword auras circling. Under the blessing of countless sword intent, he is like a supreme sword god. He walked slowly to Murong Xian, stood with his hand held down, looked down at the other party, and said indifferently, "Are you convinced? I don't accept it. You used Jinshan Jian to press me down. I am not convinced." Murong Xian gritted his teeth and said. The madman of Chu felt amused. As the nascent soul, you have successfully dealt with me a golden pill. So you are ashamed to say that I use Jianshan Jinni? Then you are talking about, why can I use this Jianshan Jinni? Nonsense. It's not because you are a supreme body. That's not it. I am a Taoist body. I can use Jianshan Jinni. This is my ability. Now I ask you to accept it. The madman Chu asked again. The sword intent pressure suddenly increased. The ground where Murong Xian was located sank sharply. He only felt like a mountain was pressed against his body, and it was difficult to even move his fingers. Do you dare to kill me? Oh, do you dare to see me? Sword intent pressure and reminder. Murong Xian's bones creaked and seemed to shatter. I am a supreme Taoist body, a disciple of the suzerain. Believe it or not, I killed you. At most I will be reprimanded and kept in confinement for a few days. The madman of Chu said in a calm tone, www.mtlnovel.com, there is no upper Taoist body. There have not been many cases since the ages. Although the red sun Tao body is precious, it is far inferior to the nine-orifice exquisite sword heart. Even if the madman Chu killed Murong Xian, no one would take him anyway, because Xian Tianzong needed him to fight for the throne of this world. Once is completed, Xian Tianzong will achieve unprecedented glory. In contrast, what is a Murong Xian? Murong Xian is not an idiot either. He knows what Madman Chu said is true, and he quickly said, "Take it. I take it." Oral and unconvinced. No, I am convinced. I am really convinced. Oh, call Brother Liangsheng to come and listen. Chu Madman said playfully. Murong Xian couldn't help crying without tears. What else can he do? Is called Beck. Big brother. Murangshuan meets big brother. Be good. The madman of Chu smiled faintly, and then moved his mind to dissipate the pressure of sword intent. Murong Xian felt his body loose, feeling a kind of escape from death, lying on the ground panting, his chest constantly rising and falling. Next, Madman Chu looked at the rest of the Taoists in the sky, and said with a smile, if the juniors and sisters above are dissatisfied, they can also come down to discuss and discuss. Brother, I will stay with them to the end. Several people looked at each other, and then one after another fell down. Jianshan. Senior brother is joking. Why would I be dissatisfied when I wait? It is rumored that the demeanor of the brother is moving, and it is a well-deserved reputation at first sight today. I admire the brother in 5 ways. Don't hide the truth from the brother. In fact, the sister has admired you for a long time. A few Daozi smiled and looked respectful. Otherwise, what else? Didn't you see that Murong Xian was lying on the ground? Chapter 11. Visited by Daozi. One person got the Tao and ascended to heaven. The madman of Chu converged on the vision of the sword of heaven after he established his might. The sword of the sword mountain returned to its place, and the coercion of the sword intent disappeared. Murong Xian breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Madman Chu in awe. He is really scared. Tang Yuanying was suppressed by a thought. Although it is said that there is a sword mountain in this, it also shows how terrifying and powerful Chu Madman's 9-aperture exquisite sword heart is. You can come to my Taoist palace to sit when you have time. I have to go back to store the holy sword, so I won't accompany it. Chu Madman said lightly. With a move, Kunwa's sacred sword starts. With a thought, the holy sword actively merged into the spiritual ruins in his body. Lingshu, where the monk's spiritual power lies, is also the place where the holy sword is kept. The madman of Chu nodded slightly at the Daozi, then turned and left, and it was evening when he returned to Lingtian Dao Palace. And the Chu madman's suppression of Murong Xian began to spread in Xian Tianzong. After all, the vision of the two fighting was not hidden. Unexpectedly, Madman Chu was so powerful that even Daozi Murong Xian was suppressed by him. Wasn't he an outside disciple before? Even the supreme Taoist body can practice too fast. He is a supreme Taoist body, and it is normal for the sect to try his best to accompany him. Madman Chu is afraid that he will fly into the sky in the future. It is said that when he competed with Daozi Murangshuan, he was able to condense the sword intent of Jianshan for his own use, and his combat power was incredible. I saw the vision too. This person has the appearance of a young emperor. If the previous madman Chu was named Xian Tianzong because of Tianzi, then he now frightens everyone with his strength. Oh, Yuaning repair experience card. The madman Chu couldn't help expressing a little surprise when he saw the prize he had drawn today, and then smiled with relief. Finally, there is a prize that can be seen. Since the madman of Chu crossed, except for the first lucky 10 consecutive draws, the rest of the draws were all black iron grade things. Today I finally got a silver-level nascent soul cultivation experience card. The Sun, Luo Shen, Jun E and other Taoists are visiting. Xiaobing suddenly sent a message. I see. Take them to the hall and wait first. Chu mad and human. He stretched, got up and dressed neatly. Walked out the door, just to see Lan Yu wearing a blue and white skirt. After seeing Madman Chu, he stepped forward and bowed slightly. The Sun. Well, come with me to meet those Daozi. Ling Tiandao Palace, inside the main hall. Luo Shen, Jun E, Qin Wushuang, Zhao Linglong, and Zhua Han came to visit 5 Daozi. As soon as they stepped into the Dao Palace, they felt abnormal. The aura here was so strong that they were shocked. You have to know that the place where they live is already a rare, blessed land in Xiantian's sect, but it is far from Lingtian Dao Palace. These two are simply the sky and the earth. The place where the big brother lies is really extraordinary. The sect really valued the senior brother very much, and actually gave this class of Taoism palace to the senior brother, so that's the case for the Lord. The efficiency of practicing here is 10 times that of the outside world. Luo Shen and others were surprised and exclaimed. A girl in white came up. Several Daozi. The sun will come soon. I have prepared tea for you. Please wait a moment. Xiaobing said in salute. Daozi Jinyi smiled and said, Thank you very much for this, sister. Daozi is polite. Xiaobing said flatteredly. She was just an outside disciple before. On weekdays, she could only watch the true disciples from a distance, surrounded by people like stars and moon. Not to mention the sun. But now, a Daozi kindly calls her sister. Is like a dream. Junyi smiled. She didn't neglect Xiaobing because she was an outside disciple. On the contrary, she chatted with each other. I observed a few Daozi when they came in, and there were no other maids or servants in the huge Dao palace except for a small ice. And everyone knows now that Madman Chu is the chief disciple of the Xiantian sect, the celebrity of the sect, and his future achievements must be extraordinary. The so-called one person who can be ascended to heaven. How can the only maid beside him be offended? A good relationship is the right answer. A few Daozi sat in the hall chatting. Suddenly, 2 figures came together outside the hall. Several people looked around. Their eyes were amazing. There is a man and a woman. The male is dressed in a white unicorn robe with wide sleeves, a jade crown, a tall nose, handsome features, extraordinary temperament, just like an immortal. The female is wearing a blue and white skirt, with long silver-white hair like a waterfall, and her light blue eyes as if she hides the bright galaxy. Has a sacred and inviolable temperament, which is amazing. This man and woman standing together is enough to kill 99.999% of the people in the world in terms of appearance, let alone the unique temperament. One is ethereal and out of the dust, like a banal. One is cold and holy, like a goddess aloft. The people here are the Madman Chu and Lan Yu. Chu Madman. Some Daozi must have known each other, but they couldn't help but feel a little confused about Lan Yu beside him. Who is this woman? Is she in Tianzong? Why have I never heard of it? What is the relationship between and Chu Madman? A series of thoughts flashed through the minds of several people. I have seen brother. Hello, brother. I don't know who this girl is. Luo Shen was more direct and asked about Lan Yu's origin. She met when I was out of the sect for relaxation a few days ago, and now my follower is called Lan Yu. Madman Chu didn't say much. Several people were even more surprised when they heard this. I didn't expect that the Madman of Chu would have followers soon after he became a Taoist son of Xuanianzong. EU reading www.asia.com and still such an outstanding woman. Thinking of this, Mirangshuan's men felt a little sour. Come on, sit down. The Madman of Chu sat at the main hall and chatted with a few people. It's not a big deal for these people to come to Lingtian Taoist Palace. They just came to visit and exchange their practice experience. That's it. Daozi Zhuahan appeared in a daze. Like Madman Chu, he also practiced the heavenly sword art of the Saint Fazwei Emperor. Just now I had a conversation with Madman Chu and realized something. He had to sigh. The supreme Taoist body is really terrifying. He has practiced the Ziwei Emperor heavenly sword art for 10 years. It hasn't been a month since Madman Chu has been in contact with this sword art, but his level of comprehension is no longer below him, is even more unique and sharp than him in some aspects. It's so shallow on the paper, and no matter how much I say, I don't want to be honest. Zhuohan dared to ask the brother for advice. Zhuohan stood up and said he wanted to see how far he was from a supreme Taoist body like Madman Chu. The Madman Chu had such an expression on his face. He knew it would be like this. Any kind of spiritual exchanges will fight. Alas, routine. His eyes have seen too much. Since junior brother Zhua has this yaxing, I will accompany him. What else can I do? Hitting. Not long after he became the chief disciple, these Taoists screamed one by one. But who knew how convinced he was? If they don't fight, they will inevitably have some thoughts in their hearts. Chapter 12. In the competition, Lan Yu showed his strength for the first time. Xiantian Dao Palace occupies a very wide area. In addition to the main hall and guest rooms, there is also a practice field. At this time, on the practice field, Chu Madman, Zhuohan is 10 feet apart. Brother, please. After Zhuohan bowed his hand, there was a glorious flash in his hand, and a 3-foot-long sword glowing with turquoise was held in his hand. The long sword is flowing with precious light, which is extremely extraordinary. This is a supreme device. Although not as good as the holy sword, it is also extremely rare. In the outside world, I don't know how many people fight for life and death for a supreme weapon. The name of this sword is Qingyue. It is the supreme implement. Zhuohan said proudly. It is extremely rare to be recognized by the supreme tool. After all, few in the history of Xiantianzong have been recognized by the holy sword. Well, good sword. The madman of Chu nodded slightly. Then a white light flashed in his hand, and the holy sword Kunwu was already in his hand. This sword is called Kunwu. Seeing Dao Yun's flow, the sword intent of the holy sword, Zhuohan's mouth twitched, and the arrogance on his face was immediately blown away. What kind of supreme device? Compared with the holy sword, nothing is easy to cut. Please. Zhuohan took a deep breath. Then his gaze condensed. His spiritual power flowed into the azure moon's sword in his hand, and a sword aura shot out. Chu Madman's holy sword waved the sword to pieces. Although it is a golden core cultivation base, his combat power with the exquisite sword heart of the 9 orifices is no less than that of Yuan, and his spiritual power is even more pure. Zhuohan, as a Taoist, had already reached the nascent soul realm for a long time, but he still felt pressure from the battle against Madman Chu. The two were just discussing, and they didn't really try their best. Madman Chu didn't even display the Dao body vision. About half an hour later, Zhuohan took the initiative to stop. Although the senior's cultivation is only in the golden core realm, the strength of the battle is amazing, and the junior admires it. Zhuohan said with a smile. The strength of junior brother Zhua is also extraordinary. It's comparable to brother. The two flattered each other. Watching you fight, I feel a little bit itchy. Junyi walked up and laughed. Why? Do you want to learn from the brothers too? Zhuohan asked. Junyi shook her head. I've seen the strength of the brother a long time ago, so I won't ask for trouble. She looked at Lan Yu next to her and smiled. I am more interested in Miss Blue's strength. Would Miss Blue enlighten me on 1 or 2? A few Daozi are also bright. They are also very interested in the strength of this mysterious woman next to Madman Chu. Lan Yu looked at Madman Chu, apparently asking for his opinion. It's okay to follow the heart. Chu Madman said. Yes. Lan Yu nodded slightly and said to Jun, please. Please. The two women walked to the center of the practice field. Junyi is one of the most advanced one in Xiantianzong's 9 great Daozi. She has a weak water channel body, and she is also the perfect cultivation base of Yuaning. Her strength is only stronger than Zhuohan. After a burst of water blue brilliance passed, there is an azure blue long sword in front of Junyi. Judging from the mysterious Tao Yun flowing above, it is at least a supreme weapon. Lan Yu also had a glorious flash on her body, only to see her underskirt disappeared and replaced by a set of gorgeous silver-white armor. What an extraordinary armor. Well, at least it is also a supreme weapon. This complete set of Class A supreme weapon is extremely rare. The blue girl has an extraordinary origin. Different colors passed in the eyes of a few Daozi. What a beautiful armor. Junyi's eyes showed envy. The original Lan Yu was cold and sacred, but now after wearing this silver-white armor, he has added a bit of heroism, like a female of war. After was envious, Jun-yi immediately shot. She squeezed the sword tactics and poured her spiritual power into the blue long sword in front of her. The sound of splashing water echoed in the void. The azure blue long sword shot a few water attribute sword energy, slashing towards Lan Yu. Lan Yu stood still on the spot, letting the sword energy slash on her body. With a crash, the sword energy shattered, but she did not move at all. Jinchi can't break her armor defense at all. Come again. Junyi's eyebrows stunned, and spiritual power was continuously injected into the blue sword. The blue brilliance was shining, and the majestic sword aura gushed out like a flood. Oh, it's okay. Lan Yu smiled faintly, faced the attack, took a step forward, squeezed his 5 fingers, and hit the void with a fist. The air was hit with a loud bang. The void seems to burst. The silver-white fist beams burst open with a sacred and majestic meaning, and the rushing torrent of sword energy was abruptly exploded by this fist. The impact that swept through made Jun-yi back several feet. She looked surprised and said, "Yuaning cultivation base." Lan Yu shot. His cultivation was immediately exposed to everyone. Yuaning early. Although it was only in the early stage of Yuaning, the power of her punch surprised several Daozi, because even practitioners in the middle or even late stage of Yuaning could not be able to beat this punch. Lan Yu can do it easily. Lan Yu's strength is really good. Chu Madman's eyes lit up. Others don't know, but he doesn't know how. Lan Yu is the body of sacred light. This is a kind of supreme body. In addition, Lan Yu also has the method of cultivating the saint, the supreme method, and is unparalleled in combat power. It is by no means comparable to the ordinary nascent soul realm. No, even Tianjiao Yuaning might be hard to compare. Lady Blue's methods are really extraordinary. Junyi sighed from the bottom of his heart, and immediately after that, her spiritual power was urged again to run the supreme law. The mysterious Tao Yun surrounded her and the sword, and a rushing Yangtze River was transformed into the void. The sound of splashing water kept reverberating. 3,000 weak water. Junyi gave a soft drink. Suddenly, the rushing Yangtze River rushed towards Lan Yu. An immense force exploded. This is a kind of supreme method specially used for attack. It is carried out with the perfect strength of Junyi Yuaning, and its power is unparalleled. Lan Yu did not back down. Good job. There was a silver-white glow in her eyes, and a sense of sacred solemnity permeated the world, as if it descended. Do not move, Guangming fist. Lan Yu punched the void. A white beam of light burst out and hit the Yangtze River. 2 forces exploded, and the void was almost about to be blown apart. The impact formed a strong wind pressure. Even if it was Murong Xian who was watching the battle, Zhuohan and other Taoists couldn't help but step back. Xiaobing exclaimed even more, almost to be lifted off. At a critical moment, Madman Chu stretched out his hand to hold her waist, and then protected it behind him. His spiritual power turned into a barrier. Looking at Madman Chu's not-so-generous back, Xiaobing felt a warm flow in his heart, feeling unprecedented peace of mind. This feeling of being guarded is really good. Not to mention, he is such a banished character like Madman Chu. At this moment, Xiaobing is completely desperate for Madman Chu. Junyi, Lan Yu, and the two competed for a while. Neither side did their best, but Junyi found that even if she did her best, she was not sure that she would win Lan Yu. In the end, Junyi retracted the azure longsword and offered to stop. Lan Yu nodded slightly and changed back to a blue and white skirt. Her bright armor was contained in her body, which was easily retractable and extremely convenient. People are divided into groups, and the people around the brothers are indeed dragons and phoenixes. Jun-yi smiled. The madman of Chu smiled back. Junior sister is true, and several juniors and sisters are indeed dragons and phoenixes among people. Junyi was complimenting Lan Yu, but the madman of Chu meant that they were also people around him. One sentence immediately pulled into the relationship between several people, and the smiles on Murangshuan, Zhuohan, and others' faces became more sincere. Chapter 13. Yuaning Xiuwei, suppress Nangong Huang. Nangong Huang is here to visit. Just as the madman of Chu was having fun with a few Daozi, an extremely powerful pressure suddenly broke out outside the Lingtian Dao Palace. Mirongshuan, Jun Yi, and the others' faces can't help but change slightly. It was him. He actually came too. The madman of Chu naturally also felt the pressure. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he smiled lightly. Nangong Huang, the first Daozi, he is finally here. On the bright side, the status of Jiu Daozi is not high or low, but the strength is strong and weak, and Nangong Huang is the strongest one. Although there was no clear announcement, before the madman of Chu, Nangong Huang was the senior brother of all the disciples in Xiantian sect. But now, the madman of Chu has suddenly emerged, and Venerable Xian Qi went down with the decree, and he took the name of senior brother Xian Tianzong. It's strange that Nangong Huang didn't come to him. Let's go and meet junior brother Nangong. Chu Madman laughed. The four characters of junior brother Nangong are very heavy, with a little playfulness. Ling Tiandao outside the palace. Nangong Huang stood with his hands in his hands. He was wearing a purple robe with a jade crown. His handsomeness was extraordinary, and there were no young disciples around him. Is he the Nangong brother? So handsome. I heard that senior brother Nangong was recognized by the Holy Sword when he was in the Golden Core realm, and that he has a yin and yang divine pupil, which is very extraordinary. He came here to find Madman Chu. Is it because of the identity of the other's big brother? Is he wanting revenge? The position of that big brother should belong to senior brother Nangong. What kind of stuff is that Madman Chu? Shu, speak carefully. Hey, what are you talking about? Brother Chu offended you? You didn't say anything at all. Be careful that I tear your mouth. Oh, Madman Chu has fed you ecstasy soup? You are so dedicated one by one. Can you just rely on him to look handsome? As the first Daozi, Nangong Huang naturally has a group of supporters in Xiantian sect. Although Madman Chu hasn't shown much in the past few days, he has also gained a lot of face value fans with his face. For a time, the two parties quarreled a little bit hard. After a while, a white figure walked out of the Lingtiando palace. The Madman Chu appeared with Lan Yu, and their appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Especially the Madman of Chu, who walks in the forefront, wearing a white robe with wide sleeves, is outstanding. His face is immortal, and his temperament is ethereal and dusty like an immortal. Everyone couldn't help showing a stunning color. Even some people who slandered him before have turned black. Is this our new chief? I love it. Too beautiful. The white clothes are peerless, and the immortal is nothing more than that. There are such men in this world. Wait, look at the woman next to the big brother. Who is she? Such a beautiful woman. Why I haven't heard of it before. I don't know who I envy if these two people stand together. Is she the Taoist companion of Big Brother? Woo, Big Brother has a couple? I'm broken in love. Everyone talked and was amazed. Nangong Huang, who was standing in front of Dao Palace, also showed a different color and then snorted inwardly. But what's the use of a skin bag? Junior brother Nangong, if you come to visit, then please come in. Chu Madman laughed. But after hearing his address, Nangong Huang frowned slightly and said indifferently, Why did you call me just now? Brother Nangong, what's wrong? Chu Madman blinked and said, Being my brother is not that simple. Nangong Huang said lightly. The pressure on his body became stronger. It seems that the younger brother is a little dissatisfied with me. There are indeed some opinions. Xuanianzong is a sage, and the chief disciple is related to the face of Xuanianzong, but not everyone can be treated. I came here today to verify your qualifications. That is to challenge me. Yes. Nangong Huang said bluntly. This is indeed his goal today. He wants to defeat Madman Chu in front of everyone, and let everyone see who is the real big brother. Chu Madman smiled. You really want to do this? If you are afraid, you can surrender. Nangong Huang said indifferently. The few Daozi beside Madman Chu looked at each other. Brother, Nangong Huang's cultivation has reached half a step of Dongshu, which is much stronger than the ordinary Yuanian consummation. Plus he has the yin and yang divine pupil, even compared to the real Dongshu monk. Morong Xian whispered beside Madman Chu. Even a few Taoists don't think much of Madman Chu. No matter what, Madman Chu is just a golden core. Compared with Nangong Huang, his cultivation is too far behind. My son, let me fight for you, Lan Yu said, staring at Nangong Huang, his eyes like a sharp knife, full of hostility. Anyone who offends the madman Chu is her enemy. Nangong Huang Meiyu frowned slightly. He actually felt a pressure on Lan Yu. Who is this woman? No, it's me that junior brother wants to challenge. The madman of Chu smiled faintly, then stepped a few steps forward, walked up to Nangong Huang, and smiled. Then I will ask my brother for advice. He took one mouthful and one younger brother, and Nangong Huang was a little angry. I will show you who is the real big brother. After Nangong Huang finished speaking, a white light flashed in front of him. A simple long sword suddenly appeared, and a powerful sword intent burst out. It's Holy Sword Yuanhong. So strong sword intent, worthy of the Holy Sword. The Holy Sword appeared, and everyone couldn't help but exclaim. And the madman Chu also directly took out the Kunwu sacred sword. The two holy swords collided in the void, and the invisible pressure spread out. Many onlookers felt that the surrounding air seemed to be filled with countless small swords www.ontelnovel.com cutting their bodies. Tian Waterfall, Jianju. Nangong Huangi grasped the holy sword Yuanhong and took the lead. The silver sword light flew out, like a waterfall in the void. The vast sword power enveloped the world and flooded towards the madman of Chu. Chu Madman suddenly burst into a terrifying breath. He held the holy sword Kunwu, and his body exuded a mysterious aura. At this moment, the sword and the person seemed to be indifferent to each other. The sword is one. This is the realm of human sword integration that countless swordsmen dream of. The madman of Chu slashed out with a sword, and the purple domineering sword light gushed out mightily, and the silver sword light was shattered in an instant. Under this terrifying sword aura, Nangong Huang actually went backwards a few steps. He looked at Madman Chu in disbelief. How is it possible? He was actually forced back by a sword. Yuaning Cultivation Base. The cultivation base of the Big Brother has reached the nascent soul realm. Mirangshuan, Junyi's face changed slightly. At this time, the cultivation base displayed by the Madman of Chu is surprisingly Yuaning realm. The spiritual power of the Yuaning realm, with the blessing of the combination of the 9-aperture exquisite sword heart and the human sword, can the madman of Chu force back Nangong Huang with a single sword. Fortunately, I got the Yuaning cultivation base experience card today. Otherwise, it might not be so easy to deal with this Nangong Huang. Chu Madman felt the surging spiritual power in his body and thought to himself. Just now, he used the Yuaning cultivation base experience card, which allowed his strength to rise to the Yuaning realm. The effect of the experience card can only last for half an hour, which is an hour, but this is enough for Madman Chu. Chapter 14. 3 big visions come out. Everyone is convinced. Nangong Huang looked at Madman Chu in disbelief. A sword. He was forced back with just one sword. He had never thought of this situation. He took a deep breath and looked at the Madman Chu in front of him very solemnly. Your strength is stronger than I thought, but if you think that you can be the big brother of Xian Tianzong in this way, then you are wrong. See my trick. Hunyuan Golden Light. Spiritual power surged in Nangong Huang's body, and a layer of mysterious golden light with Dao patterns appeared on his surface. The madman of Chu couldn't help but shine. Hunyuan Jingguangju. There are 3 saints in Xian Tianzong. Ziwei Emperor Tianjinju, 9 Sun God Ju, Hunyuan Jingguangju. Among them, Hunyuan Golden Light art can let people master a magical power called Hunyuan Golden Light. This magical power can be offensive and defensive, extremely mysterious. Nangong Huang's body was covered with golden light. Holding the Yuanhong holy sword in his hand, with great momentum, he suddenly cut out with a sword, and the golden light on his body exploded. Golden light covered the sword chi and cut towards the madman Chu. Rinshanin Ju. Chu Madman laughed. Mysterious Taoist rhyme flowed out of his body, and the surrounding air roared. Hands squeezed the mysterious magic method. The spiritual energy spewed out into a sacred mountain of ancient times, and the mountain of terror directly hit the golden sword aura. Burst into a blast, shocking the void. The escaped energy smashed holes and sword marks on the ground. Chu Madman, Nangong Huang bears the brunt, and each retreats. What method is this? For the first time, Nangong Huang, who has seen Rinshan Ju, was heart palpitated. But in the next instant, Madman Chu had already come to him. His palm was rolling with Dao Xian Huang Qi, and Rinshan Ju was played again. The terrifying impact caused the golden light on Nangong Huang's body to explode directly, and the bones of his body even heard a clicking sound. Nangong Huang vomited blood and flew out. And the madman of Chu stood with his hand in his hand, standing in front of Nangong Huang, dressed in a white robe, with a stunning demeanor, as high as a god. Good, so strong. Hunyuan Jingguang was actually broken. For so many years, with the exception of those cultivators who have a good head and face, even Daozi can't break the golden light of Brother Nangong. This madman of Chu is actually so powerful. The elegant demeanor is really fascinating. The madman of Chu stood not far from Nangong Huang and smiled faintly. Junior Brother Nangong, you are a bit different from what I thought. What do you mean? It's worse than I thought. You. Nangong Huang's face sank, furious. The spiritual power in his body circulates crazily, urging him to the extreme. His eyes suddenly burst into bright light, and a mysterious Taoist rhyme permeates. Chu Madman, take my best move. Yin and Yang Divine Light. Yin and Yang Divine Light. The Yin and Yang Divine Pupil has its own magical powers, and the Divine Light evolves the path of Yin and Yang Fortune. It is extremely mysterious. If it is used to attack an enemy, even a monk with a realm higher than Nangong Huang can hardly resist it. The madman of Chu only saw the divine light of black and white flowing in Nangong Huang's eyes, and then formed a vortex, emitting a divine light of black and white mixed together, and a yin and yang suddenly enveloped him. Sword of Heaven. The madman of Chu was motionless like a mountain, and a majestic sword intent burst out. Purple brilliance soared into the sky, evolving into a sword of heaven above his head, turning into a sword of heaven with 9 holes. Dao body vision appeared, and the madman Chu's combat power rose again. Holding the Kunwu sacred sword, he suddenly slashed towards the black and white divine light. The sword is one. The domineering purple sword light violently collided with the yin and yang divine light, and the terrifying impact made the surrounding void constantly turbulent. Seems to collapse. Gradually, the yin and yang divine light is eroded by the sword light. Yin-yang divine pupil is indeed the high-end existence in the 3,000 physiques, but it is far behind the supreme Taoist body like 9-orifice exquisite Jinshin. The sword of heaven broke through the yin and yang divine light. Nangong Huang was blasted back by the sword light again, and the golden light on his body was directly torn when it came into contact with the sword chi. The sword chi invaded his body and shuttled through him like countless small needles, seeming to crush his flesh and blood. This is the supreme Taoism. Nangong Huang's pupils shrank, and his face trembled in shock. 9 heavens sword prison. At this time, the madman Chu heard a soft drink again. The overwhelming sword aura vented out of his body, covering everything within a radius of 1,000 meters, and the boundless sword intent enveloped the world. Is like a prison. The second largest vision of 9 aperture exquisite sword heart, 9 heaven sword prison. Nangong Huang felt the sword energy around him, and his face was a little pale. After being wounded one after another, he was already intentionally and powerless to face this vision. But it's not over yet. Qinglian Sword Song. The sky full of sword energy shuttled under the feet of the madman of Chu, and it was intertwined and transformed into a huge green lotus. The lotus had 36 petals, and each petal had mysterious lines, as if it was deducing the principle of sword. There were waves of sword sounds echoing in the void, stimulating thousands of sword weapons in the Xiantian sect, and the sword mountain in the distance sounded like a shocking sword chant. The sword of heaven on the head of the madman of Chu, stepping on the 36th rank of sword energy green lotus, unfolding the 9-day sword prison. The 3 major visions of the Taoist body are all opened. He walked towards Nangong Huang step by step, like a peerless sword fairy. Countless disciples watched this scene with great shock, and Nangong Huang, who was under the pressure of the three major visions, was already shaking all over. This is impossible. How can he be so strong? In Nangong Huang's left and right eyes, two divine lights, black and white, were constantly shining, trying to urge the yin and yang pupils to resist the three big visions of the Taoist body. But this is totally useless. His eyes are so sore that the divine light can't show at www.impulnovel.com. There are 3,000 physiques in the world, and the exquisite sword heart of the 9 orifices is ranked in the top 10 supreme Taoist body, and the yin and yang divine pupil cannot be compared with it. Nangong Huang only knew how big the gap between the two was. Guru, Luo Shen, who was not far away, swallowed. Not long ago, the madman Chu and Jinshan dealt with him only to display the vision of the sword of heaven. But he could use the sword intent of Jinshan swords for his own use. Now, the three big visions of Madman Chu are all open. If this place was also in Jinshan, how terrible would it be? Luo Shen could not imagine. But he became more and more in awe of Madman Chu. The same goes for the rest of Taoism. And the disciples who watched all around looked at the madman Chu, who was like a peerless sword fairy, and truly recognized his identity as a big brother in his heart. It's no wonder that the leader will make a decree that will make Chu Quangren the chief senior brother. He does have this natural appearance. I am really convinced. Who can compare this peerless posture? I am afraid that the younger generation of the entire Azure Dragon region will not find a few Tianjiao who can compete with the big brother. Don't talk about the Azure Dragon region. Even if you look at the entire Sky Star, the big brother is definitely one of the best. The disciples' onlookers talked a lot and were convinced by the madman of Chu. Especially the young female disciples. Looking at the celestial expression of Madman Chu, the beautiful eyes are even more brilliant, and they really don't yearn for it. No matter what others say, he is my big brother. Oh my God, how could he be so pretty? It's handsome and strong. It makes people want to stop. Chapter 15. Go to the library. Want to learn Kendo. The three visions of the Taoist body are all open together. The mysterious Taoist rhyme surrounds the Chu madman, plus his own banal temperament. At this time, he is like a peerless sword fairy, and all the disciples watching the battle are convinced. And in the distance, in the Hall of Longevity, Venerable Xuanqi suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a surprise in his eyes. The Supreme Taoist body is the Supreme Taoist body, and it is easy to have the power to crush the same realm. My Xuantianzong has the potential to be great. Tianjizi said that the reopening of this world's Emperor Road will break the shackles of the ancient Wudi. The madman is the Supreme Taoist body, and he is sure to fight for the throne of this world. Madman, don't let me down. Venerable Xin Qi whispered softly, with endless expectations in his eyes. The other high-level members in the Xiantian sect also noticed the Taoist rhyme pouring out of the madman Chu, and similarly, hope was born in their hearts. Ling Tiandao Palace. The madman of Chu displayed the three-dimensional vision, walked slowly in front of Nangong Huang, and said faintly, I call you junior brother. Would you like to answer? Nangong Huang's expression changed, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. But in front of the current madman Chu, he doesn't even have the ability to resist, let alone fight the opponent for the position of the chief senior. After pondering for a while, Nangong Huang lowered her arrogant head, with a respectful tone. Nangong, see you big brother. In a word, Xian Tianzong's strongest Taoist declared surrender. Countless disciples are shocked. Even Nangong Huang was defeated. At this time, no one questioned the identity of the madman Chu. At this moment, he is the chief senior brother of Xian Tianzong. Junior brother Nangong is polite. Chu madman smiled faintly. He put away the three big visions of Taoism. The boundless sword pressure gradually dissipated, and the soaring sword chants of the Xiantian sword mountain in the distance also disappeared, and calm was restored. Senior brother, please come in for a comment. After forcefully conquered Nangong Huang, the madman of Chu invited him to follow him into the Dao Palace, which was gentle and polite, which was like a spring breeze. Nangong Huang had just stepped into the Dao Palace, and was also shocked by the abundant spiritual energy inside. The Dao Palace where he was located was also one of the best practice sites in Xintian sect, but it was far from Ling Tian Dao Palace. Several people exchanged the way of practice in the Taoist Palace, and with the participation of Nangong Huang, everyone exchanged for a full day and night. After everyone left, Madman Chu stretched his waist and yawned. These people are really talkative, but I'm exhausted. Xiaobing brought a cup of tea to him next to him. Thank you. The sun is polite. After taking a sip of tea, the Madman Chu said to the two women, How about it? Have you been in the audience for so long? Have you gained something? Some and some. I have benefited a lot. Xiaobing nodded and said, his face was so excited that a little ruddy color appeared. A few Daozi are the top young monks in the contemporary era, and their practice experience is not even less than that of some monks who have practiced for hundreds of years. Their discussion on the Tao can make Xiaobing who listened to them take back too much. Xiaobing even feels that if he goes to retreat now, he may break through to the Golden Core realm in minutes. You must know that most of the people who can reach the Golden Core realm in Zantianzong are true biography, and Xiaobing is only an outer disciple. Fair. Lan Yu nodded slightly. Although Nangong Huang, Morong Xian and others have a different practice direction from hers, but the stones of other mountains can be used for jade, there are still many things to learn from, and it will also help her practice. That's good. Madman Chu nodded. The color of thinking also appeared on his face. This exchange also gave him some inspiration, the most important of which is to make him feel the lack of attack methods. He has a 9-hole exquisite sword heart. Of course he is majoring in Kendo at this stage, but he knows very few Kendo methods. Ziwei Emperor Tianjin Ju focuses on the foundation, incompetent moves, and some of the other moves are only medium and high-grade magic techniques. Compared with the Heavenly Waterfall Sword Ju, the Heavenly Sun Sword Ju is a lot worse. Although there are 3 big visions of Taoism to make up for, the visions are after all of vision, which is different from the practice of Zheng Buying. Although Rinshan Yinjue is powerful, it is not a real Kendo technique after all. It cannot give full play to the role of the Dao style. No matter how you say it, you have to learn a supreme Kendo technique. Chu Madman whispered. Just as he was thinking, the voice of Venerable Xuanqi rang in his ear. Madman, come here. Chu Madman was slightly surprised, and then he explained to Lan Yu and Xiaobing. In the Hall of Longevity, Venerable Xian Qi sat on a futon, and when he sensed that Madman Chu was coming, he turned and looked at him, with relief in his eyes. When I made you the chief disciple that day, I knew that Nangong Huang and other Taoists would not admit you easily, but I didn't expect you to convince them in just a few days, which is gratifying. The Madman Chu rolled his eyes and sighed. It is estimated that when he was troubled by a few Taoists, his chief master was afraid that he was watching a good show in secret and would not help him. Master is a good calculation, but he also knew that the other party was testing him, so he didn't care about it. Are there any doubts in practice these days? The Madman of Chu thought for a while, and brought up the lack of attack methods. Venerable Xian Qi smiled faintly. This is easy to handle. There are many swordsmanship methods in the Xuantianzong collection library. You can take this jade order and watch it at will. He took out an ancient jade order and gave it to Madman Chu, www.umplanovel.com, and then said, Madman, this is a world of great controversy. You have the hope of Xuantianzong on your body. You have to work hard. Row. The student will definitely live up to the high expectations of the teacher. Okay. Venerable Xian Qi encouraged a few more words. Then, Madman Chu left the Hall of Longevity. Library of Books, the important place of Xiantianzong. Besides all kinds of practice methods, there are also all kinds of strange records, all-encompassing. The man who is in charge of the library is an old man with white eyebrows. This person is the high-level elder of Xiantianzong, ranked 7th, with an extraordinary cultivation base. After seeing Madman Chu arrived, the 7th elders lighted up and greeted him. Heh, the chief is here, I don't know what to do. The Madman of Chu is not only the chief disciple of Xiantianzong, but also the supreme Taoist body. Xiantianzong is the key to fighting for the throne of this world. Even the high-level elders do not dare to neglect it. I have seen the 7 elders. Madman Chu nodded slightly. I am here this time to find some Kendo practice. Xuantianzong's practice methods are on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The chief can watch it by himself, so I won't bother you. Well, the 7th elders go on their own. The library is divided into 5 floors. The first floor contains various books on biography, humanities, geography, and astronomy. The true practice methods are on the 2nd and 3rd levels, and the 4th level is a variety of rare supreme practices in the outside world. Only true disciples are qualified to watch. The 5th floor has the least books, but it is also the most important. It is the foundation of Xian Tianzong. In addition to the head, even Daozi must go through the formalities and get approval before entering. However, the Madman of Chu has a jade order given by Venerable Xuanqi. All floors of the library are open to him, and he can enter and leave immediately. Chapter 16. The Madman of Chu enlightened the Tao and the Supreme Protector. After entering the library, the Madman of Chu went straight to the 3rd floor, where all the magic techniques are top grade, and there are many kendo techniques. For example, the Qianfeng sword art that the original body learned before is in it. There were a lot of people in the 3rd floor, most of them disciples of the inner and outer sections. After seeing the Madman Chu, they all attracted attention. Look, it's Madman Chu. What Madman Chu? Should be called Big Brother now. Yes, I heard that Daozi Nangong Huang was defeated by him, and he was convinced by him. The name of Chief Xiantian is already worthy of the name. I have long heard that the elder brother's style is moving. Even if it is the sun and the moon in the sky, it will be overshadowed by the sun and the moon. It really is. There are such men in the world. Countless disciples were all talking in low voices. The originally quiet Song Shu Gu suddenly became a bit noisy, and the man in Chu frowned slightly. Quiet. An old voice sounded. But it was the 7th elder who noticed the strangeness of everyone and stopped shouting. The 7th elder spoke, and the noise was immediately suppressed, but everyone still turned their eyes to Madman Chu intentionally or unintentionally. In this regard, Madman Chu could only see nothing. He walked straight to a row of bookshelves and took a kendo classic. The top-grade magic method, 13 Swords of Fufeng. The Madman of Chu whispered the name of this classic. Then he walked aside and began to read. After a while, the Madman Chu knew the mystery of Fufeng 13 swords, and he had completely mastered this magic. Jiuqiao Linglong Jinshin is a born kendo monk who can quickly master any kendo technique, which is extremely terrifying. A sage like the Ziwei Emperor Heavenly Sword Art, a Madman of Chu can understand it in less than half a day, not to mention this superb technique. After studying a kendo classic, the Madman Chu was determined to try the limit of his 9-orifice exquisite swordsman, so he did not rush to the 4th floor to learn the supreme law, but stayed in the 3rd floor. He continued to learn the remaining kendo methods in the 3rd floor. Blue Wind Sword Shadow. Songyue Sword Art. Li's 26-way sword. Swordsmanship to ward off evil. This name is really good. Dragon Quick Sword. Yin and Yang Sword. Chu Madman drew a kendo classic from the bookshelf and turned over it for a while and quickly grasped it. As he continued to comprehend a variety of kendo methods, he seemed to have a deeper understanding of kendo. The people in the library are unknown, so they watch the Madman Chu constantly looking for books, flipping books, looking for books, flipping books, looking for books. Master, what is this doing? Yes, every book was put back in my hand after a while. Why would I take it out if I didn't learn it? Weird. What did the big brother come to the library? Countless disciples are puzzled. There are also some female disciples who look at the Madman Chu who is looking for books and flipping books. Unexpectedly, Big Brother can even be so handsome when flipping books. Time passed, and one morning passed. And as the Madman Chu learned more kendo classics, the deeper his understanding of kendo, the faster he turned the book. The 3rd floor of the library can hide tens of thousands of practice methods, and Xian Tianzong is good at kendo, of which kendo methods account for about 30%. One morning, the 3,000 kendo techniques actually taught Chu Kuangren 5 or 600 kinds of methods. I'm afraid that few people would believe it. The 1st floor of the library. 7th elder sitting on a recliner, he closed his eyes slightly, released his spiritual thoughts, and followed the actions of the 3rd layer Chu Madman. What is the chief doing? The 7th elder suddenly opened his eyes, with a confused expression on his face. It was him. and he couldn't guess the secret behind what the Madman Chu did. Could it be that he could master the practice by just flipping through the book? Such an idea popped up in the head of the seventh elder. Then, he shook his head, feeling a little absurd. But when he thought that Madman Chu was the supreme Taoist body, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. It is rumored that the 9-aperture Linglong Jinshin can quickly master the Kendo method. Is the chief really learning? He remembered the classics that Madman Chu had previously turned over. Without exception, they all have the practice of Kendo. Thinking of this possibility, the seventh elder couldn't help but numb his scalp. Is it really so scary? The seventh elder released Ling Yin and continued to pay attention to the movement of Madman Chu. 600, 700, 800, 1,100 books, 1,200 books, 1,300 books. The Madman of Chu kept flipping through the Kendo classics on the 3rd floor of the library, and his understanding of Kendo was rapidly improving. The next day, the Madman of Chu has finished reading the 16th and 10th Kendo classics, and his body gradually reveals a mysterious sword rhyme. The 7th elder who had been observing the Madman Chu felt the rhyme of the sword. His heart was shocked, and his face was full of shock. The Tao is natural. The chief is enlightening the Tao. Enlightenment. This is an extremely rare state for monks. There are monks, and there is no way to get them for a lifetime. According to rumors, there was an emperor who sat withered under a tree for 3 days and 3 nights in ancient times, and then broke through 3 realms in one day and became a peerless king. There are also people who fully comprehend and emperor scripture in the state of enlightenment. There are countless rumors like this. But without exception, enlightened people can get great gains. No, they must be notified to the head. 7th elder quickly took out the communication compass and notified Venerable Xuanqi. Almost when he sent a message a second ago, Yu reading www. Akanchu. In the next second, Venerable Xuanqi came to the library. When he saw the Madman Chu who was flipping through the book, his face was overjoyed. The way is natural, and it is really enlightening. Quickly, let the rest of the library come out. Don't disturb the madman's enlightenment, and then block this place. Don't let anyone come near. Venerable Xian Qi said quickly. The state of enlightenment is extremely rare. He must not allow anyone to disturb Madman Chu. The enlightenment of this villain is almost equivalent to killing his parents. Soon, the other disciples in the library were taken out without knowing what they were doing. Then, Venerable Xuanqi and the elders guarded the library around the library, not allowing others to approach. Because the Chu Madman enlightened Tao, it almost shook the entire Xiantian sect. Many disciples watched Venerable Xuanqi and other high-level people who usually see the dragon but never see the end gather in the library, with shocked faces. What's the situation? Why are all these big guys out? Looking at them, they seem to be guarding? Guardian? What a joke. Even the supreme head is dispatched. Tell me they are guarding? Who is such a big shelf, and lets so many big men protect the law for him? There seems to be only one person in the library. I just heard an elder talk about enlightenment. Could it be that the senior brother is enlightening now? The head is protecting him. Enlightenment. Big brother is enlightening. If this is the case, it makes sense. It seems that the masters really look at the big brother, and they will protect him. Enlightenment. I'm a little confused. Isn't the big brother playing in the library? Can I find enlightenment by turning it over? Big brother is really amazing. Chapter 17, Golden Enlightenment Card, Enhanced Enlightenment State. In addition to Venerable Xuanqi and other high-ranking officials, a few Daozi were among the crowd. They looked at the library with surprises. Enlightenment. Big brother is actually enlightening. This is the supreme Taoist body. Now that you understand the Tao again, the big brother will be the first person of the young generation in the Azure Dragon domain in the future. According to the rumors, the world's #1 divine calculation Tianji said a few years ago that Emperor Road will restart and there will be another emperor in this era. In my opinion, the big brother is amazing, and he will surely be able to ascend the throne. Several Taoists couldn't help but feel awe in their hearts. Nangong Huang, who had just been defeated by the Madman of Chu, showed a wry smile on his face. It seems that I am going to surpass him. I am afraid it will be as difficult as the sky. Although he was convinced by Chu Madman, But which young man does not want to be the best of the same generation and look down upon the common people? Nangong Huang is no exception. But Chu Madman is so enchanting. He couldn't help feeling a little weak in his heart. In the library, the madman of Chu is still reading various Kendo classics. In the state of enlightenment, he is learning and comprehending the methods of Kendo faster and faster. It is almost a Kendo classic that can be mastered by scanning it once. This is a dream for any swordsman in the world. But the madman of Chu is calm, without sadness or joy. At this time, he is immersed in the mystery of Kendo. Soon, he had read the 3,000 Kendo classics on the third floor of the library, and his understanding of Kendo far exceeded his own before. Go to the fourth floor. The madman of Chu did not stay at all, and entered the fourth floor of the library. There are far fewer classics here than the third level, but they are all supreme methods. There are hundreds of them, and there are nearly 100 types of Kendo methods. The madman of Chu picked up a supreme dharma. Leaving the azure dragon sword art, he flipped through the sword in his hand. Compared with the third level of magic, the fourth level of supreme law is much more mysterious, and it is not at the same level at all. Even if it is a madman of Chu, he occasionally needs to pause and think to understand the mystery. If it is a madman of Chu who has not read the 3,000 Kendo classics before, I am afraid it is more than just a pause. But even so, it is still terrifying in the eyes of others. The rest of the monks have to comprehend one supreme law. Even if the true disciples of Xian Tianzong say nothing, it takes 1.5 years to achieve success, but the madman of Chu has mastered nearly 10 supreme laws in less than half a day. 9 days of exquisite sword heart and enlightenment state. It is really terrifying. Ordinary people can comprehend the supreme dharma. It is impossible to achieve without 12 years of work. Even if it is a genius, it takes 1.5 years, but every time the chief turns over a supreme dharma, the rhyme of the sword will become stronger. Looking at the previous situation, he is afraid that he has mastered it. It is too terrible. For a long time, 10 supreme methods. What kind of fairy tale is this? If I saw it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Several high-level elders were all frightened. Venerable Xian Qi was also shocked. But then, they were all ecstatic. With this son, the emperor in this world is my Xian Tianzong. Haha, my Xuan Tianzong will usher in endless glory. The fourth floor of the library. The madman of Chu is constantly learning and mastering the swordsmanship method of the supreme law level, and the rhyme of swordsmanship revealed on his body is getting stronger. He was sitting by the window, flipping through the classics in his hand, his expression calm, the sun shone on him, as if covering him with a golden gauze. With his dusty temperament, handsome beauty, and the flowing charm of swordsmanship, everything makes him look like an immortal. Tens of thousands of disciples outside the library of books looked at the dreamlike scene in front of them. They were all amazed, and they all felt that the madman of Chu was not like a mortal person. At this moment, some people say that he is a fairy, and some people probably believe it. A high-level female elder looked at Madman Chu with a pair of beautiful eyes. This person is really too dusty, too evil. Beside, Venerable Xuanqi laughed. Elder Ruyan, you are very excited. Do you want to try it? If I were 1,000 years younger, I would definitely give it a try, but unfortunately, I am old and yellow, no longer in the past. Elder Ruyan touched his white and flawless cheeks and said with emotion. Venerable Xuanqi rolled his eyes. Elder Ruyan, you are only more than 1,600 years old now. In the realm of Venerable, you are considered young. It is probably not a problem to live for several thousand years. Ruyan shook his head. I feel that my potential has been exhausted. If there is no fate, I am afraid that it will be difficult to move forward in this life. But the madman of Chu is different. He is a supreme Taoist body with an ancient talent. It may be possible within 100 years. Impact the supreme, even the throne within 1,000 years. Compared with that, I am just the light of rice grains. I am not qualified to stand with him. I still have this self-knowledge. Hey, Elder Ruyan's words are not correct. You are the venerable. Even if you are not a true wife, you can still be a concubine for a madman. Fuck you, I'm not ashamed. Ruyan Elder smiled and cursed. The two joked a few words in the air, but Ling Yin always surrounded them, defending the madman of Chu. and did not dare to be careless. Time passed, and another 2 days passed. The Madman of Chu has seen the supreme swordsmanship on the 4th layer 7 or 788, but he still has not escaped from the state of enlightenment. And in the past few days, in addition to learning the Kendo method in the library, he has not forgotten the chance to draw a lottery once a day. The morning sun is rising, and it is another brand new day. The Madman Chu looked at the fantasy roulette that only he could see in front of him and muttered a lottery draw. And the roulette turned quickly www.unrivaled.com. Congratulations to the host for drawing a golden item Enlightenment card. Huh. Chu Madman's heart whispered, Enlightenment card? This is the first time he has drawn a gold-level item after 10 consecutive draws, and he is now in a state of enlightenment, and now he has drawn an Enlightenment card. I have to say that this surprised him. Enlightenment card, as the name suggests, is a card that allows people to enter the state of enlightenment. It has the same effect as the Yuan Ying Cultivation experience card drawn before, and both of them have a time limit. I am now in the state of enlightenment. If I use this Enlightenment card again, what will it be like? Chu Madman thought. The state of enlightenment is rare. After this time, he wants to enter the state of enlightenment by himself again, but I don't know when. It's better to try. Chu Madman thought to himself, and then used the Enlightenment card. In a blink of an eye, his mind shook, as if the sky's spirit cover was lifted and then poured into ice water. Immediately afterwards, Madman Chu only felt that his head was clearer than ever before, and countless thoughts and feelings poured in. The state of enlightenment plus the golden Enlightenment card. At this moment, the Madman of Chu had an unprecedentedly clear understanding of Tao, and countless lines of Tao seemed to emerge in front of him, within reach. The Madman of Chu took advantage of this state to master all the remaining supreme methods one by one in the 4th layer. Outside the library, Venerable Xuanqi and others looked at each other. Did I have an illusion? His perception of the supreme Dharma has become faster. No, it's not an illusion. His perception of the supreme Dharma has indeed become faster, and it's not even a bit faster. Gosh, what happened? Chapter 18. Evolve 10,000 Kendo. Create a Holy King method. The blessing of the Enlightenment card strengthened the state of enlightenment of the Madman of Chu to an incredible level. Comprehending the supreme Dharma is as easy as eating and drinking water. This scene frightened Venerable Xuanqi and others. This is a bit scary. Indeed, what happened in this? Venerable Xianqi looked at each other, wondering what happened. But the state of enlightenment is something that can be encountered and cannot be sought. It is a mysterious state. Even if some weird things happen, it is not incomprehensible, and they don't think much about it. At this time, the Madman Chu had arrived on the 5th floor of the library. The 5th floor, this is the highest floor of the Tsangshu Pavilion and the foundation of Xiantianzong. It records more than a dozen top-notch practices. Every one is the most top-notch supreme Dharma, is only slightly inferior to the 3 saints. Different from the 4th level, the dozens of supreme Dharma on the 5th level are all recorded on stone tablets. Some are palm prints, some are sword marks, and some are mysterious characters. Every stone tablet reveals a rhyme of Taoism, as if it is explaining the principles of Taoism. If it weren't for a monk with a high level of cultivation or an extraordinary posture, it would be impossible to comprehend anything from these dozen stone tablets. But the Madman Chu glanced over, and countless mysteries reverberated violently in his mind, and he absorbed them one by one. Even if it was about swordsmanship, he could quickly understand and master it. The state of enlightenment plus Enlightenment card is too scary. There are 17 top-notch supreme methods in the 5th layer, among which there are 5 kinds of swordsmanship, each of which is unpredictable. The Madman of Chu walked to one of the steels, which recorded a supreme method of summoning the dragon and tiger sword art, which was extremely profound. Even if it is Nangong Huang and Murong Xian, it will take at least a few months for a top arrogant like Murong Xian to make a little progress. But the Madman of Chu fully grasped it after watching it for a while. He put his gaze on another stone tablet. Only for a while, Madman Chu completely mastered the several swordsmanship methods in the 5th floor. At this time, the sword rhyme revealed on his body was extremely strong, and he looked like a sword fairy from a distance. I have mastered all the Kendo methods in the library, whether it is the top-grade magic method or the supreme method. But why? I have a sense of emptiness in my heart. There are thousands of kendo methods. Which one should I use? The madman Chu sat cross-legged on the spot, with a touch of confusion in his eyes. The various kendo methods that he has mastered in the library these days are constantly appearing in his mind. There are wonderful methods and supreme methods. And the rhyme of the sword on his body is also changing. Boom. I saw an amazing sword light burst out of Madman Chu. In the sword light, there is a big blue dragon flaring its teeth and dancing its claws. It is so powerful that countless disciples outside the library can't help but exclaim, "This is the supreme law, the sword art from the Azure Dragon." Why did the chief suddenly use his sword skills? No, it's not right. This is not performed by the chief, but the Tao Yun on his body is naturally manifested. What is he going to do? When everyone exclaimed, the rhyme of the swordsmanship on Chu Madman changed again. In the sword light, a golden sun suddenly rose. The big day became apparent, and the surrounding air became extremely hot. This is the supreme law, Heavenly Sun's sword art. Daozi Nirangshuan's pupils shrink slightly. He also practices the Heavenly Sun sword art, and he can't be more familiar with this technique. There was another crash. There are countless sword auras in the sky that condense into a silver-white waterfall. Supreme Law, Heavenly Waterfall Sword Art. Nangong Huang, who also practiced the Heavenly Waterfall Sword Art, was also surprised. But this is not over yet. As the rhyme of the sword doctrine in the Madman of Chu continues to evolve, the mysterious essence of a variety of kendo methods is transformed into the sky above the Tsangshu Pavilion. The blue dragon leaps into the sky. The waterfall is high. The sky is across the sky. The sword aura condenses into a big mountain. A dragon and a tiger flies out in the air to fight. Suddenly a storm rises, sweeping the sky, and there is sword aura like a heavy rain. Supreme Law, Dragon Tiger Sword Art. The top-grade magic method, 13 swords. Supreme Law, Jinyue 1 sword. This is the Supreme Dharma River flowing into the ocean. Oh my God, there are so many kendo techniques, and each of them has reached perfection, and the mysteries have been fully utilized. Looking at the various visions that appeared one after another in the sky above the library, countless disciples' exclamations one after another, their faces were shocked. Even the seniors, such as Venerable Xianqi, were stunned. He has mastered all the kendo techniques in the library. Chief, this is evolving thousands of swordsmanship methods by himself. This kind of behavior is like preaching by a saint. It's too powerful. All the disciples watched carefully and understood the mystery. Venerable Xianqi suddenly said to the disciples behind him. Some of the disciples have already recovered their minds, watching the mystery of various swordsmanship methods, and gradually, they are actually intoxicated. There are disciples who have confirmed what they have learned and strive for perfection. There is a disciple, Mao Sai, suddenly ecstatic. There are also dull people who seem to have caught something, but they always pass by in a flash, scratching their ears and beating their feet. Venerable Xianqi stared at the handlers in the library, his eyes solemnly, evolving thousands of swordsmanship, like a saint preaching, but the madman's cultivation is still shallow. How did he do it? What is he doing? The madman of Chu is only in the realm of Jin Dan, 1,000 miles away from the saint, but he has done what a saint can do. This kind of thing is like a fantasy, incredible. The madman of Chu in the library was unaware of what was happening outside. He still sat cross-legged in the same place, and the various kendo techniques he had mastered constantly appeared in his mind, allowing his entire body to evolve. Gradually, a kind of understanding suddenly came to my heart. The sword www.telnovel.com is also a murderous soldier. Kendo, as the way to attack. There are thousands of swordsmanship methods in the world, no matter how mysterious, but in the final analysis, it is just to shoot the sword and kill the enemy. No matter how gorgeous the process, no matter how the sky is falling, they are all born for the attack. The eyes of the madman in Chu became clearer. The countless kendo techniques that he had mastered in his mind seemed to be peeling away at this moment, and their essence gradually exposed before his eyes. Fade away the gorgeous shell, leaving only the purest attack. These moves are constantly evolving in his mind. In the end, there was only one trick left. This trick is extremely simple. It's so simple that it cannot even be called a move, because this move is just to release the sword and retract the sword. At this time, the outside world. Above the library, the visions evolving from various swordsmanship methods suddenly disappeared, and countless disciples came back to their senses, and some of them were still unfinished. How did it disappear? I was almost able to rise to the next level. No, you see, the vision disappeared, but a large number of Taoist rhymes still hovered over the library for a long time. These rhymes suddenly rolled like clouds, and then condensed into a huge white figure holding a long sword. This figure looks exactly like Chu Madman. Saw the figure suddenly shoot out the sword. It's just a simple cross-cut. Even an ordinary person who has never practiced a sword can do a good job picking up a dead branch. But from this cut, countless disciples have seen the purest meaning of kendo attack. Saw the most amazing kendo in the world. Venerable Xuanqi couldn't help exclaiming, "Holy King Law!" Chapter 19. Big Brother Gao Yi, cut the sky and draw the sword. The huge figure cut out with a sword, and the purest intention of attack burst forth. The horrible sword intent enveloped 100 li, and countless disciples felt this sword intent. Even Daozi felt a palpitation. And Venerable Xuanqi exclaimed on the spot, "Holy King Law!" The other high levels are also shocked. And then, the rhyme of the void is flowing, and the mysterious sound echoes in the sky, like a heaven. A large amount of air gushes out, forming a blossoming golden lotus. This is the sound of the avenue, the ground springing golden lotus. This kind of vision can only appear when a monk breaks through to the holy person, or when something related to the holy way occurs. Holy King Law? Did the chief create a Holy King Law? This kind of terrifying sword intent and Taoist rhyme can never be achieved by the ordinary sage method. This is definitely the sage method. The 3 characters of Saint King Law came out, and everyone was shocked. You should know that after the last emperor of the ancient times fell, the Sky Star entered the ancient era known as the era of the fall of the emperor. From the ancient times to the present, no emperor was born, and the Holy King is the most peak existence, and there are not many holy kings in the entire Sky Star. Naturally, there are not many holy kings. Even the Xuantianzong and other saints do not have the Holy King's Law, but the madman of Chu is now in front of them, forcibly creating a Holy King's Law that can crush the world's laws. From ancient times to the present, even the supreme Taoist body, but I have never heard of anyone who created the Holy King Dharma in the Golden Core realm. This is too scary. Venerable Xuanqi looked at the Madman Chu in the library in horror. He thought that he had looked up to Madman Chu as high as possible, but the other party repeatedly proved by actions that he was still down. He will not fall. This world's emperor is my Xianyun sect. Venerable Xian Qi said frantically. He was convinced that there is absolutely no celestial arrogant in the sky stars that can create the Holy King Law in the Golden Core, but the Madman of Chu can. Based on this, Madman Chu far surpassed the rest of Tianjiao. Master, please get me a steel containing the road. Chu Madman suddenly said. And Venerable Xian Qi seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly called someone to pick up a steel containing the road. The Zai Taoist tablet is made of peculiar stone, which can record the Taoist rhyme for a long time. Some methods are so sophisticated that it is difficult to record with words or ordinary characters, so the Taoist rhyme is included. For example, those supreme dharma on the 5th floor of Tsongshu Pavilion were recorded in this way for the enlightenment of Xuanzhenzongmen. Soon, a black road-carrying tablet was transported to the door of Tsongshu Pavilion, and the Madman Chu, upon seeing this, summoned Kunwu, the holy sword in his body. Kunwu held his hand. The Madman Chu slightly closed his eyes, stood silently for a while, then lifted Kunwu and struck towards the stone tablet. A flash of sword light flashed past and fell on the stone tablet. There was a sword mark more than a foot deep on the original stone steel, and a terrifying Taoist rhyme spewed out from the sword mark, covering the whole stone steel in the blink of an eye. He put the Taoist rhyme of the Saint King's Law into the steel of the Saint King, and everyone can use the steel to understand the Saint King's Law. The beautiful eyes of the elder Rian glowed. The others also looked at Madman Chu with excitement. Chu Madman's move is too significant for the entire Xuantianzong, which means that Xuantianzong will have his own Holy King in the future. It is possible for anyone to comprehend the Holy King's law. The Xian Tianzong who masters the Holy King's law will have a higher foundation and strength. Chief Gaoyi, an elder said loudly, and the other disciples completely agreed with Madman Chu at this moment and admired him from the bottom of his heart and had no objections. Big Brother Gaoyi! Big Brother Gaoyi! All the disciples shouted in unison. The sound wave shook the sky. And the Madman Chu, who had done all this, gradually broke away from the state of enlightenment, and the effect of the Enlightenment card had also disappeared. However, he created the Holy King Dharma in the state of enlightenment through the thousands of swordsmanship methods in the Tsangshu Pavilion, but it was branded in his mind. Various visions disappeared one by one. After calming down, the Madman Chu walked out of the library and came to Venerable Xuanqi and the others, bowing his hands slightly. I have seen the Master, the Elder. Madman, you are welcome. You have not only benefited a lot from your enlightenment this time, but also for the Xian Tianzong. Venerable Xian Qi was very excited and looked at Madman Chu admiringly. Slightly gained, Chu Madman said modestly. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help rolling their eyes. This Holy King's law has been created. Is it only a small gain? Venerable Xuanqi said. By the way, Madman, you have just created this Holy King law. What name do you want to use? Not yet. It's better to ask the teacher to give you a name. Chu Madman thought for a while. It is a privilege to name the Holy King law. Other venerables don't have this treatment because they can't create the Holy King law. How can the tycoon who created the Holy King's method let others name his method? Only Madman Chu, a freak who can create the Holy King's law in the Golden Core realm, would bestow this honor to others. Let Venerable Xuanqi name his Holy King Fa, which is nothing but a word for Madman Chu. He doesn't mind using this to pull in the relationship between the master and the disciple. Sure enough, Venerable Xuanqi heard this. His eyes brightened, his face flushed with excitement. But when he thought that he was in front of his apprentice, he wanted to maintain the majesty of the teacher. He suppressed his emotions. He said with a serious face, this method of the Holy King seems simple. Only the move of the sword, and the sword www.novel.com, but it is a return to the basics, and the meaning of Kendo's fast, accurate, and ruthless attack is brought to the fullest. In my opinion, it's better to call Zhantian and swordsmanship. Chu Madman heard the words, nodded slightly, and said, then, according to the words of the master, this Holy King's method is named Zhantian and swordsmanship. As soon as his words fell, the sky suddenly roared as if he was recognizing the name. Not far away, the stone monument vibrated, and there were stone chips falling on it, and the 5 characters of Zhantian and swordsmanship appeared. Avenue recognition. From now on, this method will call the sky-cutting and sword-drawing skills. Haha, with this sword-cutting technique, my Xuantianzong's background will be raised to a higher level, and in time, I will be able to crown the Dragon Realm. Next, Venerable Xian Qi asked him to put the stone tablet that records the art of slashing the sky and drawing the sword into the 5th floor of the library, under strict supervision. Chu Madman also left the library and returned to Lingtian Taoist Palace. In the Taoist Palace, Xiaobing had long heard that Madman Chu had created the Holy King Law in the Tsangshu Pavilion, and she praised him. In the entire Xintian sect, everyone from the senior elders to the outer disciples were all talking about Madman Chu. I heard that I have created a Holy King method in the library, the sound of the avenue, the golden lotus from the ground. It is amazing. I'm on the scene. It's so awesome. Master is really a man of God. How long has it been since he became our big brother? He actually created the Holy King Law. Unbelievable, in my opinion, as far as Tianzi is concerned, the entire Azure Dragon region, no, the entire Sky Star Young generation is unmatched. It's more than Tianzi. As far as looks are concerned, the entire Sky Star is unreachable. That face looks so beautiful on the tip of my heart. Chapter 20. Qingyun Prince Gu Chang'e, Invincible of the same generation. Ling Tian Dao Palace. In the courtyard, Madman Chu was lying on a deck chair. Next to Xiaobing was holding a plate of grapes, holding a grape from time to time and feeding it to Madman Chu. At the side, Lan Yu was wearing a blue and white skirt, sitting cross-legged, with a dark guqin in front of him. Lan Yu's 10 fingers flicked, and the wonderful melody slowly echoed. What? The madman of Chu opened his mouth to grab a grape that Xiaobing had fed, and listened to the sound of the piano played by Lan Yu, squinting his eyes with a pleasant appearance. Xiaobing was peeling grapes next to him. Watching Madman Chu's face up close, his face was reddening, and his heart was unspeakable joy. The outside world is eager for the sun, and there are countless women who want to see him, but she can feed the sun by herself. Thinking about it, she was very happy. One song. Lan Yu smiled faintly. What else do you want to hear? In addition to being a powerful warrior, she is also proficient in temperament. Madman Chu has only recently discovered this. I have to say, Lan Yu is really too good to say anything. Beautiful, powerful, and obedient to Chu Madman. No need. If I continue to fall like this, I really won't be able to climb out of your gentle homeland. Madman Chu shook his head and smiled. He stretched. I'm going to practice. It has been nearly a month since he created the Holy King Law. His cultivation has made great progress in this month. From the first time he entered the Golden Core to the current Golden Core consummation, there is only one step away from the nascent soul stage. And within this month, Madman Chu has extracted a lot of things from the fantasy roulette, but most of them are black iron, silver grade, and except for a few pieces, the rest are useless to him. For example, some elixirs, exercises, spiritual marrow, etc., all of which were used by him to cultivate Xiaobing. So in this month, except for him, Xiaobing also improved a lot. In the afternoon, Madman Chu just finished his practice. Xiaobing informed him that Daozi Nangong Huang and Murongxuan were visiting. Road Palace, in the lobby. Brother, you finally came. Murongxuan greeted him with excitement after seeing Madman Chu. The Madman Chu's face changed slightly, and he took a half step back. So excited, people who didn't know thought you saw your girlfriend who had been gone for a long time. His beauty can't even be controlled by a man. Murongxian stood there in embarrassment. Brother, are you serious about taking a half step back? A small action hurts so much. I have seen the big brother. Nangong Huang bowed slightly. Since being convinced by the madman of Chu, and seeing the other party's creation of the Holy King Law, he now worships the other party more and more. Is a little fan like everyone else in Xuantianzong. You are welcome, two brothers, sit down. After the two sat down, Murongxian took the lead to speak. I came to the big brother this time because I want to ask your opinion about something. Oh, what's the matter? Big brother has ever heard of Guanga. Guanga, Madman Chu whispered, seemingly impressed, and then he asked, Qingyun Prince Guanga? Yes, it is this person. Nangong Huang said solemnly. In this world of great controversy, all kinds of arrogant talents emerge endlessly, like 100 flowers blooming, contending for beauty. And Guanga is one of the most magnificent flowers among the hundreds of flowers, and is a supreme arrogant who is famous in the world. Even better than Nangong Huang. And the power behind the Qingyun Prince Qingyun dynasty is also the top sage lineage in the Azure Dragon domain, not weaker than Xiantianzhou. What happened to this person? The madman Chu asked after thinking about the information about Guanga. Guanga left the Qingyun dynasty capital half a month ago. In the name of communication, he went all the way through Jing Valley, 10,000 Feizong, Link Suzong, and 5 Elements sect, for great sages, and lost 8 consecutive Daozi. Murongxian said slowly, his tone also showing a little dignity. Hearing this, Madman Chu didn't know the purpose of these two people coming to him. Are you afraid that he will also challenge Xiantianzong? The challenge is definitely a challenge. Nangong Huang said. He is shaping the heart of invincibility. Not bad. Nangong Huang continued. A few years ago, Tianjizi once said that the road to the emperor of this world will be restarted, and all Tianjiao in the sky star did not want to fight for the throne of this world. Guanga lost all the roads in a row. Ways to shape the heart of invincibility. I want to take this one step on the road of emperor. Only by defeating him can we destroy this process. Otherwise, when his invincible heart is completed, I am afraid that it will be difficult for someone to compete with him. It's just that it's not easy to defeat him. This person is incomparable among the younger generation and has few rivals. The stronger ones of the older generation are not easy to shoot. According to rumors, there is a protector of the noble state beside Guanga. Even if someone wants to start secretly, it's impossible. Nangong Huang, Mirangshuan and you talked about the matter in a word, while Madman Chu listened to it. Big brother, Guanga's strength is amazing, and he has lost 8 Daozi in a row. Among them, there are people with the same combat power as me, so I think in the entire Xintian sect, only you can defeat this person. Nangong Huang looked at Madman Chu with piercing eyes. How is this person's cultivation level? Yuaning is complete. No, it should be half a step away. Nangong Huang paused and said, What? Half a step hole is empty? Chu Madman is inevitably a little nervous. He is only the golden core consummation now, and the Yuan Ying's cultivation base is not reached. The last time he was able to suppress Nangong Huang, it was because of the cultivation base experience card. Now you want him to use Jindan to consummate a half-step hole? And this person is still a great arrogant. According to the law of Tianjiao, it is estimated that this person is more fierce than Dongxiu. I feel hungry no matter what I think. However, to the hopeful eyes of Shong Nangong Huang and Murong Xian's 2 juniors, he can't show his cowardice as a senior. I understand. The Madman Chu's eyes were calm and his tone was calm. Nangong Huang and the two looked at each other, and they were immediately fed a reassuring pill. The big brother is so calm, he should be sure. The 2 people left Dao Palace in peace. Nangong www.implannovel.com. What is your chance of winning against Guanga? Murong Xian asked curiously outside the palace. Nangong Huang paused and said lightly, Very. You have so much confidence in Big Brother. Mirangshuan was a bit wrong. Although he also believes in the madman of Chu, Guanga is not a simple character. Losing streak to 8 Daozi. He is already invincible of his generation. He did not dare to say that Madman Chu had a very good chance of winning. Big Brother can suppress me by raising his hands, and his combat power is unfathomable. And can't you see the attitude of the Big Brother just now? He obviously didn't put Guanga in his eyes. Nangong Huang spoke highly of the Madman Chu. Mirangshuan heard the words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt reasonable, and nodded and said, You are right. If it is not for a stable victory, how can you be so calm and calm? I am afraid that the Big Brother is already invincible of the same generation. I think it's more than that. Big Brother can create the Holy King's law. How many people in this world can do it? It's terrifying. The 2 guessed about Madman Chu's strength, and the more they guessed, the more they felt that the other party was unpredictable, and the awe in their hearts increased unabated. Chapter 21. Not to be afraid of Guanga, the spirit of heaven. How's it going? What did Daozi say? Junyi, Zhuahan, and the other Taoists knew Mirangshuan. Nangong Huang went to Lingtian Taoist Temple to ask how Madman Chu would deal with Guanga. After learning that the 2 came back, he immediately asked nonstop. Big Brother said, Guanga, not to be afraid. Junyi and others were shocked upon hearing this. You must know that Guanga has lost the 4 great saints in a row, and the 8 Daozi. In the hearts of many people of the same age, he is already invincible of his generation. Can be in the Chu Kuang population, but it is not to be feared. This shocked everyone. But then, Zhuahan laughed loudly. As expected of our Big Brother, Guanga has lost the 8th road in a row. His invincible posture shocked the Azure Dragon realm. But in the eyes of our Big Brother, it is nothing to be afraid of. Domineering. Yes, Big Brother is really mighty. Gradually, Guanga was not afraid to spread the 7 characters in Xintian sect. Countless disciples knew that this was what the Madman Chu said. You must know that Guanga's deeds of losing 8 Taoists in a row in order to shape the heart of invincibility have long been spread. Many disciples know that sooner or later the other party will find Xintianzong, and it is inevitable that they will feel nervous. But now the Madman Chu has inspired everyone. The Big Brother is really amazing. Guanga is not to be afraid, and only people like Big Brother can tell. Guanga's losing streak of the Daozi of the 4 great saints' orthodoxy can be described as majestic, but it is nothing to be afraid of for our Big Brother. Cowbreak. I will see how Big Brother defeated Guanga. Big Brother is domineering. I love it. Various opinions appeared in various places of Xuantianzong, even passed into the ears of some high-level elders, only to hear the elder Rian said, as expected to be the chief of my Shintian sect, full of boldness. Venerable Xuanqi even more proudly said, my disciple Madman has the appearance of a great emperor, and there is only one Guchanga. Why can you hang your teeth? If it were before, they might not believe in Madman Chu so much. But it's different now. Since the Madman of Chu created the Holy King Dharma in the Zongshu Pavilion, he not only looked like in the minds of many disciples, but was also labeled as invincible in the eyes of the elders, as a great emperor. His words, everyone will believe a little bit in their hearts. Master, in addition to the disciples, the head and the elders are very supportive of you. You must cheer to defeat Guchanga. Xiaobing waved her small fist to cheer Madman Chu. And after listening to what the other party said, the Madman Chu looked confused. Guchanga is not afraid. When did he say such things? Morong Xian and Nangong Huang, what have you guys made up for? Also, let the disciples follow the fooling around. Master and elders, you are mixing things with you. It is full of boldness, and I am just a great emperor. He can't help but cover his face. He is just a golden pill now. Xiaobing, you go out first. The Madman Chu waved his hand. He wanted to be alone. I understand. Son, you want to recharge your energy and face Guchanga in the best possible state, right? Don't worry, I won't let people disturb you. Xiaobing said with an expression that I understand. Said. Then she walked out of the house, clenched her fist before closing the door, and gave Madman Chu a cheer. The Madman Chu sat on the bed, sighing helplessly. How come these are so good for your brain? Why don't you write novels? He called the fantasy roulette and started the draw today. Congratulations to the host for getting a bottle of the golden item Sky Spirit. Chu Madman's eyes lit up. It's another gold item, and it's still the celestial essence. It seems that I have good luck today. Essence is a liquid that contains pure aura. It is much more advanced than spirit stones, and it is divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The heavenly spirit is the most advanced spirit. It has various mysterious functions such as improving cultivation base, purifying spiritual power, washing the sutras, and cutting the marrow. Put it outside. A drop of the heavenly essence is enough to make a large number of monks fight for a battle, and Madman Chu now has a whole bottle in his hand. Extract the heavenly essence, Chu Madman said. In an instant, a palm-sized blue jade bottle appeared in the hands of Madman Chu, containing the golden heavenly essence. With the help of this spirit, I will definitely be able to break through to the nascent soul realm quickly, and I will be sure to deal with Guchanga by then. Chu Madman whispered. Do as he wants, and he immediately begins to retreat. And outside, the entire Azure Dragon region was shaken by the 3 words Guchanga. Guchanga came out of the royal capital and defeated the 4 great saints in a row. The matter of the 8 Daozi spread all over the world, and countless forces and monks were boiling over it. In the Azure Dragon region, there are 8 sage traditions: Qingyun Dynasty, Xiang Valley, Wanfazong, Taixugwan, Ling Sezong, 5 Elements Sect, Lane Temple, Balian Sect, and Xuantianzong. In addition to the Qingyun Dynasty, the first 4 sages have been challenged by Guchanga, and they have all been defeated by him. Now people all over the world are looking at the 3 saints behind them, wanting to see if anyone can Guchanga's invincible power. If there is no one, Guchanga will lead everyone. On the lofty peaks, clouds and mists surround. In the clouds and mists, there are row upon row of buildings nestled against the mountains and rivers. A closer look reveals that most of them contain statues of Buddha. This is a temple. Is the largest temple in the world that no one dares to mess with. Sage tradition, Lane Temple. And today, a burst of vigorous bells echoed in Lane Temple. Outside the temple gate, 6 horses covered with golden scales flew by pulling a golden carriage, and then stopped in front of the temple. The curtain of the carriage was opened, and a man dressed in a golden robe with a sword eyebrow stared out and looked directly at the gate of Lane Temple. And this person is the Guchanga with the greatest reputation today. Lane Temple, lonely is here. Guchanga murmured. Unmatched fighting spirit suddenly burst out in his eyes, and his spiritual power boiled over him. Surrounding him, there was a vague sound of dragons. Waiting to defeat Lane Temple, Balian Sect, Xuantianzong, and the remaining 3 Taoists, the lone general will shape the heart of invincibility. On the Emperor Road, the lone general is a big step ahead of others. Guchanga's eyes flicker. The prince must not be careless. In the void, Yu reading www.yangshu.com heard an old voice, as if reminding Guchanga, crouching tiger, hidden dragon within the saint's Taoism, and in the past few days, there is no Shong Dao in Xiantian sect. It is caring. Well, the supreme Taoist body, I did feel it a few days ago. After Gu defeated Lane Temple, after the Balian sect, he went to the Xiantian sect to personally learn about the so-called supreme Taoist body. Guchanga said condensedly. After finishing speaking, he looked directly at Lane Temple and said loudly, "Lonely come here to visit. Please come to see the monks." The sound waves are rolling, and a competition is inevitable. The next day, Luo Shen left Lane Temple with a golden carriage, and news that 2 Taoists of Lane Temple were defeated by Guchanga also spread. Followed, less than 3 days. The Saint's son of White Lotus was also defeated by Guchanga. For a time, Guchanga's momentum reached its peak. 8 Taoist traditions. There are 6 Taoist traditions. The sage sons were defeated by the Qingyun prince, which in a disguised form shows that these traditions have lost to the Qingyun dynasty. Everyone turned their eyes to the last Xuantianzong. Chapter 22. Three-Fist defeats Nangong Huang, the terrifying Guchanga. Invincible. Guchanga is going against the sky. Yes, the Daozi of the 8 great sages actually lost to the same person. In a certain way, these Taoisms are not as good as the Qingyun dynasty. It is estimated that those Taoism masters are now angry. Guchanga is really powerful. There is only Xian Tianzong left now. The other Daozi of the 6 great Dao lineages have all lost. It is estimated that Xuantianzong will not be able to stop Guchanga. The younger generation should respect Guchanga. The countless monks in the entire Azure Dragon region were all scared by Guchanga. They didn't expect Guchanga to be so tough. Sage Taoism, not to mention the Azure Dragon domain. Even if it is placed in the entire Sky Star, it is also the top cultivation power, and the Taoists cultivated by these Taoisms are naturally the top arrogance in the Sky Star. And now, these arrogances have been defeated by one person. Guchanga is like the sky, invincible, shaking the world. Xian Tianzong, Nangong Huang, and other Taoists gathered together. They are talking about Guchanga. Even if they are, they will inevitably be shocked after hearing about Guchanga's toughness. You said, when will the big brother leave the customs? Murong Xian said, with a little worry on his face. Since they visited Madman Chu last time, the other party has been in retreat, and there has been no movement until now. According to the steps of taking care of the long song, it is estimated that he will be able to reach the Xuantianzong today. If he arrives, what should I do if the senior brother has not left the customs? Zhuahan said worriedly. Guchanga is now in the limelight, and he wants to come. Only the Madman Chu and Xian Tianzong can compete with him. If Guchanga arrives, and Madman Chu hasn't left the pass, no one of them can stop each other. If the big brother hasn't left the customs by that time, then I will personally listen to this Guchanga for a while. Nangong Huang said, well, this is also okay. You can try this person's strength for the big brother first, so that the big brother is more confident. Just when a few people were talking, above Xian Tianzong, the clouds rolled and a golden light bloomed, rendering the clouds golden. The golden clouds rolled towards both sides, and a carriage pulled by 6 horses soared into the sky and landed in front of the Xuantianzong mountain gate. The sudden movement attracted many people. Look, someone is coming. This horse is covered with golden scales. This is the golden scale horse that only the Qingyun dynasty nobles can travel. Those who can drive 6 horses. Come here is Guchanga. Qingyun Prince Guchanga is here. Finally come. He really found our Xiantian sect. Many disciples in Xian Tianzong exclaimed. The Daozi who gathered together also looked at the direction of the mountain gate with solemn eyes, and Nangong Huang said lightly, go, I will meet this person. Outside the gate of Xuantianzong mountain, Guchanga slowly got out of the carriage. Many disciples waited for them and were on guard. Chang'e glanced at these people, and suddenly, a terrifying aura enveloped everyone, scaring them back again and again. Very scary. When he took a look, my hair stood up. Is this Chang'e? Along the way, Chang'e has lost 6 sacred places in a row, and his invincible momentum has accumulated to an extremely powerful level. How can ordinary disciples resist his aura? Only one glance, it shocked everyone. Lonely come to visit. Seniors, please show up. Chang'e said loudly. The sound waves rolled, resounding throughout the Xiantian school. I know what you came from, no need to talk nonsense. If you want to fight, we will fight. At this time, the voice of Venerable Xuanqi sounded. No nonsense, no politeness. The other party made it clear that they came to find the fault. Is it better to treat him? Oh, it's the best. I heard that there is a supreme Taoist body in Xiantianzong, but he is coming to fight with Chang'e said. At this time, a simple long sword wrapped in Lung Li's sword light suddenly burst out and inserted in front of Chang'e impartially. A powerful sword intent suddenly broke out. Oh, holy artifact! Chang'e was not surprised. After all, as a long-standing tradition of saints, there are a few sacred artifacts that are normal. What makes him care more about is the person who masters the sacred objects. He looked up and saw Nangong Huang, who was wearing a purple robe, walking slowly, and said to him lightly, Big brother is in retreat. If you want to fight with him, please pass me first. The sword intent on Nangong Huang's body flowed, and his spiritual power exploded. The nascent soul's perfect might slapped the void unscrupulously, with black and white light gleaming in his eyes. His aura was extremely amazing. Tianjiao, with the arrogance of Tianjiao. Nangong Huang has a yin and yang divine pupil. He is a top arrogant. He is naturally arrogant. Although he knows that he is probably not Chang'e's opponent, he still wants to fight with him. Nangong Huang, I've heard of you, the strongest among the 9 Taoists of Xiantianzong. I didn't expect you to recognize the supreme Taoist as a big brother. This makes Gu more curious about this person. Never mind, I will defeat you first. Chang'e's aura broke out completely. An incomparable overbearing intent engulfed the invincible force and swept across all directions. The majestic spiritual power surrounded him, gradually forming a golden dragon, and the violent dragon's roar turned into a terrifying sound wave to spread. The disciples around couldn't help but step back. What an overbearing spiritual power. This is the prince of Qingyun dynasty. According to the rumors, there is a saint in the Qingyun dynasty called the True Dragon Condensing Method, which can make people cultivate extremely domineering dragon energy. This is the saint method that Chang'e cultivated. The golden dragon hovered around Chang'e's body, and a pair of lifelike dragon eyes turned, revealing the meaning of watching the common people. Nangong Huang also felt the mighty power of Chang'e. He put his hand on the holy sword, and the spirit power surged out of the sword first. The sword light pouring out like a waterfall. Supreme Law www.mtlnovel.com Heavenly Waterfall Sword Ju. Chang'e doesn't hide. He raises his hand and punches. Golden dragon gas gushes out, full of boundless domineering intentions. Broke out. The collision between the sword light and the dragon gas erupted with a huge impact, and the air wave rolled out, and Nangong Huang couldn't help backing several feet under the impact. On the other hand, Chang'e stood still, standing still. The first move, Nangong Huang has fallen into a disadvantage. Come again. The golden light of Nangong Huang body surface blooms, covering the holy sword Yuanhong. He once again cut out with a sword, and under the blessing of the golden light of mixed yuan and the holy sword, the power of this sword light far exceeds the previous one. This time, a trace of solemnity appeared on Chang'e's face. This is the right to make this punch alone. Dragon kill punch, break. Punched out. The overbearing dragon echoed the world. Quan Jin turned into a golden dragon and bit out, surrounded by a horrible Taoist rhyme. This time, Guang was beaten by Quan Jin again. When Nangong Huang shuddered again, the black and white divine light flowing in his eyes gushed out. It was the power of the yin and yang divine pupil. I expected it long ago. Dragon kill fist. Chang'e had been holding the right hand and struck out, and golden dragon scales faintly appeared on his arm. Before this punch was more powerful, after breaking the yin and yang divine light, its residual punch fell on Nangong Huang's body. A mouthful of blood spurted from Nangong Huang's mouth. He was beaten out by dozens of feet and hit a wall. The wall sank suddenly, and countless cracks spread like a spider web. All the Xuantianzong disciples couldn't believe it. 3 punches. Just 3 punches. Nangong Huang lost. Chapter 23. Lan Yu appeared. Guchanga was jealous. Nangong Huang slipped from the wall, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He stood barely, looking at Guchanga's right hand. Before being beaten up, he seemed to see the golden dragon scales appearing on the opponent's right hand. It is rumored that the true dragon coagulation method of the Qingyun dynasty can make people refine the dragon vein Dao body, and your right hand has refined the dragon vein. Nangong Huang said solemnly, Dragon meridian Dao body, this is the top Dao body. It is even better than his yin-yang divine pupils. It is known as the closest Dao body to the supreme Dao body. Once it becomes successful, even the saints will retreat. Not bad, Guchanga proudly said. Although it's only a right hand, I can easily defeat even a supreme arrogant like you. The body of the dragon channel is great, and he needs to temper all his meridians into dragon veins, but he is only tempering the meridians of one right hand. But even this is enough to make him proud of his peers. Brother Nangong lost with 3 punches. Where's the big brother? Only big brother can come. So scary, Guchanga. The surrounding disciples talked a lot, and it was hard to hide the shock. Guchanga sees this, stands with his hand holding his hand, disregarding everyone. An incomparable domineering aura spreads, like an emperor. Who else would you dare to fight alone? Guchanga watched the audience. His invincible posture shocked the audience. Far away, Venerable Xuanqi, the elders Rian, are watching this scene. This son is indeed extraordinary. Well, at a young age, it's a half-step whole. With the blessing of the dragon veins, it is no wonder that it can sweep the same generation. He has been invincible after losing the 6 great saints in a row. If he is allowed to grow stronger, I am afraid that he can really create an invincible heart. Even if Venerable Xuanqi and others were dissatisfied with Guchanga's challenge, they had to admit that this Guchanga was indeed extraordinary. Head, is he still in retreat? Rian Elder asked. Now they can only pin their hopes on Madman Chu. Well, I just swept the Dao Palace with spiritual mind, but the madman still couldn't leave behind closed doors. Venerable Xianqi said helplessly, put his eyes back in front of Xuantianzong Mountain. At this time, Guchanga looked down upon everyone, seeing no one challenged, and continued, what about your supreme Taoist body? Why don't you call him out? He paused for a while, with a hint of sarcasm on his face. Could it be that you are so scared to hide in the house and dare not come out? Arrogant. How dare you slander the big brother like this? Don't stop me. I fight with him. Murong Xian was so angry that he wanted to make a move, but was stopped by a few Taoists beside him, urging him to calm down. Don't get excited. You are not his opponent. Nangong was defeated by 3 punches. It's useless for you to go up. When everyone was angry, a white streamer fell from the sky. Boom. There was a burst of dust and a wave of air. Everyone stared at the past, only to see a silver-haired woman wearing a gorgeous silver armor standing in the wind, holy and inviolable. Girl Blue. A few Daozi were a little surprised. The person here is Lan Yu. She knows that Madman Chu will fight Guchanga after he leaves the customs, so she first came here to observe. She didn't plan to shoot. After hearing the other party ridicule Chu Madman, she couldn't bear it anymore. Guchanga can insult anyone. Even a saint whom thousands of people admire has nothing to do with her, but she doesn't allow anyone to slander the madman of Chu who is like in his heart, even if it is a satire. So she showed up. Lan Yu appeared, wearing a silver-white armor that was extremely gorgeous, the sacred and solemn aura revealed, and the beauty was extremely stunning. Even Guchanga couldn't help but shine. He is the prince of the Qingyun dynasty. He has seen countless beauties and ladies in his life, but there is no woman who can match him. Icy muscles and bones, holy and cold, like a goddess. For the first time, Guchanga felt admiration in his heart. Who are you? Guchanga tried to slow down his tone and asked curiously. When he wanted to come, his own dignified Prince Qingyun, The Supreme Prince of the Six Saints in a row talked to people in this tone, and that person should be flattered. But Lan Yu's face was indifferent, and hostility rolled in his eyes like the blue sea, like a storm is approaching. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that you just slandered my son, so you have to pay the price. Lan Yu said coldly. Spiritual power rolls all over, and the sacred and bright Tao Yun is flowing. This rhyme made Guchanga's eyes show a dignified look. But at the same time, there was even more jealousy in my heart. Follower? These women are actually followers of the supreme Taoist body of Xian Tianzong? How can that person be worthy of this woman to follow? The Lone originally thought the Xian Tianzong's supreme Taoism was so great, and I didn't expect it would only hide behind a woman. Follow such a person. There is no future. Woman, I give you a chance. As long as you follow the lonely, lonely bestows you the supreme glory. Even if you are the noble princess, you can also be allowed. Guchanga looked at Lan Yu with a little hope in his eyes. But Lan Yu's expression became even colder when he heard the words, slander my son, and still wishful thinking here. You are inexcusable. Lan Yu said no more, raised his hand, made a fist, and then shot. A white beam of light bursts out with the meaning of sacredness. Terror Daoyan surprised everyone present. Guchanga didn't dare to be careless, urging his spiritual power to also punch. 2 punches, 2 kinds of Daoyan burst open. A powerful impact swept out, but Lan Yu and Guchanga were both unrelenting. This surprised many people. How powerful is Guchanga? www.intelnovel.com. Everyone present has seen it. 3 punches defeated Nangong Huang, but Lan Yu could stand up against the opponent. In the distance, Venerable Xuanqi looked at each other. Who is this woman? She just said that she was the chief's entourage. How is this Dao Yun a bit like the sacred light body of the supreme Dao body in the rumor? Venerable Xian Qi said with surprise on his face. Everyone was in an uproar when he said this. Is actually a supreme body. If this is the case, then it's no wonder that this woman can compete with Guchanga. But, is she really a supreme body? No wonder everyone suspected that the supreme Dao body was too rare. There were 2 in a row, and they were both in the Xiantian sect, which was a bit weird. It may be, or it may not be, but this woman is definitely not easy, and you have to ask the madman at that time. Venerable Xianqi said. Xian Tianzong disciples, the high-level leaders were surprised at Lan Yu's strength, and Guchanga was the same. He went all the way and defeated all the Taoists of the sages, and few of them could fight against him, let alone a woman. And when he thought that this powerful, sacred, and beautiful woman was actually someone else's entourage, Guchanga became even more jealous of the mad Chu man who had never met. Unfortunately, you, such a strange woman, followed a coward who can't get out of it. Guchanga shook his head and said. In that tone, everyone seemed to smell a sour taste. TSK, the dignified Prince Qing Yun does not want any woman, but unfortunately, Miss Blue is not something he can covet. That's right, Miss Blue belongs to our big brother, and our big brother's appearance has left him more than 18 blocks away. It's still a great master, and Guchanga has been suppressed invisibly before people show up. Chapter 24. 3 Supreme Foundations. Guchanga's heart is shaken. Repeatedly slander my son. Yuet. She couldn't hear the sourness in Guchanga's tone. She only knew that the other party had slandered Madman Chu, which made her angry. S' beautiful face was covered with a layer of frost, and she saw her wings suddenly spread, her spiritual power released to the peak, and the coercion filled her. Seeing her wings, everyone couldn't help being even more surprised. It's actually urine. Feather human race. I didn't expect Miss Blue to be a feather human race. Are all the girls of the feather race so pretty? Lan Yu spreads her wings. This is her strongest posture. I saw her flapping wings and rising into the air, looking at Guchanga on the ground indifferently, like a high Valkyrie. This posture is even more amazing. Her spiritual power urged, a powerful Taoist rhyme poured out, and a white light flashed in her hand, condensing a huge spear. There are mysterious Tao patterns flowing on the spear, exuding a terrifying power. This spear made Guchanga a little palpitating. The judgment of light. Lan Yu coldly drank, and the spear in his hand was about to project out. Can be at this moment. In the distance, a bright beam of light rose into the sky. The incomparably mysterious Taoist rhyme floods the world. This anomaly attracted everyone's attention, including Lan Yu, who was in the duel. Her expression changed slightly, and she removed her spear. Both wings shook. Lan Yu turned into a streamer and swept towards the direction of the light beam. Because there is Lingtian Taoist Palace, is the residence of the Madman of Chu. And the Madman of Chu trumps everything in her mind. Nangong Huang, Mirangshuan, and others also rushed over immediately. Go with Gu to see what happened. Guanga said lightly toward the void. Ling Tiandao Palace. Compared to Lan Yu, Guanga, Nangong Huang, and others, the first to come, such as Venerable Xuanqi, Elder Ruyan, and others. They looked at the beam of light, staring at each other. Chief, what is happening again? I do not know. Venerable Xianqi and others were a little helpless. The Madman of Chu created a bunch of visions for them in 2 days, which made their hearts a little unbearable. What happened? Lan Yu and others rushed to the scene. At this time, the change is coming again. I saw a spirit surging frantically around, converging and condensing into a pagoda-like foundation in the void, with 7 floors. This is the foundation of the foundation. Someone is building the foundation? Rian Elder said in doubt. No, foundation building can't make such a big noise. Venerable Xianqi shook his head. At this time, I saw a shock of the road foundation, and there were 2 more floors on the 7th floor, turning into a 9-story road foundation. 9 layers of Dao foundation, with runes flowing around. Dao Yun is mysterious. Everyone was shocked. 9-layer road foundation. This is the supreme road foundation. 9 is the extreme number in the world, and there are very few monks who can condense the foundations of the 9 layers in the entire sky. I understand. Venerable Xuanqi's eyes lit up. The madman is reshaping his cultivation base and reshaping his foundation. After a person breaks through, the foundation is what it is. It is difficult to reshape the foundation, and a carelessness can damage the foundation, and the gains outweigh the losses. Once the foundation is damaged, repairing it is several times more difficult than reshaping the foundation. The chief is too bold. An elder said with a solemn expression. Good spirit. Elder Rian admired. It's my apprentice. Venerable Xuanqi laughed, and then consciously protected the Chu Madman, and the other high-level officials also began to alert. Especially for Guanga, his face is full of vigilance. After all, he is an outsider here. And he was an outsider who came to Xuantianzong to provoke him. Guanga noticed the gaze cast from all around, and couldn't help but snorted. The lonely talent disdains the despicable act of taking advantage of others. Then, he looked at the 9-layer Daozi, slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, this big brother of Xiantianzong had such a bold spirit. He actually reshaped the Dao Foundation, and it is still the strongest 9-layer supreme Dao Foundation. To know is not to say that there is no upper Dao body or that there is no upper Dao foundation. Is at most a higher probability. Even if he is himself, it is only the 7-layer Daozi. And this is already the top foundation. I don't know how many cultivators are just ordinary foundations of 1 or 2 floors. Before everyone was astonished, I saw that there was a gathering of spiritual energy above Lingtian Dao Palace, and a golden core was actually condensed. There are 7 Taoist patterns circulating on the golden pill, which is the 7-patterned golden pill. I saw Jing Dan burst out a boundless rhyme. Actually changed from 7-patterned golden pill to 9-patterned golden pill. Everyone gasped. 9-layer Dao Foundation, 9-patterned golden pill. Chief, he actually reshaped the 2 foundations in one breath. My God, how did he do it? 9-patterned golden pill. This is harder than the 9-layer road foundation. The 2 supreme foundations, if he is promoted to Yuan Ying, even if it is just an ordinary 1-color Yuan Ying, his combat power will far exceed the same level. It's really a big brother. Murong Xian, Nangong Huang, and others admire the handler even more. And Guanga's face is a bit ugly. Unexpectedly, he could actually shape the 9-patterned golden core, and there are few such foundations in the entire Sky Star. What is the origin of Big Brother Xuantianzong? Can be followed by Lan Yu, can create a supreme foundation, is still a supreme Taoist body, Guanga is extremely curious about the Madman Chu. At this time, a figure suddenly walked out of the colorful beam of light. That was a little man about 1 foot long, wearing a white robe made of intertwined Dao patterns, with red lips and white teeth, and he looked 7 or 8 years old. Everyone only thinks this villain is a bit familiar. This fluctuation is Yuan. This is the elder brother's Yuan. How do you know? Nonsense. Dao Palace is practicing in retreat. Who else is Yuan who is not a big brother? Yes, Yu reads www.yuyukangsha.com, and this kid is so good looking. If you look closely, the eyebrows are somewhat similar to those of the big brother. Big brother is so handsome. I can recognize him ashes, let alone Yuan. At this time, behind the Yuan who walked out of the beam of light suddenly burst out a variety of brilliant lights: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black, and white. A total of 9 kinds. This time, even venerable Xianqi was stunned. 9 color Yuan. Damn. An elder couldn't help but explode with a foul language. 9-layered Dao foundation, 9 patterned golden core, and these 9 color infants. The Madman of Chu has created 3 supreme foundations in one breath. Everyone was shocked. Guanga's face was even more gloomy, as if dripping water. His heart was also shocked, and he couldn't believe it. The higher the realm, the harder it is to build the supreme foundation. Even the supreme foundation of the foundation is enough to make countless monks beyond reach. But this big brother of Xiantianzong is fine. In front of him, one after another formed the 3 supreme foundations of Zhuji, Jindan, and Yuan. The foundation of every realm has completely crushed hundreds of millions of monks in the world, and this includes him. At this moment, the invincible heart that Guanga has formed along the way has a little shaken. Such a supreme arrogant, can he really contend with it? Stabilize Dao Xian. An old voice rang in Guanga's ears, his protector. Guanga's mind was startled. He was shocked by the opponent before he even saw the face of Madman Chu, and his heart of invincibility was shaken. This person is definitely an enemy he has never seen before. Chapter 25. Jing Yudao Body. Chu Madman goes out, dare to fight. 9-layer road foundation, 9 patterned golden pill, 9 color Yuan. The 3 supreme Taoist foundations were suspended above Lingtian Taoist Palace, and a majestic Taoist rhyme poured out. Between the heavens and the earth, auras boiled like fiery fire, and the mysterious Taoist sounds echoed in the sky. It seems that the whole world is rejoicing for the 3 supreme foundations. Whether it is an ordinary disciple, Daozi Tianjiao, or Xuantianzong high-level elder, or the protector behind Guanga, everyone was shocked. The 3 supreme foundations have been shaped successively in this meeting. There are few examples of this kind of thing in ancient and modern ancient books. Rode inside the palace. Xiaobing stood in Madman Chu's room, staring at the vision of the 3 supreme foundations, stunned, and immediately said helplessly, "I understand. The son is uncomfortable if he doesn't make any noise for a day." At this moment, the Madman Chu in the room was sitting cross-legged on the bed, with mysterious Taoist rhyme flowing around his body, and his body looked crystal clear at this moment. Blood, meridians, bones, viscera, etc. are visible to the naked eye. Inside his body, avenue runes shuttled back and forth. The vast power formed by the 3 supreme foundations is constantly transforming his limbs and corpses and purifying his spiritual power. Gradually, Madman Chu's body burst into golden light. The whole person is like a golden jade. If anyone is here, they will definitely recognize that this is the top Taoist body in the forefront of the 3000 physique, the golden jade Taoist body. The golden jade Taoist body, although not as good as the supreme Taoist body, is not weaker than the yin and yang divine pupil like Nangong Huang. A monk with this Taoist body can cultivate to the purest spiritual power even with the most common methods, which is extremely practical. The Madman of Chu was originally cultivating the saint method, and now with the blessing of this golden jade body, his spiritual power has reached the extreme. After a while, Madman Chu slowly opened his eyes. The abnormality on his body also gradually disappeared and returned to normal. The effect of a whole bottle of heavenly spiritual essence is really extraordinary. It not only helped me to shape the three supreme foundations, but also because of the power of these three supreme foundations, I have a golden jade body. Chu Madman felt the surging power in his body and said with emotion. At this time, he has been promoted to Yuaning monk. But he felt that even if a whole virtual realm stood in front of him, he could explode the opponent, which was a very strong feeling. No way. Probably not. Is he so awesome now? The Madman of Chu is a little unsure. How about, find someone to try? Madman Chu whispered. He got up and walked out the door. As soon as I left the house, I saw Xiaobing. My son, you are finally out. Xiaobing said excitedly. Well, let's go. Let me go out and meet everyone. Madman Chu nodded slightly. He already felt that a large number of people had gathered in the Dao Palace. Ling Tiandao outside the palace. Everyone watched the vision disappear, but they still couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. After all, that is the three supreme foundations. How many people can shape the supreme foundation in the sky stars? Not to mention, it is a series of three supreme foundations. It can be said that the movement made by Madman Chu this time has shocked everyone no less than his own creation of the Holy King method. Just when everyone can't come back to their senses. There are two figures in the palace coming out one after another. Is Chu Madman and Xiaobing. The Madman of Chu was dressed in a white robe with wide sleeves, tassels on his waist, and a jade crown on his head. He appeared in front of everyone with an immortal face. Look, it's the big brother who has left the customs. Big brother's face killed me. It's so pretty. Big brother, look at me and see me. Oh my God, is the outer disciple the master's handmaid? It's so enviable. I really want to serve the master. Who wouldn't want to? If you want me to face such banal characters every day, even if I serve tea and water, I am willing. There are constant voices from the crowd. Xiaobing, who has never been so watched by the public, has some stage fright. Especially some women keep looking at her with envy and envy. On the contrary, the Madman Chu next to him was calm and calm. Xiaobing couldn't help but admire it. The sun is the sun, so calm and unhurried on any occasion. At this time, Madman Chu's calm face was also surprised in his heart. He knew there were many people outside, but he didn't expect so many. But Xian even calmed down. I am the big brother of Xian Tianzong, so be calm. Congratulations, big brother, for leaving. At this time, Nangong Huang stepped forward and said loudly, Congratulations, big brother, for leaving. Mirangshu and Daozi also expressed their congratulations. When the other disciples saw this Daozi made a sound, so where could they be stunned? Immediately shouted loudly, Congratulations, big brother, for leaving. Congratulations, big brother, for leaving the customs. Tens of thousands of disciples shouted loudly, and the sound wave rushed into the sky with great momentum. Chu Madman's ears are almost deaf. He nodded slightly and said nothing. At this time, Lan Yu came to Chu Madman. The Valkyrie, who was originally heroic, was docile at the moment and called Master Ju. This scene broke the hearts of many male compatriots, but after looking at the Madman Chu, he couldn't help but feel convinced and couldn't complain. Only the elder brother and other immortal figures are worthy of the blue girl, and only the blue girl can stand with the big brother. Yes, no one else can compare. Some female compatriots looked at Lan Yu enviously. These two people stand together, like a heavenly setting. One is like a cold goddess, the other is like an immortal. Even the sun and the moon are dim. The other people become the background in front of these two people. Xiaobing stood next to the two of them. The eyes that had been placed on her were all turned away. She felt like she was like air now. She wanted to cry without tears, but there was no dissatisfaction. After all, not everyone can stand beside these two people. Have you ever moved your hands? The Madman of Chu noticed that the aura on Lan Yu's body was somewhat floating. www.ontelnovel.com. Apparently, he had just played with someone, and he was not an ordinary opponent. Otherwise, Lan Yu wouldn't be unable to control his floating breath. Prince Qingyun slandered the sun just now, and I couldn't help it, so I took it without authorization. Lan Yu was a little embarrassed, afraid that Chu Madness would be dissatisfied. Are there any injuries? Madman Chu asked. Seeing that he didn't blame, but worried about whether she would suffer, Lan Yu was relieved, and her heart was a little bit more joyful. She shook her head. It's just a few tricks that consumed some spiritual power. Well, that's fine. Then, Madman Chu saluted in front of Venerable Xuanqi. Venerable Xianqi looked at the humble and polite Chu Madman, and he became more satisfied as he looked at it. Madman, you have formed the supreme foundation today, and your future path of practice will be smoother. I am happy to be my teacher. Thank you, Master. Not far away, Guchanga frowned. Since Madman Chu left the pass, he hasn't looked at him directly, which made him very dissatisfied. He then took a step forward and said loudly, Prince Gu Qingyun, invite Master Xian Tianzong to fight. Do you dare to fight? The sound is like a dragon chant, shaking Jiuxiao. Guchanga's aura broke out, unparalleled, overbearing, wrapped in an invincible force, swept towards the Madman Chu. And the Madman of Chu also felt this hostility, raised his eyes and glanced at Guchanga. There were mysterious runes circulating in the depths of his eyes. Supernatural power, the Eye of Insight. Suddenly, Guchanga's information appeared one by one. Guchanga, the prince of the Qingyun dynasty, half-step into the virtual world, practiced the Saint Fa Jinlong Ning Ling Ju. He is concealed with a dragon vein body. The dragon vein has been quenched in his right hand. There is a sacred dragon scale armor in the body, and a drop of true dragon essence. Chapter 26. One sword hit Guchanga, my own creation. A series of messages flashed before Madman Chu's eyes. Guchanga's identity information, cultivation methods, and even the means of hiding were all clearly seen by him, and he knew it well. The Madman of Chu couldn't help but sigh with emotion that this Eye of Insight became so powerful. The so-called knowing oneself and the enemy. 100 battles will never end. The magical power of the Eye of Insight is so powerful, it is terrifying to know the opponent's methods clearly before seeing the fight. Big brother Xian Tianzong, are you shy? Guchanga saw that Madman Chu was silent, thinking that the other party was afraid of him. Thinking of this, his tone rose slightly, somewhat proud. The Madman of Chu was still checking Guchanga's information, and after hearing the other party's words, he withdrew his magical powers and said lightly, Come on then. It is good. Guchanga let out a low voice, and a war intent shot into his eyes. Let my lonely see what is so brilliant about the supreme Taoist body. After finishing speaking, his spiritual power flowed around, and he took the lead to punch. The rolling spiritual power turned into a big dragon with teeth and claws flying out, and the terrifying and domineering rhyme instantly enveloped the Madman Chu. This is a saint method specially used for attacking, dragon fight. In the memory of the Madman of Chu, the sage method specially used for attacking is extremely rare in the Azure Dragon domain, and some sage traditions are not necessarily present. Facing the rushing dragon, the Madman Chu took out the Kunwu sacred sword, cut out with a single sword, and the extremely pure spiritual power turned into a domineering purple sword light, and the dragon was easily torn apart like a bamboo. And the horror sword light casts off unabated. It is close to Guchanga. What? Guchanga was shocked and hurriedly threw another punch to block the sword light, but he was still blasted back several steps by the sword. The eyes of many disciples of Xian Tianzong shined. You know, in the previous battle, Guchanga didn't take a step back, whether he faced Nangong Huang or Lan Yu. But now he was forced back by the Madman Chu. Big brother is really amazing. Haha. One sword breaks the saint's law and repels Guchanga. In my opinion, the big brother is truly invincible. What a domineering sword spirit. Guchanga's face changed slightly. Your strength should be more than that. Your dragon-killing fist is already great. Don't you tell me that this is Deshang's saint method? Chu Kuangren said lightly. Hearing this, Guchanga was slightly startled and blurted out involuntarily, How did you know? It is extremely difficult to comprehend a sage technique to the realm of Deshang. Even Tianjiao would take dozens of hundreds of years. But Guchanga unexpectedly comprehended Long Shiquan to the Deshang realm in the process of constantly challenging the great masters and shaping the invincible heart. And he hasn't used it in front of other people. Only he and his protector know. But how did Madman Chu know? This is not important. The important thing is that you should think about how to beat me now. Although this possibility is almost impossible. Chu Madman said indifferently. The other party came to Xuantianzong to provoke him, and he, as the big brother of Xuantianzong, would naturally not give a good face. Judging from the previous fight and the information given by the Eye of Insight, he has a high chance of defeating the opponent. This retreat, his gains are so great. At this time he is far better than the previous self, and can even be said to be different. Arrogant. Do you really think that you have the supreme Taoist body? You can be arrogant if you have the supreme foundation? Then do you have one? The madman of Chu spoke with a knowing blow. Guchanga's face turned dark, and then he stopped talking, and his spiritual power was frantically urged. If you want to see Jackie Chan kill the punches, then I will fulfill you. Take a good experience. With a roar, Guchanga's spiritual power climbed to the extreme. A boundless domineering rhyme poured out. An extremely fierce, substantive golden dragon hovered around Guchanga's body, and a dragon scale appeared on his right hand, which also urged the power of the dragon veins to gather on this strongest punch. A punch was accompanied by a boom, and the air exploded fiercely, and the void was violently turbulent. The golden dragon roared, and the roar of the dragon rang through the world. With an extremely overbearing power, he rushed towards Madman Chu. Many disciples couldn't help but change their expressions when they felt the terrifying power contained in the golden dragon. He still has this power. Even Daozi couldn't help exclaiming. But the Madman Chu, standing in front of them, had extremely calm eyes, and his body revealed an extremely powerful sword. He suddenly cut out with a sword. At this moment, the purest sword intent to attack swept across all directions like a tsunami, and the world was filled with a murderous air. Where the sword light passes, everything is torn and broken. It seems that there is only this sword left between heaven and earth. This sword amazed all beings. At the same time, it also destroyed the horrible golden dragon. Not good. In the void, there was an old exclamation. A burst of white spiritual power gushes out, hitting the sword light. Humph! With a soft snort, Venerable Xuanqi seemed to have waved his sleeves like a defensive long ago, and purple sword energy gushed out. The white spiritual power was shattered instantly, and the sword light cut by the madman Chu shattered the golden dragon and enveloped Guchanga's body. Only a scream was heard, and a bewildered figure flew upside down and fell to the ground. Is that Guchanga? In the void, an old man in white robes suddenly rushed out and came to Guchanga's side. At this time, Guchanga had an extra piece of golden armor on his body, but his face was pale, blood was constantly spitting out from his mouth, and there was a fine sword chi remaining in the blood. Seeing the golden armor, the white-robed old man breathed a sigh of relief. Novel.com. Then he looked at the madman Chu, who was holding a sword not far away. His face was solemn. He was absolutely right just now. That sword, that kind of Taoist rhyme, is definitely the Holy King's law. There is a Holy King law in Xiantianzong. He had never heard of this before. Oh, your dragon scale armor was taken out in time. Madman Chu smiled lightly. That armor is a rare defensive artifact, contained in Guchanga's body. Guchanga called out this armor before being hit by the sword light, but it was still a little slower. Although it blocked most of the sword light, it was still affected and severely injured. It's a terrifying sword. This is the saint's method. No, even the Holy King's method is possible. What kind of sword is this? Guchanga stared at Chu Madman. Slashing the sky and drawing the sword, I created it myself. Chu Kuang said humanely. Guchanga snorted. What are you kidding? Create your own Holy King. Do you think you are Holy King? The faces of other people around are a little weird. Guchanga didn't believe it, but they knew that what Madman Chu said was true, and that this Holy King law was really his own creation. Hey, this is the gap. Nangong Huang said with emotion. Yes, people have created their own Holy King method, and they told you personally that he created it, but you just don't believe it, and you have to laugh at them. It's not comparable. Morong Xian also agreed. Guchanga glanced at the faces of other people, and he slammed in his heart. Is it really the other person's creation? No, it's impossible. Even if it is a supreme Taoist body, but the Madman Chu is only a nascent soul realm after all. How can he create his own Holy King technique? There is no such thing as a monster in this world. Chapter 27. true dragon blood is still a matter of sword. Guchanga barely suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at Madman Chu and said coldly, "No matter what, I will defeat you today." Along the way, he is only half a step away from shaping the invincible heart. If he loses to the Madman Chu at this time, everything will fall short. He does not allow this to happen. "Prince, this person is very powerful. I am afraid." The white-robed old man suddenly said hesitantly. He didn't finish what he said later, but the meaning was already obvious. The Madman of Chu is the supreme Taoist body, mastering the Holy King's method, and also shaping the three supreme foundations. The strength of combat far exceeds his own realm. Just now, Guchanga was hit with a single sword. If you continue to fight, Guchanga will definitely lose. Old man Ouyang, let them settle the matter between the juniors. What are you trying to mix with? Venerable Xian Qi's tone was a bit playful, and he looked at the white-robed old man. The surname of the old man in white robe is Ouyang. He is the worship of Qingyun dynasty and the protector of Guchanga. I am the protector of the prince, so I have to think about it. Old man Ouyang said lightly. But this battle is the battle of the young Tianjiao. Even if you are a protector, you have no right to interfere with Prince Qingyun's thoughts. Venerable Xuanqi finished speaking and looked at Guchanga. Well, do you want to fight or not, prince? Just surrender without fighting. The madman of Chu glanced at Venerable Xuanqi. His chief master wanted to break the invincible heart of Guchanga. War? I said that I would defeat him. Guchanga said coldly, waving his hand to stop the old man Ouyang who wanted to dissuade him. Very good. Venerable Xuanqi showed a successful smile, and then secretly transmitted a voice to the madman Chu. Madman, if Guchanga's invincible heart is forged, it will be a big obstacle to your emperor's path. Is seriously injured at this time. Even if there is a holy artifact, it is easy for you to defeat him, and you will do your best to defeat him later. Breaking his invincible heart, he will no longer be able to fight with you on the Emperor Road. Chu Madman's heart moved slightly. It turned out that Venerable Xuanqi's advocating General Guchanga was for himself, and wanted to remove the obstacles on his path. He quietly nodded slightly, expressing his understanding. Guchanga's aura was wilting, but his eyes showed unprecedented fighting spirit. He said to Chu Madman, I have a premonition. If I defeat you, my lonely invincible heart will be completely accomplished. The madman Chu did not speak, but looked at each other plainly, as if the winner was in hand. And Guchanga sneered. Do you think that you can take advantage of this opportunity to defeat Gu if you have severely injured Gu? Then you are so wrong. Gu is the prince of Qingyun. How can the method be beyond your imagination? Let you see Gu's true ability. After talking so much nonsense, do you use the true dragon essence or not? Madman Chu said suddenly impatiently. As soon as he said this, Guchanga's face became stiff, and then his eyes were horrified and said, How do you know that there is only true dragon essence and blood? The blood of the true dragon was bestowed by his father, and was his biggest life-saving card. Even his protector didn't know it. But the madman of Chu can say it all. And the madman Chu also proved his mastery of dragon killing in this way before, which made him feel like he was seen through inside and out. This feeling was too frightening and made his back chill. Can he deduct the secrets of heaven and have the power of prophecy? The ability of the prophet is an extremely rare talent that can foresee the future. For example, the heavenly machine who calculated the reopening of this world's Emperor Road is this type of person and is the most wise prophet known. No body, no foundation, the power of the prophet. How many tactics are still hidden by this person? Guchanga swallowed, with a trace of fear in his heart. But he pressed it down with a powerful Taoist heart, and then his eyes were firm. What about even a prophet? Gu today will definitely use your blood to cast an invincible heart. Help Gu ascend to the position of godless. With a loud roar, Guchanga's momentum broke out instantly. I saw him burning the drop of true dragon essence in his body, and an extremely surging power burst out instantly, and the brilliance rose to the sky, and the avenue lines appeared, vaguely intertwined into a supreme, true dragon. The real dragon roars, shaking the world with power. The countless beasts and creatures in the Wanli Mountains and Hanoi are all crawling on the ground, shivering, and bowing their heads in the direction of Tianzong. This is Long Wei. True dragon essence and blood. There is a drop of true dragon essence and blood hidden in Guchanga's body. Judging from this power, at least it is the essence and blood of true dragons in the supreme realm. Damn, this is a little troublesome. Venerable Xuanqi, the faces of Elder Ruyan changed slightly. They are ready to do it at any time to suppress Guchanga. The Madman of Chu is no upper Taoist body and must not be damaged by half. A dragon chant reverberated in the world, shaking all souls. At this time, Guchanga also changed. The seriously injured body instantly recovered, and there were fine dragon scale patterns on his face, and the sacred dragon scale armor he wore on his body also burst into bright golden light. Guchanga shook his 5 fingers, the terrifying spiritual power exploded, and the air set off a violent wave. He slightly squinted his eyes and felt the power rushing in his body, with a happy face. I feel lonely. I can fight the King of War. The King of War is a realm above the whole. At this time, Guchanga has reached the point of fighting the King of War, which shows the power of the true dragon's blood. Let Gudong use this last resort. Tianzong's supreme way is well known. But there is only one emperor. That is lonely. Come on, let Gusiyu lose. Become a stepping stone to the throne of loneliness. Guchanga watched the madman choose black hair flying, showing his madness. Immediately afterwards, his spiritual power exploded. The rhyme of Taoism flowed. A surging power of vision surged, and a golden dragon shadow condensed behind him. Dragon Maidao body anomaly. Dragon scale armor, Kai. Dragon kill punch. Guchanga burns the essence of the real dragon, activates the vision, activates the power of the sacred instrument, and then uses the Deshang Saint Falong killing fist to blast towards the madman Chu. The boundless horror shook the void. The surging spiritual power slapped the air frantically. www.intelnovel.com. The shockwave spread in circles, and a fierce dragon-shaped fist leaped out. This punch made the space violently fluctuate. The boundless dragon is permeating thousands of miles. The mountains and rivers are turbulent. Everyone stared at this punch, and the madman Chu who was about to endure this punch, Venerable Xuanqi, couldn't help but want to do it. But at this moment, Chu Madman moved. Mysterious sword rhymes emerged in the air, intertwined in the high air into the sword of heaven. Boundless sword energy gushing out, enveloped the square, turning into a prison. It is the 9-day sword hell. Then, Daoyin circulated at the feet of the madman Chu, intertwined into a 36th grade sword energy green lotus, and bursts of Dao sound echoed in the sky. Is the vision Qinglian's sword song. The 3-way body anomaly, fully open again. And the power is stronger than the last time I dealt with Nangong Huang. Immediately afterwards, Madman Chu's body glowed with golden light, and his body became crystal clear, like a golden jade stone. It was after he urged his spiritual power to the extreme that the Jin Yudao body could not help but automatically manifest. Slash the sky and draw the sword. The madman of Chu held the Kunwu sacred sword and waved it again. In an understatement, a sword intent of boundless attack erupted, and the terrifying sword light circulated. The shocking rhyme and the dragon-shaped fist burst into flames, and the punch was directly crushed. The sword was like a broken bamboo, slashing on Guchanga's body. Dragon Maidao body anomaly was bombarded by sword energy. The sacred dragon scale armor was beaten dull and cracked. The terrifying impact caused Guchanga to spurt blood again, and the mighty Long Wei was beaten to pieces by this sword. So much nonsense, it's not a matter of Ejin in the end. In a dead silence, Madman Chu said lightly. Chapter 28. The prince is dizzy, and another supreme body. Where the sword light passed, the void almost collapsed. The vast and majestic Long Wei has collapsed into nothingness. Qingyun Prince Guchanga flew upside down on the spot, blood spurting wildly, and this was the second time he was blown into flight by Madman Chu. And it's just a sword. Prince. Old man Ouyang's expression changed, and he rushed up quickly. Guchanga's situation at this time was much worse than just now. Even the dragon scale armor was cut out of the crack, and the terrifying sword energy eroded in along the crack, continuously destroying Guchanga's body. Compare, why do you put such a heavy hand? Old Man Ouyang glared at Madman Chu. The terrifying Supreme might smashed against the Madman of Chu mightily, and the Madman of Chu carried the sword of heaven on his head and stepped on the green lotus of sword energy, and the 9 heavens sword prison spread out around his body, facing the supreme question without fear. It's just a sword. The meaning of Chu Madman is obvious. He just made a sword. I can only blame Guchanga for being so weak that he can't stop him with a single sword. You. Old Man Ouyang was angry, but he didn't know how to refute. Is Guchanga weak? If he is weak, it is impossible to lose the 6 great saints in a row. On the contrary, he is very strong, and few of his peers can match. Then why did he fail so badly? Because Madman Chu is too strong. The Supreme Dao Body, the Golden Jade Dao Body, the Holy King Law, the 3 Supreme Foundations, the Sacred Artifacts, all these are enough to shock the world. And these are concentrated on one person. How terrible is this? The older the Old Man Ouyang thought about it, the more he was frightened, and his eyes became more solemn when he saw Madman Chu. The supreme might and mighty power constantly impacted Madman Chu's 3-dimensional vision, but Madman Chu still stood firm. He actually blocked the supreme power with the 3-dimensional vision. Just when the Old Man Ouyang wanted to strengthen his power and test the limits of the Chu Madman, an equally overbearing aura suddenly burst out. Is Venerable Xuanqi. He stared at the Old Man Ouyang with a bad expression and said, Old Man Ouyang, are you trying to die? Venerable Xuanqi is surrounded by purple sword energy. Every strand is enough to tear the earth between mountains and rivers. The supreme power instantly blocked this world. The Old Man Ouyang trembled. He was also a venerable, but he was far from the supreme being in charge of an orthodoxy like the Venerable Xuanqi. If the opponent wanted, he could even be killed by one move. It's me who lost my temper. Old Man Ouyang took a deep breath and reduced his momentum. At someone else's place, he had to bow his head. Humph. Venerable Xian Qi snorted softly. The Old Man Ouyang looked at Guchanga. The dignified Prince Qingyuan was lying on the ground at this time, very embarrassed, looking at Madman Chu with dumb eyes and muttering constantly in his mouth. Impossible. This is impossible. Obviously, the heart of invincibility has completely collapsed. Even, the Tao heart may be dusted, and a heart demon. And this demon is Chu Madman. In other words, Guchanga may be cast in a psychological shadow. This is the heart of invincibility? It's too fragile, and the mental capacity is not good. Madman Chu looked at Guchanga and shook his head. Seeing Guchanga's defeat, the disciples all around couldn't help but smile. Big brother shot. It really is extraordinary. Yes, look at this Guchanga. It seems that you have been beaten out of your heart. When you see the big brother in the future, you will be 3-pointed before you fight. Do you remember what the master said when Guchanga didn't come? Guchanga, not to be afraid. I thought that the big brother was boosting morale, but I didn't expect that he really didn't put Guchanga in his eyes. Guchanga is not to be afraid, really not to be afraid. It is a matter of one sword, haha happy. With a big brother, the world's Tianjiao will be eclipsed. The sound of discussion kept coming into Guchanga's ears one after another. The more he listened, the more angry he became. But after seeing Madman Chu, a sense of powerlessness surged in his heart, and the 2 feelings bulged in his chest, as if pressing a large mountain, making him almost breathless. In the end, Guchanga couldn't bear it anymore. He spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes went black, his head tilted, and he passed out completely. Why are you dizzy? Madman Chu blinked, and he felt that Guchanga's psychological endurance was not good enough. Will be said to pass out. The Old Man Ouyang was taken aback, and hurriedly stepped forward to pick up Guchanga, and kept inputting spiritual power to relieve the opponent's injury. Then, his figure turned into a streamer and swept towards the outside of the mountain gate. It's rude to leave without saying hello. Chu Madman curled his lips. He slowly converged on his vision. The boundless sword rhyme dissipated, and replaced by a misty and dusty temperament. Countless disciples looked at Madman Chu, their hearts throbbed, and countless admiring eyes fell on him. And when the Madman of Chu noticed these gazes, he smiled faintly at everyone. maintaining his friendly and humble senior brother. With this smile, he didn't know how many souls were hooked. Oh my God, Big Brother smiles so beautifully. It's a foul, I'm going to die. See you in this life. If you don't marry, I won't marry. The madman of Chu came to Venerable Xuanqi and said, the disciple has fulfilled his mission and has defeated Gu Chang'e. Okay. Venerable Xuanqi said hello several times. Looking at Madman Chu, he was extremely satisfied. After this battle, you can be regarded as the famous Azure Dragon region, but you can also be regarded as having a grudge with the Qingyun prince. Elder Rian said. The madman of Chu smiled confidently. It's okay. If I can defeat him the first time, I can defeat him the second time, and the third time, he can't beat me. Haha, well said it. Venerable Xian Qi smiled and said, a person who practices cultivation should have such self-confidence. A Qingyun prince is nothing but a prince. As long as the old people don't take action, the young people should let you young people take care of them www.dumpleNovel.com, but if they want to mess around, then my Xiantian sect is not to be bullied. The words fell, and Venerable Xian Qi shot a coldness in his eyes, and everyone felt that the temperature in the air had dropped a lot. But this feeling goes very fast. But everyone knows that Qingyun dynasty had better not send someone to embarrass the madman because of today's affairs. Otherwise, a supreme anger would not be easy to bear. By the way, madman, I want to ask you something. Venerable Xuanqi looked at Lan Yu next to him. Is this girl your entourage? Yes. This girl has good aptitude, but what is the origin? Blue feather is the body of sacred light. Chu Madman did not hide it either. As soon as he said this, everyone present roared, looking at Lan Yu in disbelief. Another supreme body, and he's still Chu Madman's entourage. Thinking of this, everyone admired the madman Chu more and more, and led a supreme Taoist follower. How many people have this group of faces? However, Venerable Xian Qi's face was a bit solemn, a supreme Taoist body that suddenly appeared. Is there anything in it? Master, rest assured, Lan Yu is absolutely reliable. Chu Mad and human. Venerable Xuanqi pondered for a while, then nodded. Well, it's good for you to have a sense of measure. If someone really wants to plan something and send a supreme Taoist body to make a chess piece, it would be too tricky. And Lan Yu is the feather human race. There is no supreme Taoist body in the feather human race. If there is such an arrogant person, I would be willing to let it go. It seems to be the chance of the madman himself. Venerable Xian Qi no longer thinks about it. Chapter 29. Let him bloom in the garden. I am the only one. After defeating Gu Chang'e, Madman Chu suddenly asked Venerable Xuanqi to go out and practice. After all, this river and mountains are so good. He couldn't stay in Xiantian sect forever. It was so boring. Moreover, he is now the Yuan-Ing cultivation base, plus all kinds of whole cards. It is considered to have the strength of self-protection, and it is time to go out and have a look. The flowers that have been in the greenhouse are unbearable after all. Madman, you can go out and practice, but wait 2 days. I will arrange a guardian for you. Venerable Xian Qi said. Tianjiao of the Orthodox tradition goes out to walk. To ensure that these Tianjiao can be safe and secure, they are usually equipped with a guardian. Especially the arrogant talents like Chu Kuangren, let alone sloppy. Okay. The madman Chu nodded slightly. He was also quite curious about his protector. Xuantianzong, House Han. There are several thatched houses in the green bamboo forest. Only a few people in the entire Xuantianzong know these huts, and these huts are the strongest background of Xuantianzong. Squeak. A hut suddenly opened. An old man in a white robe with white hair and beard walked out. 7 Patriarch, what are you sure you want to do? An old voice came from another hut. The old man in the white robe smiled faintly. I am in the wind, and time is running out. I will take a trip to the world while I still have some usefulness. If you stay quiet, you still have at least 100 years to live. But if you walk in the world, once you encounter a strong person, you will not be able to survive for a few years if your spiritual power is violently consumed. The voice in the hut admonished. Oh, I know, but the younger brother is really good. I want to protect him and make another life in this world. 7 ancestors smiled lightly. Several huts fell into silence. After a while, a voice came from a hut again. If this is the case, then go and finish your last path. Xie Zhu Qingquan. 7 ancestors made a slight offer, then turned and walked outside the bamboo forest. The breeze is floating, and the bamboo leaves are slurping. On this day, an elderly supreme re-enters the world for the sake of his descendants. Xuantianzong, at the gate of the mountain. The heads are crowded, and countless disciples are all looking at the dusty white figure outside the mountain gate, with deep resentment in their eyes. Xinghao, Jinghao, Aichi Wenxie, www. You and asterisk fictions are better and updated faster. That is the madman Chu, the big brother of Xian Tianzong. And today is the day he went out to practice. Woo, big brother is going to leave. I'm so sad. Who isn't it? When I thought of seeing the big brother for a long time, I didn't even have the motivation to practice. Master, you have to take care. The mountains are high and the roads are far away. Big brother, be careful. Young master, you must be careful when you are outside, and don't be hungry or frozen. Xiaobing looked at Chu Kuangren in tears. The madman Chu touched her head and smiled lightly. Take a good look at Ling Tian Taoist Palace, practice hard, and wait for me to come back. Well, I will definitely work hard. Xiaobing nodded heavily. The sun is so good, how can she do without hard work? The madman of Chu looked at Venerable Xuanqi again. The Supreme also showed a trace of perseverance at this time, but he also knew that the young eagle must learn to fly by himself after all. Madman, this is no better than Xian Tianzong. Although you have peerless talent, but you have sinister hearts, you must be careful. Think twice before doing everything. Venerable Xianqi said. Master, I understand. You don't need to worry. The madman of Chu nodded slightly. Madman, the chaotic situation in the world nowadays has revealed the appearance of a world of great controversy. There are endless arrogances from all walks of life, and 100 flowers bloom. If you are away, you must pay attention. Although you must be careful, don't weaken our Xuantianzong reputation. Remember, you are the big brother of Xuantianzong, and Xuantianzong will always be your strongest backing. Elder Rian said with a long heart. The madman of Chu heard the words, nodded, and smiled confidently. Don't worry, the elders, before I joined the world, let him bloom in the garden and fight for beauty. After I join the world, I will be the leader and the best. As soon as these words came out, Venerable Xuanqi was slightly taken aback, and then they laughed loudly and looked at Madman Chu with admiration. The other disciples were also inspired by it and swept away the young daughter's attitude. Big brother said it well. We shouldn't keep the big brother. The big brother is here to win glory for our Xiantian sect, to make the world famous. What a unique one. You deserve to be a big brother. Countless disciples looked at Madman Chu, admiring even more. And the Madman Chu arched his hands towards everyone, then turned and left, while Lan Yu followed him and walked down the mountain. 2 Supreme Taoists formally joined the WDO. 3 days have passed since the Madman Chu defeated Guanga. And before Madman Chu entered the world, his reputation had spread. After all, it was hard not to attract attention if he could defeat Prince Qingyun. Not to mention, he still has no Taoism. For a time, all parts of the Azure Dragon region were shaken by it. Guanga is defeated. Guanga was finally defeated. He lost to the new chief of Xian Tianzong, Chu Madman, and he was defeated by a single sword. What? This Madman Chu is so powerful. When did Xian Tianzong come out of such a supreme arrogant? Guanga defeated the 6 great saints, and he was already invincible when he went to Xuantianzong. Can this madman of Chu defeat him with a single sword? If this is true, then this madman of Chu may be called a young emperor. Check. Find out the origin of this person immediately. Guanga, he has defeated the 6 saints in a row all the way, so majestic. But in the end he was not defeated by others. His invincible heart has been broken, and there is one less obstacle on the road to the emperor. The news of Chu Madman defeating Guanga spread everywhere. The information about the Madman Chu was also dug up. Among them, the Supreme Taoist Body, the 3 Supreme Foundations, and the self-created Holy King method are the most eye-catching, frightening many monks in various avenues. Gosh, is this a monster? Really? Is it so exaggerated? Cut, it's just a rumors. I don't believe that there are such enchanting arrogances in this world. They are definitely made up by others. This kind of Tianzi, Yu reading www.yukangsha.com, can be called a young emperor. There are believers and some doubt. In short, the three words Madman Chu has become a hot topic of discussion in all major tracts, and those who have more good deeds will call Madman Chu the young emperor. What is Shao Di? Is the young emperor who has not yet become an emperor, is generally the title of those supreme arrogance, and those who have the title of young emperor are all the most dazzling geniuses in the sky stars. Even Guanga is not eligible for this title, because the madman of Chu became famous for too short a time, too little record. The title of young emperor was only proposed and soon disappeared. But then, another message flew in all directions. It is the madman Chu who has entered the world. And before joining the WDO, he also issued a war script to all the arrogances in the world. Want to fight the world alone. As soon as the news came out, all parties shook. The reaction of countless Tianjiao in various avenues was even more intense. Most Tianjiao were furious and wanted to find Madman Chu to compete, and some people sneered and laughed at the Madman Chu for not being able to do anything. Chapter 30. All great arrogances let go. Yuanling's supreme treasure. Haha. Let him bloom in the garden. I am one of my own. Okay, what a madman of Chu. It is worthy of the name. I want to see when your strength can support you until you get crazy. In the Xiang Valley of the sage tradition, a tough-faced young man dressed in a purple robe looked at the scorching sun rising in the distance and snorted coldly. Another sage, in the White Lotus sect, a stunning woman in a white dress with bells on her ankles sits by the pond, her white jade feet swaying slightly, turning over the waves. The garden is full of flowers, but one of a kind. Is this Xian Tianzong's big brother really powerful, or is he taking advantage of his mouth? Is the world like a garden? Is it really amazing, or the heart is higher than the sky, and the life is thinner than paper? Oh, I hope it's not another Guanga. The Daozi of the major saints and humanities reacted fiercely. More people responded on the spot after hearing the news. I am Yuan Hong. Since big brother Xian Tianzong asks himself to be one of the best, if we meet in the future, we will inevitably have to discuss the truth and compete. Wan Feizong Yuan Hong responded like this. And this is relatively mild. In contrast, another sage of the Five Elements sect is much more intense. I heard that when Fong Tian, the Taoist of the Five Elements sect, heard the news, he smashed a coral tree on the spot and spoke directly. A guy who has been hiding in the sect for more than 10 years, this guy who has just come out of the cottage dares to speak up? It's ridiculous. I hope you don't meet me in the future, otherwise you must know how powerful the Five Elements is. Let you know the consequences of arrogance. Except for the Five Elements school, 10,000 Feizongs. Several princes and princesses from Qingyun dynasty also spoke. Humph, bold Chu Madman. Without hurting my brother, dare to declare war on the world. Well, then I will meet you for a while in the future. The third prince of Qingyun dynasty released a word. Chu Madman, hurt my elder brother. This account, my Princess Ling Long took note of this. If you encounter it in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Princess Ling Long, the princess, also followed up. Chu Madman, so courageous. Sure enough, as the name suggests, he has dared to declare war on the world just after joining the WDO. It is crazy enough. I hope he can live a few more days. The wood is beautiful in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. The edge is too strong, and sooner or later I will smash my head. I really thought that if I defeated a Guanga, I would be invincible. I'm waiting to see the joke. It's just another Guanga. For a time, Madman Chu seemed to have become the target of Tianjiao all over the world. Regardless of whether he is capable or not, he must condemn a few words. It seems that oneself can become tall in this way. At this time, the Madman Chu, who had become the cusp of the storm, had just left Xuantianzong with Lan Yu and went straight to the south. He seems to have a clear purpose. My son, where are we going? Lan Yu asked curiously on the road. Go hunt for treasure. Chu Madman shook the blueprint in his hand and smiled faintly. When the lucky 10 consecutive draws, Madman Chu once drew a star-level treasure map. This time he came to experience the treasure hunt. Coincidentally, this treasure is hidden in the Azure Dragon domain. According to the treasure map, This treasure is hidden in a mountain range near Baiyun City in the Azure Dragon region. Madman Chu whispered. In addition to the treasures, there is one more thing that makes the Mad Chu curious. That is the Lord of Baiyun City. It is said that Yi Wuhan, the current Lord of Baiyun City, is a top-notch swordsman, and his master is the two peaks of Kendo in the Azure Dragon realm today, and is known as the Azure Dragon Double Sword. Venerable Xuanxi knows that he is the Supreme. Although he has never seen him make a move, he has checked it with the inside eye and obtained some information, and his combat power is definitely far more than other venerables. And Yi Wuhan can be as famous as the master, and he will be extraordinary if he wants to come. I'm going to Baiyun City this time. Maybe I can pay a visit. 2 days later, Madman Chu and Lan Yu arrived at the place marked on the treasure map, but in front of him was an empty mountain. Don't talk about the treasure, there is no root hair. My son, can we find the wrong place? No, it's here. Chu Madman smiled confidently and said, as the picture says, this treasure land has a formation and is hidden in the void. It needs to be impacted by earth energy to make it appear. Earth Chi impact? Correct. Chu Madman smiled, and then he looked at the void in front of him and gave a soft drink. Yuan Ying's cultivation base unfolded, gathering the surrounding air. Is the Holy King Law, Rinshan seal art? The madman of Chu pinched the seal art. The mysterious Taoist rhyme flowed. The surrounding mountains and rivers vibrated, and the majestic gas turned into a huge sacred mountain. The mountain slammed into the void, as if hitting a barrier. With a bang, a large amount of earth energy swam around, impacting the surroundings. A burst of brilliance suddenly rose to the sky. Immediately afterwards, a huge golden gate emerged from the void, with images of mountains, rivers, strange animals, sun and moon painted on the gate. There are also 2 dragons flying and phoenix dancing on the gate, full of characters of mysterious Taoist rhyme. Yuan Ling. The golden gate lay across the void, with auspicious light bursts, surrounded by Taoist rhyme, and all the creatures in a radius of tens of thousands of miles were clearly aware of it. Even if it is farther away, some strong people also feel the abnormality. What is that? The door. So powerful energy fluctuations, so strong Taoist rhyme. Is it possible that some treasure has emerged? Go and see. This is a great opportunity. I should get it. Yuan Ling. Oh my God. Is it the Yuan Ling Supreme who moved the world 20,000 years ago and is known as the first person under the saint? Yuan Ling Zhizuan fell when he hit the Holy Realm 20,000 years ago www.untilnovel.com, and it is said that before his death, he had hidden the treasures he collected in his life in a secret place. Is this the Yuan Ling Zhizuan's treasure place? It is rumored that there is a chance for sanctification in the treasure house of Yuan Ling Supreme. If you can get it, you will be sanctified. Go, go. For a time, countless strong people noticed the abnormality. Countless people are crazy about it. A treasure house of the Supreme and Supreme is enough to shock people, so that countless monks are in droves, let alone the chance of sanctification. There are only a few saints on the bright surface of the sky star. Crazy. Everyone rushed to the Golden Gate, like crazy. The madman Chu looked at the scene before him, and was also confused. Cheating. He just wanted to find a good treasure, and left after taking the treasure, but now the noise is so loud that it attracts everyone. How can he make a fortune in silence? The 7th patriarch of the Secret Guardian was so scared that he almost bit off his tongue. In the past few days, he has indeed seen Madman Chu deliberately holding a so-called treasure map, and he didn't take it seriously. Treasure map. There are many things. Some strong people with weird personality like to leave various puzzles for people to solve, especially the treasure map. He didn't see too many when he was young. But whoever thought? This is actually the treasure map of Yuan Ling Supreme. 7 ancestors are stupefied. I have long heard that Madman Chu made a lot of noise in 3 days when he was in the sect, but who would have thought that this guy did such a big thing within 2 days of his experience? The treasure trove of Yuan Ling Supreme. How many powerhouses it has to attract. Should I stay in the back mountain for retirement? 7th ancestor gave a bitter smile. Chapter 31: The Small World of Yuanling Treasure House, Hongming and Ziki. The treasure trove of Yuanling Supreme is exposed. The turbulent rhyme of Taoism and the sky full of auspicious golden light attracted countless powerful people, especially Baiyun City, not far away. Countless sword lights flashed out one after another. Among them, the first white sword light is the fastest and the most dazzling. Everyone can't help but wonder at the sword light. It is the eldest son of Jinzuan Baiyun. He is also dispatched. It seems that the treasure house of Yuanling Supreme is very attractive. Yuanling Supreme Treasure House. The madman of Chu looked at the golden gate that unscrupulously released his presence in front of him, and shook his head helplessly. Cheating. Go. Chu Madman pulled Lan Yu and rushed into the golden gate instantly. At the moment of entering the gate, Madman Chu and Lan Yu flashed in front of them, and then they came to a dense forest. This is a small world. The madman of Chu was surprised. According to legend, some great powers proficient in the power of space can build some small worlds, which is very mysterious. Obviously, Yuan Ling Jizuan is such a great power. The madman of Chu jumped and rose into the air. Standing at a height of 100 meters, he looked around and found that there were vast mountains and forests nearby. Not only that, but he also found that there were restrictions in the sky. He could only fly up to 100 meters high, and then he would encounter a barrier. After fell back to the ground, Madman Chu took out the treasure map and found that the route above had changed. Oh, this is a brand new map. It's quite intimate. Madman Chu took Lan Yu towards the direction depicted on the treasure map. Soon after they left, a group of people also entered the small world, and countless spiritual thoughts flowed in all directions instantly. Where is the treasure? No, there are restrictions in this space, and my spiritual mind is limited to 3 feet, which is useless at all. Then use your eyes to find it. You must find it. Everyone swept around. It didn't take long for these people to encounter various difficulties one after another. Some encountered terrifying monsters. Some were strangled by countless swords when they touched the agency's restrictions, and some were trapped somewhere. At this time, looking back at Madman Chu, Lan Yu, the two walked on a path full of birds and flowers, leisurely. The madman of Chu took the treasure map and said, "TSK, this small world can hide countless bands and powerful monsters. If there is no correct route guidance, it will be difficult to find the treasure." He could almost imagine how embarrassed and devastated the monks who entered the small world are now. About half an hour later, Madman Chu came to a palace. Hidden in the depths of the mountains, this palace is magnificent, with Taoist rhyme flowing and runes carved on the surrounding pillars. Found it. Chu Madman's eyes lit up. The two walked into the palace, and in their eyes, there were a large number of treasures filled with light, spiritual stones and spirits, pill weapons. There are even more than a dozen pieces of supreme weapons and holy soldiers. Treasures filled the entire palace, and in the corner, there was a pool filled with golden liquid, which was the soul of the earth. Although it is no better than the heavenly spiritual essence, this full pool of earth spiritual essence is so valuable that even some supreme ones will be jealous when they see it. There is also a wooden box in the center of the palace. The box is gorgeous, carved with dragons and phoenixes, and it seems that there is a Taoist charm. Many treasures. Lan Yu couldn't help being surprised. The 7th Patriarch's Dao heart, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but fluctuate. It is worthy of being the supreme Yuan Ling who was hailed as invincible under the saint 20,000 years ago. This kind of background is truly amazing. It's just that you can get the treasure so easily. The treasure trove of the dignified Yuan Ling Supreme. There is no agency restriction at all, which is a bit weird. Or, this little guy has the correct route on his treasure map. If so, then he really has a good chance. Within a few days of leaving the sect, he got a treasure house of supreme supremacy. This kind of luck, even the 7th Patriarch couldn't help being a little envious. This scepter has a strong breath of light. Suddenly, Lan Yu was attracted by a scepter, and he stretched out his hand to touch it, but was stopped by Madman Chu. Wait a minute. The sun. Lan Yu was a little confused. Be careful of the mechanism. The madman of Chu solemnly said, like this kind of scene, he has watched too much in TV dramas. After seeing the treasure hunter couldn't help holding it, and then touched the mechanism, either killing his teammates or belching together. The routines in the TV series don't exist with me. Madman Chu said something that Lan Yu didn't understand, and then began to check the surroundings. His spiritual thoughts flowed, sweeping across the hall, and all the treasures were also carefully observed, but he was determined not to touch it rashly. Seeing this in the dark, the seventh ancestor couldn't help but smile. This little guy was quite wary. Was thinking, he also found something suddenly. His eyes changed slightly. Sure enough, there is something tricky. At this moment, Madman Chu discovered something. Under his observation, most of the treasures in this palace have a very fine dust on the surface. This dust is difficult to observe with the naked eye, and Madman Chu used his spiritual mind to scan it back and forth several times before he noticed. Just what is this? The Madman of Chu thought. Should he take the risk? Anyway, he is immortal. That's Sanning Jing Wangshen. At this time, an old voice rang in Chu Quangren's ears. Chu Madman's heart moved slightly, knowing that this was the protector arranged for him by Xian Tianzong, but he had never shown up. Sanning Jing Wangshen. I have only seen this thing in the classics. It is said that this thing is the most to the evil thing, like a small dust, but its power is extremely terrifying. Even if the king of war touches this thing, it will be corroded into a mass of blood in an instant. The venerable dare not touch it easily. Seven Patriarch explained. After listening, Lan Yu's face changed slightly, and he stepped back subconsciously, looking at these treasures like a scourge. This Yuanling Supreme is quite insidious. Chu Madman laughed. Next, he asked the seventh Patriarch about the solution. www.intelnovel.com. It's simple. Just after the voice of the seventh Patriarch fell, a breeze blew in the palace, and the breeze swept countless dust into an egg-sized ball. This thing is powerful. If it can be used properly, it may play a big role. Seventh Ancestor said lightly. The Madman Chu quickly took out a bottle and filled the dust. This thing is effective for living things, but it has no effect on the dead. Otherwise, the treasures of the palace would have been corroded long ago. You are very vigilant. This Sanning Jing Wangshen almost didn't even notice me. You can find it. Very good. Seven Ancestors admired. When you go out, safety comes first. Chu Madman laughed. Then, he began to put all the treasures of the palace into the universe ring one by one, and he opened the wooden box to take a look. Contains a purple gas. This purple chi is filled with terrifying Taoist rhyme, but when the wooden box is opened, bursts of mysterious Taoist sounds echo in the void, like a saint preaching, and there is a strange smell permeating. This is the foundation of sanctification, the grandeur and purple spirit. At this time, the seventh Patriarch could not help but exclaim. Chu Madman also shines. Hongmeng Ziki. He has heard of this thing. The name of this thing is too big. It is the foundation of sanctification and the supreme treasure. Let's put it this way. If a venerable person has a grandiose and purple aura, then it is entirely possible that he will become a saint within 100 years. It's just that there is a drawback to becoming a saint with the help of Hongmeng Ziki. That is, it is only the weakest saint, and it is difficult to make progress. But anyway, that is also a saint. It is the existence above billions of creatures. If this Hongmeng purple chi was taken out, it would be enough to make countless monks crazy. Chapter 32. Supreme One Sword. Yi Beifeng's eyes are red. Unexpectedly, the so-called chance for sanctification in this Yuanling treasure house is this grand purple energy. It's just that the Yuanling Supreme was so amazing and brilliant back then, I must be disdainful of using this grand purple energy to become holy. But unfortunately, he failed in the end. Otherwise, with his combat power after sanctification, he might even have a chance to suppress an era. Seven Patriarchs said with emotion. The Madman of Chu heard the words and said, "Can this predecessor be useful? Oh, you keep it, whether you use this thing, or give it to the other supreme in the sect. It's better than giving it to me, this old guy." Chizu laughed. But Madman Chu heard a sense of loneliness from it. What he didn't know was that the seventh ancestor had already entered the 5 decays of heaven and man, and his life expectancy was approaching. Even if he was given this grandeur and purple energy, he probably wouldn't have time to comprehend, and it would be just a waste of time. The Madman of Chu didn't ask too much, and put away his grandiose and purple energy. He didn't plan to use this purple gas. A person who uses the Hongmeng purple chi to become a holy person has the weakest combat power, because the way he understands is not his own, and the madman of Chu must be holy by his own strength. It is not a problem whether he has the upper Taoist body and the foundation. Although purple chi is not used, it can be used by other people in the Xiantian sect, such as Venerable Xuanqi, Elder Ruyan, and several other venerables. After scraping in the palace, Madman Chu didn't let go of a spiritual stone, so he left contentedly. Boom! A horrible sword light burst out, tearing a ferocious monster beast in half, and a rain of blood fell, dyeing the mountains and forests red. In midair, a middle-aged man in a white robe is holding a supreme sword with gleaming light. His brows are full of coldness. If there are people from Baiyun City here, they must know this person. Official Baiyun City, Lord's eldest son Yi Baifeng. Master, the spies in front came to report that they found a palace 300 miles ahead. A swordsman suddenly arrived. Yi Baifeng's eyes lit up. Go. Soon, Yi Baifeng saw the palace hidden deep in the mountains from a distance, and his face suddenly showed ecstasy. That must be the treasure place of Yuanling Supreme. The chance of sanctification must be there. Just when Yi Baifeng, everyone was about to approach. Suddenly, there were roars in the distance. I saw a gibbon with black hair popped up in the mountains and forests, and each head showed an extremely violent aura. The one headed by the cultivation base has reached the king of war realm. Damn, these ape monsters have all been refined into puppets by Yuanling Supreme. Although they don't have the wisdom, they are not afraid of death, and they are very difficult to entangle. Just a bunch of beasts. Why not be afraid? The treasure house is right in front of you. How can you shrink back? Yes, this is my chance to wait for the sky. Kill. Never come back empty-handed. A group of monks collided with the gibbons instantly. Terrifying energy burst out, sweeping the mountains and forests. And Yi Baifeng confronted the leading gibbon. The strength of this gibbon was extremely terrifying. His eyes were blood red, and he was full of fierce aura. Between the two long arms, a violent spiritual current was set off. Its combat power has reached the peak of the King of War. Although Yi Baifeng is great, he can't help this gibbon for a while. As time passed, he became a little anxious. The treasure house of Yuanling Supreme was right in front of him, but was blocked by a group of apes. After a long time, if someone else swiftly climbed up first, it would be nothing like a bamboo basket. Thinking of this, Yi Baifeng gritted his teeth and took out a small silver sword. It was a small sword condensed by his father Baiyun Jinzuan. Once used, it was equivalent to a blow from Baiyun Jinzuan. What kind of character is Baiyun Jinzuan? Supreme. A single sword in his hand is enough to kill any warlord in seconds. I can't take care of so much, go. Yi Baifeng urged the silver sword. In an instant, a horrible Taoist rhyme flooded the world, and a 1,000-meter-long silver sword light fell from the sky to lock the Gibbon King. Roar! Gibbon Wang Yantian roared, fighting hard to resist. But the Supreme one blow is enough to overwhelm the mountains and the sea, possessing supreme power, and the moment it comes into contact with the sword light, the Gibbon King turns into blood mist and explodes, while the sword light falls into the mountains. Boom! A loud noise made the whole small world turbulent. There are cracks in the void. The large space begins to collapse and shatter. All the people who entered the small world were scared by the sudden movement. Their pupils shrank and their faces turned pale. Damn, what idiot uses the supreme power in this small world? Is it too long? The small world has begun to shatter. Time is running out. The treasure house is nowhere to be found. It is important to save your life. You must leave here quickly. The terrifying force formed by the collapse of the small world is not joking. Even the Supreme can hardly survive. Some people who knew they had no hope of finding the treasure trove left. After all, no matter how attractive the treasure house is, it's not important. And Yi Baifeng beheaded the queen of the gibbon, and the rest escaped, and the sword energy also rushed the rest of the gibbon to pieces. Time is running out. Let's go. Yi Baifeng took this opportunity to lead everyone into the palace. But they were greeted by the empty hall. How could this be? The treasure. Where is the treasure? The expressions of everyone changed. They worked so hard to get here. They thought there were countless treasures beckoning to them. but they didn't expect it to be such a deserted scene. Yi Baifeng said in a gloomy tone, "Don't be discouraged, search." Everyone swept their spiritual thoughts, and they didn't miss any corner. After a while, they searched the entire palace inside and outside. Even the floor tiles have been dug up, not to mention the treasure. Not even a spiritual stone was found. Immediately afterwards, a monk found several footprints on the stairs of the palace, which shows that someone has already been here. Treasure, it was listed first. This made Yi Baifeng directly angry. He worked so hard to come here. For this treasure, even the treasures given by his father were used, but now he has no hair. Who is it? Yi Baifeng almost growled out loud. What did he think of? Yu reading www.yikangshu.com took out a white spar from Qinkuan ring, with the last glimmer of hope in his eyes. This is a retrospective stone, which contains a trace of the rime of time. You can look back in time and capture an image of what happened in a place in the near future. This is a treasure that Yi Baifeng obtained during his early years of experience. It has been in his hands for a long time, but it has never been used. At this time, he can only hope that this thing can help him. He threw the backtracking stone into the air, only to see a mysterious brilliance flickering, and then several scenes appeared in the air. In the picture, there is a man and a woman. The man is extremely handsome, like a fairy, and the woman has long silver hair and beautiful appearance. The screen shows that these two people took the treasures here. Look at it, is that Hongming Ziki? Suddenly, a monk exclaimed. Only the madman Chu in the picture opened the wooden box, and there was a purple gas hidden in it, which was the foundation of sanctification, Hongming purple gas. Who are these two people? Check it out. Be sure to find them back, regain the treasure, regain the grand and purple energy. Yi Baifeng's eyes were red, but it was a cosmic purple chi, and he slipped away from under his eyelids. Who can stand it? Chapter 33. Fellow Taoists, please stay. I'm just 1 hour. The small world is beginning to collapse. The madman of Chu suddenly noticed the space abnormality. Go, the seventh ancestor said suddenly. The power formed by the collapse of the small world, even he dare not look down upon. The madman Chu didn't dare to neglect. He took Lan Yu and quickly left the small world, and when he came to the outside world, he quickly swept in one direction. The same goes for the others who escaped from the small world. Chu Madman. Lan Yu came to a place dozens of miles away from the Yuan Ling Supreme Treasury, and from a distance he saw the golden door begin to shatter, and there were countless cobweb-like cracks in the surrounding space. A terrifying mighty force began to brew, and the surrounding mountains and forests began to twist under this force, constantly rushing toward the gate. Immediately afterwards, the gate was shattered in an instant, forming a miniature black hole. This black hole was only the size of a fist, but the explosive force of terror made everyone present feel scalp numb. The whole small world is sucked in by this black hole, with everything within a radius of 10 miles, broken down into countless particles and turned into nothingness. Finally, the black hole disappeared. There is also a huge pothole within 10 miles. This sense of death still remains in the air. All the monks who witnessed the collapse of the small world had an unspeakable shock. In the face of this power, they were too small. The madman Chu took a deep breath. It's scary. Although he was a little scared, he was very satisfied with this treasure hunt and got a lot of good things. Hongming Ziki alone is a worthwhile trip. But compared to him, other monks are not so lucky. Damn, I didn't catch my fart. I almost lost my life. Damn it, come here for nothing. Who finally got the Yuan Ling treasure house? Speaking of it, it is still unknown how this Yuan Ling treasure house appeared. Could this be a conspiracy by others? If this is the case, the intentions of the people behind the scenes are too vicious. They destroy the small world and want to kill us all. Better don't let me know who did it. There are regrets, anger, and conspiracy theories. As the instigator of this incident, Madman Chu didn't say anything for fear of being seen by others. He took Lan Yu and was about to leave this place of right and wrong. This fellow Taoist, please stay. At this time, a voice sounded. A young man in white robe came to the two Madman Chu. The young man has handsome eyes and is one of the best beautiful men, but it is a pity that he is at least 2 grades worse than Chu Madman. The youth is also very amazing. I didn't expect that there are men who are even better looking than me in the world. It's incredible. The young host Li Xingchen and Bilu sees two of them with extraordinary appearance, so I want to make friends with them. Li Xingchen said, and his voice also attracted many people around. They looked at Madman Chu, and both Lan Yu were extremely surprised. These two people look so extraordinary, especially the man, who has a rhyme of Taoism in his body, just like an immortal. There are such men in this world. That's Li Xingchen from Baiyulu. It is rumored that this person is a beautiful man in Baiyun City. It is best to associate with a good-looking person. No wonder he will find these two people. These two people are so extraordinary. I don't know if they are disciples from a certain orthodoxy. It is necessary to be able to make friends. Everyone talked a lot, but Madman Chu looked at Li Xingchen in surprise, and he also heard the talk around him. Like to associate with good-looking people? This Li Xingchen is a face dog. In Chu Madman, I met Li Daoyu. It turned out to be a friend of Chu Daoist, disrespectful. Before Li Xingchen's words were finished, his face suddenly stiffened, and he froze in place. What did he hear? Chu Madman. That Madman Chu who declared war on the world. Friendly, what's wrong? The madman of Chu looked at Li Xingchen suspiciously. At this time, he still knew nothing about the impact of what he said when he entered the world. Hey, that's not right. Murderous. The madman Chu's face changed slightly, and he looked around with alert. After hearing his name, the surrounding monks looked at themselves with hostile eyes, especially the young monks, and there was a feeling of eagerness in their eyes. My son, there seems to be something wrong. Lan Yu is also on guard. I saw it too. Madman Chu nodded. At this time, a young monk dressed in black mysterious clothes suddenly stood up and stared at Madman Chu coldly. Are you the Madman Chu who declared war on the world, the big brother of Xian Tianzong? The madman of Chu is even more puzzled. I am the big brother of Xian Tianzong, but you have misunderstood something. When did I declare war on the world? Please, he has just joined the WDO, okay? Declare war on the world? How can he have that ability? He is just a little yuaning. Before I joined the world, he let him bloom in the garden and fight for beauty. After I joined the world, I became the leader and the best. You said this. The black monk said coldly. Yes, I did say that. Wait. Chu Madman understands something. Should these people take his words as a war book? Are they kidding? He just hid for a while. At that time, there were so many disciples, and the elders came to see him off. He had to say something to set off the compulsion of his big brother. It's only been a few days now, it's spread? Since you said it, that's easy. I will come to learn today. How can you stand out? The black monk snorted coldly, violently urging his spiritual power. The aura in the void boiled, and a huge black palm was condensed, engulfing the majestic power, and slapped the madman Chu. Supreme Dharma, Big Madra. The black palm covered the sky and came, and Madman Chu hadn't made a move yet, but Lan Yu snorted and punched out WWE. Novel.com. A beam of light burst, directly piercing the hand and hitting the black clothes. The monk's body blasted the opponent to vomit blood and fly upside down. The power of a punch, shocking everyone. Lan Yu stared at the surroundings coldly. Want to challenge my son? You are not qualified yet. Madman Chu blinked behind him. How did he feel that Lan Yu's words were not only defending him, but also caused him a wave of hatred? Sure enough, everyone looked at Madman Chu's eyes even worse. Chu Madman, really crazy enough. Even a maid is so ignorant. You can imagine how arrogant this madman is. No wonder he will declare war on the world. And the black-clothed monk who was blown away by Lan Yu's punch was shocked, staring at the two Madman Chu, his eyes full of unbelievable. A punch? I can't even stop his maid's punch. That Madman Chu, how strong is that? I'm afraid I am inferior to ants in his eyes. Thinking of this, the black monk couldn't help feeling frustrated. At this time, Madman Chu glanced at him. Perhaps because of preconceptions, the black-clothed monk felt that the opponent's gaze was full of indifference, and more accurately, it was more like ignoring. Sure enough, Madman Chu took a glance and then retracted his gaze. Maybe he just passed by inadvertently. The black-clothed monk couldn't help but feel sad. It's in vain that I have practiced hard for decades. I thought it would be one of the best among the younger generation, but I didn't expect it to be inferior to ants in your eyes. What a madman in Chu, what a madman. I lost today. After finishing speaking, the black-clothed monk turned and left, staggering, his shadow stretched by the setting sun, full of loneliness and depression. Chapter 34. Shuilong 3 Outstanding. Just rubbish, don't make mistakes. This black-clothed monk is the Daozi of Taishanzong. Taishanzong is also a supreme order, but now, Daozi can't even take a punch from a maid next to Chu Madman. Looking at his appearance, I am afraid that Dao Xian has collapsed. In this world of great controversy, there is no place for him, let alone the battle between the Emperor and the Road. Madman Chu, really a madman. The dignified Daozi challenged him, but was ignored by him. Only a handmaid beat the opponent to the heart of Dao collapse, using sinister intentions. People around are talking about it. They looked at Madman Chu, with fear in their eyes. And the madman of Chu was also dumbfounded. He just glanced at the opponent and confirmed that the opponent was not killed. Why did the opponent collapse in a blink of an eye and left the scene sadly? The trash of Taishan sect is not a climate. Let us Shuilong Sanjia teach this madman of Chu how to behave. At this time, 3 more people came out. These 3 people are all wearing white robes and holding supreme instruments. Chu Madman raised his eyebrows. Is this endless? Really treat him as a clay figure without anger? The madman of Chu reached out his hand to stop Lan Yu, who was about to shoot, and said, Lan Yu, it is me they want to challenge, so let me solve it. My son, just 3 rubbish, let me come. Lan Yu said bluntly. The Shuilong Sanjia was so angry that his face twitched. Bitch, who are you rubbish? A lowly maid would dare to speak up, thinking that if you defeat a trash, you can ignore us? Whimsical. Shuilong Sanjia scolded. Chu Madman heard the words, a coldness shot in his eyes. He has never scolded Lan Yu, and these 3 garbage dared to spray manure in their mouths. He is really angry now. It is everyone's responsibility to protect the environment. I'm quite happy to clean up garbage. Chu Madman said lightly, and then took a step forward. Asshole, let you know who is rubbish. Humph. Shuilong Sanjia saw this and quickly shot. I saw an almost identical Taoist rhyme from these 3 people, and a large amount of spiritual power filled the void, covering the world. In an instant, the world has changed. The air temperature dropped sharply, and there was a heavy snowfall in the sky. A cold chill swept like a knife. This is the icy cold formation that our 3 masters jointly displayed. In this formation, even if you are a cave cultivator, it is difficult to get out. The boss of the Shuilong Sanjia smiled triumphantly. They just came to challenge the madman Chu, and naturally they have a bit of confidence. In addition to the fact that the cultivation base is not weak, the formation of the 3 people is also extremely powerful. Among the young generation, there are few people to break. The madman Chu reached out and pinched a snowflake. Snowflakes are like knives. They cut his fingers, leaving blood stains. But the immortal body worked, and the blood stains healed instantly. I'm a little curious. Why did you come to challenge me? Just because of the few words I said before entering the world? Chu Madman said lightly. The second child of the Shuilong 3 masters sneered. Your few words have been spread all over the world, plus Gu Chang's defeat in your hands. Now all Tianjiao see you as a thorn in the eye. Who doesn't want to defeat you? As long as we defeat you, we will be completely famous in the world. Young people who don't love names? Shuilong Sanjia is no exception. The best way to become famous is to step on someone else's position. Just like the Chu Madman defeating Gu Changa, he can become famous in the world. Otherwise, he can't make any waves with his few words. It is precisely because he became famous that what he said has weight. Now, Shuilong Sanjia plans to step on the madman Chu to become famous. That's it. Madman Chu nodded slightly. Then die. Shuilong Sanjia shouted in unison. Within the formation, the strength of the wind and snow suddenly intensified, and the gust of wind wrapped snow in the madman Chu. The snowflakes were like knives, and the incomparable chill came from all directions. At this time, Madman Chu's eyes condensed. 9 heavens soared prison, with a soft drink. Sword chi gushed out from his body. The sky is full of wind and snow, and there is instant silence. The so-called ice and snow formations are under the endless sword aura like a gale, like a thin veil being easily torn apart. Endless sword auras are intertwined. 12 pillars of sword aura block all sides, forming a sword aura area like a prison. How is this possible? What exactly is going on? Our formation was broken in an instant. Shuilong Sanjia's face instantly turned pale. They knew that Madman Chu could be very powerful. They weren't opponents in a single match, otherwise the opponent would not be able to defeat Guanga. So the three of them joined forces. With the formation, they felt it was enough to fight against the Madman Chu, even defeat the Madman Chu. But I didn't expect that they were wrong, so wrong. In just an instant, the formation was broken, and they were also caught in the Dao body vision of the Madman Chu. Like fish, let him kill. Trash, Madman Chu said lightly. Then, he held his 5 fingers slightly. The sword chi in the sword chi field rushed towards the 3 people crazy. The screams suddenly echoed. Shuilong Sanjia's body was penetrated by dozens of domineering sword auras in the blink of an eye. The golden core was shattered, the soul infant was destroyed, and there was no vitality. The 3 fell to the ground with a puff, like blood. The strength of these 3 people is the ordinary nascent soul realm, and even if they use their formations together, they can only contend against them. Even Guanga can easily handle it. Not to mention, a sword defeated Guanga's Madman Chu. He even only needs to cast a Dao body vision. Do not. There was a heart-piercing voice in the void. www.umtlnovel.com. An old man rushed out, looking at the fallen Shuilong Sanjia. His eyes were red and extremely angry. This person is exactly Shuilong Sanjia's protector. As early as when Madman Chu used the 9 Heaven Sword Prison, he wanted to rescue him, but he didn't expect Madman Chu to start so quickly that he would not even have a chance to react. Sanjia died in the blink of an eye. Madman Chu, I want you to die. The old man was furious, and the terrifying warlord's might broke out instantly. But at the moment, a soft snort sounded in the void. I saw the old man's body exploded in the void on the spot, turning into a cloud of blood. This scene scared everyone pale. A warlord didn't even hold on for a moment, and he turned into a blood mist and exploded in a cold snort. What a terrifying power this is. Venerable, this is venerable. And it is very likely to be a powerhouse of the supreme level. In the legend, this madman of Chu is a supreme Taoist body. He is walking outside. How could Xuantianzong not arrange him a guardian? This Taoist protector is absolutely supreme. For a time, some unscrupulous people gave up on the spot. In addition to the strength displayed by Madman Chu, it was also the shock of the supreme guardian behind him. The madman of Chu curtailed his sword aura, looked around, and said lightly, "If anyone wants to challenge him, I will accompany him. But I still advise you, don't make mistakes." Today he ruthlessly killed Shuilong Sanjia. In addition to insulting Lan Yu, he was also killing chickens and monkeys. Otherwise, someone will challenge him every day, so he can't get through this day. Madman Chu would not be soft when he should be cruel. Chapter 35. By Jing in the sky, framed for admiration. After made a strong move to kill the Shuilong Sanjia, none of the people present dared to act rashly, and even fear was born in their hearts. It is easy to kill the Shuilong Sanjia, and there is a supreme level guardian. As long as the saint does not come out, the Madman Chu can almost walk sideways in the Azure Dragon region. Wonderful and wonderful. Li Xingqian clapped his hands and walked over, and said to Chu madly, "The strength of the Taoist Chu is eye-opening." "Oh, fellow Taoist Li is not afraid," Madman Chu said lightly. "If there is anything to be afraid of, Shuilong Sanjia offends first, and if you kill it, you will kill it." When Li Xingqian talked about Shuilong Sanjia, his tone was extremely flat, as if he didn't care about the other party. In fact, the Bayou Tower in Baiyun City also has some unknown details, and it is not necessarily a disadvantage to some supreme Taoism. "If nothing else, then I will leave," Chu Madman said. "Friend Chu Dao, here is Baiyun City, and my Bayou Tower has some background in Baiyun City. How about staying there for a few days?" Li Xingqian said expectantly. Originally, he only came up to say hello when he saw Chu Kuang's temperament and his appearance was superior to him. But now that he knew that the other party was Chu Kuang, he really had the thought of making friends. Without upper Dao body, Big Brother Xuantianzong, regardless of his status or aptitude, is the top of the sky. "Bailu, that will do." The Madman Chu nodded. Anyway, he came out to experience it. It's not the same wherever he goes. The Baiyun city is nearby, so it's okay to see it. There is also the rumored Baiyun Jinzuan. He is also a little curious. Then fellow Taoist Chu, let's go. Li Xingchen quickly led the way. Along the way, Li Xingchen introduced the local customs and power pattern in Baiyun City to Madman Chu, including Jinzuan Baiyun, whom the Madman Chu cares most about. Li Xingchen said that Jinzuan Baiyun has already closed for one Jiazi, and he does not know when he will leave. Now Baiyun City is in charge of his 3 sons. These 3 are called Uncle, Second, and Third. Although Baiyun City is a city, it covers a very wide area, which is not much more than that of some small countries. Therefore, there are many monk organizations in Baiyun City, such as martial arts, aristocratic families, etc., and these organizations are all attached to the city lord's mansion. But there is a place that is very special. Is so special that even the city lord's mansion cannot be under the jurisdiction, and that is the Baiyulo to which Li Xingchen belongs. Soon, Madman Chu followed Li Xingchen to the Baiyulo, and what caught his eye was a large group of buildings one after another. The magnificent palace, exquisite attic, rockery garden, dance pavilion, and singing platform, etc. are all covered in this complex, like a fairyland on earth. Outside the main entrance of Baiyulu, the madman of Chu couldn't help but wonder, by Yujing in the sky, the 5th city on the 12th floor. The fairy touches my head, knots my hair, and receives longevity. Hearing this, Li Xingchen next to him opened his eyes wide and looked at Madman Chu admiringly. Chu Dao's friendly literary talent. Where and where? Chu Madman said modestly. At any rate, he was a liberal arts student in his previous life, so it's okay to read a few poems to show off. By Yujing in the sky, the 5th city on the 12th floor, the immortal touches my head, knots my hair, and receives longevity. It is really a good poem. Li Xingchen couldn't help but recite it twice, and the more he read it, the smoother he spoke. The more he read it, the more he felt that this poem was tailor-made for Bailu. By Yujing, isn't it the Baiyulo? 5 cities on the 12th floor, that is to say, there are many buildings in the Baiyu building. The fairy caressed me, knotted my hair, and received long life. Fairy, fairy. Thinking of this, Li Xingchen couldn't help but glanced at the madman Chu. The other party's temperament was misty and dusty, just like an immortal. Zhega, is fellow Taoist Chu comparing himself to an immortal? This spirit is really extraordinary. The madman of Chu didn't know how much Li Xingchen had made up his brain. He just felt that the other person looked at him with more kind and respectful eyes. Bailu is engaged in various service industries, restaurants, inns, gambling shops, and even brothels. It is the largest consumer place in Baiyun City. Entering inside, people come and go, and it is very lively. I have seen the young boss. Someone salutes after seeing Li Xingchen. The madman of Chu knew that the other party was the son of the owner of Baiyu, the young owner of Bailu. And many people have noticed Madman Chu, Lan Yu. Not to mention that they are with Li Xingchen, the young boss. But the Madman Chu's extraordinary and refined temperament is enough to attract many people. Who is this man? He is so extraordinary. Are you a friend of the young boss? The Xiao Dongjia himself is already the most prestigious, beautiful man in Baiyun City, but I didn't expect someone to look better than him. The silver-haired woman is also stunning. This is much more senior than the people that Xiao Dongjia brought before. People around are talking about it. Li Xingchen likes to make friends with good-looking people the most. Everyone in Baiyun City knows. And he also brings back a few handsome men and women from time to time. Everyone has long been surprised by this. But the madman Chu brought back this time is really amazing. Compared with him, all the things Li Xingchen brought back before turned into crooked melons and jujubes. The mediocre generation is not of the same grade at all. With curious gazes along the way, Li Xingchen brought the 2 madman Chu to a study room and saw the host of Bailu. This is a middle-aged man who looks like his 30s. He has a gentle and elegant temperament. He doesn't show any breath, like a literati. But how can the owner of the huge Bailu be an ordinary literati? The madman of Chu couldn't help but check with insight. Li Yi, master of cultivation, good at painting and calligraphy. At this look, Madman Chu was slightly startled. Really is not an ordinary literati. Good fellow, this is a supreme. Every supreme is a top existence in the realm of the nobleman, and placed on the entire sky star www.tolnovel.com is a top powerhouse. Father, these are my two new friends. Li Xingchen introduced. Li Yi raised his head to look at the two Madman Chu, and then a look of surprise appeared in his eyes, and the more he looked, the more surprised he became. His cultivation level is high and strong, and he can perceive that there is a kind of terrifying Taoist rhyme in the bodies of the two Madman Chu, fearing that it is some kind of top Taoism. Especially Madman Chu shocked him even more. That Dao Yun, even if it was the first time he saw it, dare to ask the origins of the two little friends. In the next Xian Tianzong Chu Madman, she is called Lan Yu, and she has met seniors. Chu Madman bowed his hands slightly and saluted. Chu Madman. Li Yi murmured again, and then said with a light smile, "It turns out that it is the big brother Xiantian who declared war on the world." The Madman Chu touched his nose and couldn't comment. Yes, his declaration of war on the world is considered solid. But thinking about it, it seems quite interesting. The Supreme One is your guardian in the dark. Li Yi also noticed the existence of the seventh patriarch. Yes. Li Yi didn't say anything. Li Xingchen said with enthusiasm, "Today Brother Chu made a poem to Bai Yulo. Bai Yujing is in the sky, the fifth city on the 12th floor. The fairy touches my head, knots my hair, and receives longevity." How about? Li Yi heard the words, his eyes lit up, and then he slapped his palms and laughed. Good poems, good poems. I didn't expect that the little friend gave me such a great gift when he came to my Baiyu Lu. I really appreciate it. He is good at calligraphy and calligraphy. Although he is not very proficient in poetry and prose, he also loves it very much. Hearing this poem has an immediate affection for Chu Madman. I will write this poem myself, then mount it and place it in the most conspicuous part of the Baiyu Tower for people to admire. Li Yi said with joy. Chapter 36. Light Scepter, One Secret Secret, Debut. Li Yi heard the poems written by the Madman of Chu, and his favor with him greatly increased. In addition to the identity of the other party's Anianzong's big brother, he immediately regarded him as a distinguished guest and asked Li Xingchen to entertain him. Li Xingchen arranged the best and most luxurious guest room in the Baiyu building for the two Madman Chu. At that level of luxury, Madman Chu had to wonder whether he was staying in the palace of which Emperor Lauer. Brother Chu, I will host a banquet for you tonight. By the way, I will introduce you to the young talents in Baiyan City, okay? Li Xingchen said with great interest. Yes. The Madman Chu nodded slightly. Soon, Li Xingchen went down to make arrangements for much fanfare. In the luxurious wing room, Chu Madman is sorting out the harvest of this treasure hunt. Looking at the dazzling collection of treasures in the universe ring, Madman Chu frowned. This is too messy. Pills, weapons, classics, and other treasures are piled together without sorting out. This is a bit unacceptable for the Mad Chu with mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, so he couldn't help but sort it out. The pill and the pill are kept together, the weapons and weapons are put together, and the spiritual stones are piled aside, and they are divided into categories, so they are busy. Because there are too many treasures of Yuanling Supreme, it took nearly half an hour for Madman Chu to finish. It is more convenient to have a fantasy roulette space. Chu Madman thought. That is an inventory. As long as he does not extract it, the same type of prize will be automatically put together. Although he was a little tired, the corners of Madman Chu's mouth couldn't restrain from rising when he saw the neatly arranged piles of treasures. This treasure hunt is worth it. Lan Yu beside couldn't help but smile when he saw that he was happy. By the way, Lan Yu, this one is for you. The Madman Chu took out a white scepter. This scepter is exactly the one Lan Yu had fancied in the treasure house before. The scepter is white in its entirety, and its top is an extremely ornate wheel that resembles the sun, engraved with avenue runes. A strong breath of light permeated out. This is a saint weapon. Lan Yu saw the scepter and couldn't help showing a trace of affection in his eyes, but stayed in place, hesitating to take it. The Madman Chu stuffed it directly into her hand when he saw it. Take it. I don't lack the sacred artifact. This scepter is more useful for you. The holy artifact is supreme for the rest of the monks. Even if it is a saint's orthodoxy, there are probably not a few holy artifacts. But for Madman Chu, that's it. Sword Mountain's holy swords. He only took a handful of kunwu. Otherwise, he left hand and right hand, and the remaining few can be thrown for fun. This thought, he also thought about it in his heart. Otherwise, if someone secretly wants to hear the protector, he might be so angry that he will destroy his disciple who desecrates the holy sword on the spot. Master Xia. Lan Yu no longer declined, holding the scepter to look carefully. And this scepter trembled slightly, filled with joy, and turned into a ray of white light into Lan Yu's body. The sacred artifacts automatically recognized the Lord. It seems that this holy artifact likes you very much. Chu Madman laughed. Lan Yu felt a bit, and suddenly there was some information in his mind. This scepter is called the Scepter of Light. It was a weapon of the strongest who called the Holy King of Light 50,000 years ago. Holy King artifact. Madman Chu was a little surprised. Just like the method of saints, there are also 3, 6, or 9 sacred objects. Ordinary sacred tools, great sacred tools, and holy kings. Several holy swords like Xian Tianzong are just ordinary holy artifacts, one-word difference, but the two are separated by thousands of miles. Before it was a holy artifact, but later in a great war, the Scepter of Light was damaged, and now it is just an ordinary holy artifact. What kind of battle can destroy the Holy King's artifact? Lan Yu frowned and said, that battle was too terrifying. Even some images could not be bearable for me. There were only some vague fragments. It seemed that many saints were fighting each other. As soon as this statement came out, let alone Chu Madman, even the 7th patriarch in secret was frightened. What is a saint? That is the supreme existence above the billions of living beings. Even the Supreme can only bow down to the saints. Lan Yu now said that she had seen countless saints, and these saints were still fighting each other. These things are so shocking. Vaguely, Madman Chu felt like he had come into contact with the tip of the iceberg of countless secrets in this world. Interesting. Madman Chu smiled, and then he stopped thinking about it. He is not enough to touch this secret. Night. Baiyun Tower, sweeping the platform. This is one of the tallest pavilions in Baiyun Tower. At night, the moonlight is the most beautiful here, so it is named Lan Yu Tower. And Lan Yu Tower is also where Li Xingqian hosted a banquet. Tonight, the guests and friends on the platform are full of guests. They are all young talents invited by Li Xingqian, and many of them are from the family. Li Xingqian said today that he would introduce a person to us. I really don't know who is worth his troubles. A young man was quite curious. Hey, he is not always like this. He will make friends as soon as he meets a good-looking monk, and it must be the same this time. The other brother from the family chuckled. Yes, when I came just now, I heard some people in the building talking about it. Today, 2 monks came here, and everyone was shocked. A white-robed young man curled his lips and said disapprovingly, in this spiritual world, what's the use of looking good? Has no power, and can only be reduced to others' playthings. Compared to this, I am more interested in the Yuanling supreme treasure that shook most of the Azure Dragon region. Yes, I heard that the eldest son of Jinzuan also went, but it seems to have returned without success. Yilei, do you know what? Everyone looked at the young man named Yilei. Yilei drank a glass of wine and shook his head slightly. I didn't go there personally, and I don't know what happened in the treasure house. Then did your father tell you anything? A young man asked. Yilei is the son of Yi Baifeng, and he is extremely talented in cultivation, and he is second to none in the city lord's mansion. Yilei was silent for a while, then shook his head. When everyone saw this, they stopped asking questions. Yilei was drinking www.intelnovel.com and didn't know what she was thinking. In fact, he knows something. For example, the Yuanling treasure house was swept away by a man and a woman, and Yi Baifeng fetched a bamboo basket, and he jumped with anger after returning home. But these are the secrets of the city lord's mansion. He is not easy to pass on. He is curious. What kind of character is in order to scavenge the treasure house of Yuanling under the eyes of so many powerful people? At this time, Li Xingqian came to the platform. Behind him, 2 people followed, a man and a woman. These 2 people came under the moonlight. Wearing a white unicorn robe with wide sleeves and a jade crown on his head, one of them has an extraordinary temperament, just like an immortal in the sky. One blue and white skirt, silver-haired shawl, jade bone, and ice muscle. exquisite appearance is like a goddess walking out of the moon. Walking next to these two people, Li Xingchen, a handsome man who was originally good-looking and quite famous, can only become a foil. On the platform, everyone looked at the man and woman who came by. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, until one of the guests dropped the wine glass in the hand to the ground with a clanging sound. The hearts of everyone were pulled back. Chapter 37. Golden Lotus Measuring Spirit. 12 petals are blooming. There is such an in this world. Who are they? No wonder Li Xingchen is about to put a banquet for them. Li Xingchen is the most beautiful man in this world, but in front of this man, he can only become a foil. Every move, it seems that there is a kind of natural Taoist rhyme. So extraordinary. What is this person? After everyone came back to their senses, they all looked at the two Quangren Chu in amazement. This man and woman are stunning in the world. Especially the madman Chu. The banal temperament on his body is even more extraordinary, even if it is the superior saint. Let me introduce to you. This is Madman Chu, the big brother of Xian Tianzong. This is Miss Lan Yu. Li Xingchen laughed. When everyone heard the words, they fell into a strange silence again. Chu Madman. That madman Chu who declared war on the world after entering the WDO. Many people looked at him curiously, especially a few family Tianjiao who asked themselves to be talented, eager to try. It turned out to be him. It was he who defeated Qingyun Prince Guchanga. It actually looks like this. Come on, Brother Chu Miss Lan, please sit down. Li Xingchen arranged a place for the two of them, right next to Li Xingchen's young boss. The banquet began, with musicians and dancers on stage. Everyone talked and laughed, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Friend Chu, come, I will toast you a cup. A family boy raised his glass, respecting Chu Madman. The madman of Chu smiled back, raised his glass and touched the opponent far away, then drank it, and the other party laughed and did it. Suddenly, Madman Chu noticed a look. He looked over, only to see a young man in a white robe. Seeing Madman Chu found himself, the white-robed young man Yilei's face was slightly stiff, then he raised his glass and smiled, then looked away. He wanted to pay. It turned out to be them. The person who took away the Yuan Ling Supreme Treasure was actually a madman of Chu. After Yi Baifeng came back, he asked someone to paint a portrait of the man who took the treasure, and Yi Lei had seen the portrait. Although the charm in the portrait is not as good as 1/10 of the Chu madman, the appearance is exactly the same. It is definitely him. This matter was too serious. He didn't dare to say anything. He could only pretend that nothing had happened, and waited for the elders in his family to be notified when he returned home. This person is a bit strange. The madman of Chu murmured in his heart, and then ignored it. Haha. According to the rumors, the Taoist friend of Chu possesses the supreme Taoist body and is the world's most arrogant talent. I wonder if I will have the honor to see it. A family Tianjiao couldn't help but said. Everyone also looked at Madman Chu. Obviously, they are also very curious about each other's strength. But before Madman Chu could speak, Li Xingchen smiled and said, "This time I have a banquet. It is meaningless to always fight and kill. I have a rare treasure." After finishing speaking, Li Xingchen took out a golden oval object from the storage ring, with a series of small slits on it, which seemed to be formed by superimposing pieces together. This object resembled a flower bud. Everyone looked at Li Xingchen, waiting for him to explain. Li Xingchen said, "This thing is a golden lotus for testing the spirit. It is a new thing recently made by Master Fengbeard. It can test the spiritual power of the monks. Let's use this to compare today. A monk cultivates spiritual power, and the quality of spiritual power varies according to the practice, aptitude, foundation, and so on. In the same realm, those with high spiritual quality can have a great advantage. Master Fengbeard, okay, just do as Brotherly said. Windbeard, the most famous crafting master in Baiyun City, every weapon he casts is a treasure that countless monks desire. It is said that the Supreme has asked him to build weapons. How to use this thing? Just enter the spiritual power." Li Xingchen said. "Then I will come first." A family of Tianjiao took the lead. He raised his hand to slap and hit Jinlian. I saw the golden lotus trembling, and then 3 petals stretched out. But within a second, the petals shrank back. 3 petals? Is this good or bad? This golden lotus has 12 petals, Master Fengbeard said. The spiritual quality that can make 12 petals open is very few in the entire Sky Star. Li Xingchen said. And the aristocratic Tianjiao, who made the first move, was stunned. He only opened 3 of the 12 petals? Is his spiritual quality so low? Come again. The family Tianjiao was not convinced and patted again. The strength is greater, but the result is still the same. The rest of the people laughed for a while, and then everyone was curious and began to test. One after another, spiritual power penetrated into the golden lotus. Am I also 3 petals? So, for petals. Is there anyone in this world who can open 12 petals? I practiced the supreme dharma and only opened 5 petals. Everyone was surprised. This golden lotus has such high requirements for spiritual quality. The family Tianjiao who took the first shot saw this, and his heart felt a little better. It seemed that everyone was of the same level. At this time, a sword energy hit Jinlian. Jinlian trembled and slowly opened 6 petals. This is the best result of the whole game. Yilei was the one who issued the sword chi. He frowned slightly, obviously not very satisfied with the result. He has Taoism, practiced the supreme dharma, and consumes all kinds of natural treasures all the year round, with extremely high spiritual quality. In his opinion, at least 7 petals can be opened. I didn't expect that there were only 6 pieces. I'll try it too, Li Xingchen said at this time, only to see him cast a star-like spiritual power on the golden lotus. The golden lotus trembled and also opened 6 petals. Sure enough, there are still 6 pieces. www.tolnovel.com. Li Xingchen shook his head and smiled. This thing belongs to him. He naturally tried it first. Hey, Brother Li is pregnant with the celestial body, but he only opened 6 petals. This golden lotus has really high requirements. It seems that no one in the world can let its 12 petals open. I don't know how many movies Daoist Chu can they open? Everyone turned their eyes to the madman Chu and Lan Yu, who hadn't shot yet, and Lan Yu first shot a bright punch. In an instant, the golden lotus trembled, and the flower bloomed with 9 petals. This scene scared everyone. Yilei and Li Xingchen also had their pupils slightly shrunk. Both of them opened the 6 petals with their bodies. Lan Yu can open the 9 petals. These spiritual qualities far exceed them. The golden lotus closed, and the madman Chu also shot a sword gas afterwards. In an instant, a dazzling golden light bloomed. The golden lotus petals opened one after another. 12 petals are beautiful. After the golden lotus is fully opened, there is a burst of strange fragrance floating. All opened. What kind of spiritual power is this? My God, there are really people in this world who can fully open this golden lotus. Fellow Taoist Chu is truly a supreme Taoist body. The crowd looked at Chu Madman in amazement. There are also people who are depressed. They can only open 3 and 4 petals, but Madman Chu can make this golden lotus bloom completely. The gap is too big. The gap between me and him is so big. Yilei firmly held the wine glass. His knuckles turned white. An array of hatred passed across his eyes. With a click, the wine glass shattered and the wine spilled all over the floor. But everyone was attracted by the golden lotus vision and did not notice him. Chapter 38. One Hongmen Banquet. 7 ancestors appeared. The 12 petals of the golden lotus blossomed, and a strange fragrance was diffused. After a while, the golden lotus slowly gathered. Everyone looked at Madman Chu and Lan Yu, and couldn't help but marvel in their eyes. Both of them were the most arrogant talents in the world. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help sighing. God is too unfair. He gave them a look that astounded all beings, and he also gave them an unparalleled talent for spiritual practice. People are more angry than people. Everyone looked at the food and wine in front of them, but felt dull. Obviously, they were all hit hard. I almost forgot to say that. I recently brewed a batch of fine wines in Beilu, so I will let you try it out. Li Xingchen suddenly laughed. He sensed something was wrong and was easing the atmosphere. Soon, thanks to his efforts, the people returned to their vigor, and after a lot of scrutiny, the banquet ended successfully. The next morning, the madman of Chu woke up from his practice. As usual, the fantasy roulette is called and the lottery starts. Is the black iron reward 100 high-grade spirit stones? Is almost the entire wealth of an ordinary monk. The madman of Chu didn't even look at it. and threw it into the mountain of spiritual stones in the universe ring, and then began a boring day. Went out of the room and had breakfast at the invitation of Li Xingchen. During he saw a group of people surrounding the hall. Seems to be watching something. Walked in and took a look. They were all looking at a pair of words on the wall. By Yujing in the sky, 5 cities on the 12th floor, immortals caress me, not hair and receive longevity. Good poetry, good poetry. Does this by Yujing refer to this white jade building? With the beauty of the white jade building, it can be called a fairyland on earth. Wait, look at the signature below. It's Madman Chu. This poem was made by Madman Chu, who declared war on the world. This person actually has this literary talent. There was a lot of discussion. When they thought about it, the Madman Chu was arrogant and arrogant. He entered the WTO and declared war on the world. It was probably the kind of arrogant who had no idea. But this poem is majestic and magnificent. It is full of the beauty of the white jade building, and the literary talent is so brilliant that it is difficult to associate with the Madman of Chu. For a while, everyone was surprised and moved. Really framed. The Madman Chu glanced at the writing on the wall and then walked away. Then, under the leadership of Li Xingchen, Madman Chu and Lan Yu had a good time in Baiyan City. When returning to Baiyulo, an old housekeeper came with an invitation card and handed it to Chu Quangren. Master Chu, this is an invitation card from the city lord's mansion. They want to invite you to a banquet tomorrow. Oh, the people in Baiyan City are quite enthusiastic. Chu Madman took the invitation and smiled. I just hosted a banquet last night, and someone invited him again today. Is also good. Stop by and visit. But Jinzu in Baiyun has been in retreat for a long time, and the possibility of wanting to see him is very small. In the city lord's mansion, people come and go. Outside the door, an old man was looking around. After seeing a man and a woman coming, the old man's eyes flashed a light, and then he smiled and greeted him. Master Chu, Miss Lan, come, please come in. Old man, you are waiting for us here specially. Yes. A strange color flashed across the madman's eyes. His inside eyes can see a person's information, and in his eyes, this old man is a figure of the king of war. Is it really wealthy to let a warlord greet the city lord's mansion outside and value him? Or is it something else? The madman of Chu vaguely felt that this was a bit tricky, but he couldn't think of the benefit of harming him in the city lord's mansion. After entering the city lord's mansion, the banquet is ready. In the lobby, there are 3 men looking at Madman Chu and Lan Yu. These 3 are the 3 brothers of Yi Baifeng. I have long heard that the chief of Xian Tianzong is the most difficult to find in the world. He has the appearance of a young emperor, and it is really extraordinary at first sight today. Yi Baifeng laughed. Senior is polite. Madman Chu smiled slightly. By the way, the treasure house of Yuanling Supreme appeared 2 days ago, so little friend Chu can go in and explore, but what can I gain? At this time, Yi Baifeng's words turned away and asked. But Chu Quangren's face was not red. His heart was not beating. His face showed regret. Although I have entered, but I have found nothing. Hearing this, Yi Baifeng's forehead twitched. No gain. The entire treasure house has been emptied by you. Still saying there is no gain? You have to be shameless. It's not like that. The little friend is amazing and brilliant. Is it true that there is no gain at all? Yi Baifeng said without a smile. Really do not have. The madman Chu shook his head and said with a helpless smile. At this time, Yi Baifeng's face was already a little gloomy, with a cold tone. Little friend, I'll ask again, yes or no? If Chu Madman doesn't speak anymore, he has already guessed that this is a feast for the family. I just don't know. How did Yi Baifeng know that the things in the Yuanling treasure house were taken by himself? You already have the answer in your mind. Why ask again? Chu Madman said lightly. My little friend, if that's the case, then I will open the skylight to speak up. My Yi family wants Hongmeng Ziki, and I am willing to exchange millions of high-grade spirit stones. As long as you agree, the little friend will be a distinguished guest of the Yi family. How do you feel? After speaking, Yi Baifeng looked at Madman Chu with piercing eyes. I think your brain is flooded. Chu Madman snorted. 1 million spiritual stones for a grand purple gas? Not to mention that the spiritual stones in his universe ring are piled up into mountains. Just say that this cosmic purple energy was obtained in exchange for 1,000,000 spiritual stones. This kind of treasure, thousands of Lingshire have been grabbed for. Yu reading www.yukangshu. Calm. What a courage. How dare you insult the uncle and look for death? Facing the people's interrogation and scolding, the madman Chu looked calm. And the second master of the Yi family also spoke. Little friend Chu, this is the Yi family. If you don't agree, don't blame us for doing it. The corners of the madman's mouth curled slightly. You can try. Stop talking nonsense, do it. Kill him here. First get Ziki in your hand. The allure of Hongming Ziki is too great. It was so big that some people were blinded by desire, and even ignoring the Xian Tianzong behind Chu Madman, he rushed out. Several strands of very different spiritual powers, Dao Yun exploded, locking the madman Chu. The worst is also the Dongxi realm. And the old man who greeted Madman Chu too came in with a ruthless look in his eyes, and raised his hand to grab Madman Chu's head. Humph. A light hum is accompanied by an eruption of supreme power. The few monks who rushed towards the Madman Chu were bombarded and killed on the spot into a cloud of blood mist, and the seventh ancestor walked out slowly in the void. The terrifying supreme power, unscrupulously spread. This is the supreme. The protector by his side is actually a supreme. The entire city lord's mansion was shrouded in the supreme power, and countless monks shivered and looked at the seventh patriarch in horror. And Chu Madman. It is also the first time to see the true face of the seventh patriarch. Although he is old and his figure is a little rickety, the terrifying power of the supreme body is still enough to shock the world, which is frightening. The madman of Chu subconsciously observed the seventh ancestor's information with insight, and his expression changed a little with this look. The 5 decay of heaven and man. Life is short. Chapter 39. Baiyun Jinzuan leaves the pass. The seventh ancestor's dead would meet spring. 5 failures of heaven and man. The madman of Chu has naturally heard that this is a stage where the monk's cultivation base cannot go further and gradually comes to the end of his life. Even if it is the supreme, the supreme sage is extremely afraid of the 5 decays of heaven and man, but the seventh ancestor is now in the 5 decay of heaven and man. Once a lot of spiritual energy is consumed, it will speed up his death process. The madman Chu was anxious in his heart, but his face was calm, and he said indifferently, I have written down what the city lord's mansion did today. Senior, let's go. The madman Chu got up and left. Little guys, don't you kill these people? The 7 ancestors have a cold tone and awe-inspiring killing intent. The supreme coercion is permeated, and no one dares to act rashly. The madman Chu rolled his eyes in his heart. Kill a fart. Your current situation is old. Don't you have a compelling number? It may be no problem to kill these little fishes and shrimps, but there is still a supreme sword sovereign Yi Wuan hidden in this city lord's mansion. He wants to shoot. How long can you last in your old state? Thought this in his heart, but Madman Chu didn't show his timidity. Baiyun Jinzuan is someone who is as famous as my master. I will give him face today, and in the next day, let him personally explain to master. Big brother Xintian, his kind heart is admirable. At this time, an indifferent voice sounded from the void. What followed was an overwhelming and terrifying Taoist rhyme. This Taoist rhyme covered the entire city lord's mansion and actually overwhelmed the 7th patriarch. A middle-aged in a white robe, slowly stepping into the air. What are you really afraid of? There was a solemn glance in the eyes of the madman Chu. Father, the Lord. Everyone's expressions were joyful, and their hearts were settled, because the person who came was the Baiyun Jinzuan Yi Wuan, the undefeated myth in this Baiyun city. Haha. Start Tianwang Lok Tianjin. At this time, Yi Baifeng shouted. I saw several pillars of light suddenly appeared in the entire city lord's mansion, and a series of mysterious runes intertwined in the void, forming a huge mask. In an instant, Madman Chu and others lost contact with the outside world. Chu Madman, do you really think we will be unprepared? The sky is so strong that even the venerable can't break it. Now, neither you nor your protector can go. Yi Baifeng laughed. The madman of Chu ignored the opponent, but looked at Yi Wuhan with a faint smile. It is said that Jianzuan Baiyun has not been out of retreat. I did not expect to show up today for my junior. It is a great honor. Why? Do you want to grab Hongming Ziki too? White Cloud Sword Sovereign cannot deny. I have been trapped in the supreme realm for 2,000 years. If I don't break through, I'm afraid I'll be like the guardian by your side. He is the supreme, and without the eye of insight, he can see that the current state of the seventh patriarch is the five faints of heaven and man that everyone fears. Whether it is the desire for the holy realm or the fear of the five decays of heaven and man, all these have prompted the Baiyun Jianzuan to focus on Hongmeng Ziki. Even if Xuantianzong was offended and killed for this, he would not hesitate. Furthermore, if he can successfully break through the holy realm, he will be able to promote the Yi family to the sage lineage. And will he still be afraid of Xiantianzong? If you want to hurt my Zong Tianjiao, pass the old guy and me first. The seventh ancestor stepped forward and stood in front of the madman Chu. The power of the old supreme erupts unscrupulously. Even if his life is exhausted for this, he will not hesitate. You are old, you can't stop me. Baiyun Jianzuan said. S tone is the calmness and indifference to master everything. He is the supreme. No one doubts that he has this ability. It's just a death. The spiritual power in the seventh ancestor erupted frantically, forming a terrifying storm between heaven and earth, and the void was turbulent frantically. A rime of Taoism surrounds the seven ancestors, like a dense small sword, filled with a chilling sharpness. Then, a long sword appeared in front of the seventh patriarch. The madman of Chu recognizes that sword. Is one of the holy swords on Xiantian Sword Mountain, named Qingting. I didn't expect the seventh ancestor to enter the world and bring this holy sword. The mighty supreme coercion slapped the void crazily like a tide, and it shocked countless monks with palpitations and fear. Although Jizuan is old, his prestige is still there. Your sword, I know, 3,000 years ago, Xianfeng, the seventh-generation lord of Xiantianzong, used this sword to cross the Azure Dragon Realm. You are Xianfeng, the seventh ancestor of Xuantianzong. Baiyun Jianzuan's eyes suddenly lit up. You have a bit of insight. Seventh ancestor said lightly. It's a pity that you have entered the five decays of heaven and man. If you can fight against you in your heyday, it will be a happy event in your life. Jianzuan Baiyun showed regret on his face. But the madman of Chu on the side sneered when he heard the words. It sounds good to say, like a master swordsman, but in the end it is just a coward who covets the chance of the younger generation and dare not break through with his own strength. You are as famous as my master. You are an insult to my master. Jianzuan Baiyun's face sank, anger breeds. Junior, what do you know? Do you know that a monk can't break through in front of the boundary interface and can only continue to waste time, the feeling of life? It's not that everyone has the supreme Taoist body like you. There are many mediocre people in this world. If you don't find extraordinary ways, how can you go far on the road of practice and see the supreme path? Baiyun Jianzuan's tone fluctuates, a bit indignant. The madman of Chu applauded and admired. This is the first time I have seen someone say that killing and taking treasures is so refreshing and refined. It deserves to be the supreme. I admire you. While speaking, Madman Chu was already getting close to the seventh patriarch. www.untilnovel.com. Baiyun Jianzuan didn't suspect that he had him, and he didn't care about the cynicism of Madman Chu. But then, he discovered something strange. I saw Madman Chu take out a golden light circulating and handed it to the seventh patriarch, like a jewel-like pill, for him to take it quickly. Not good. Jianzuan Baiyun's face changed slightly. He shot fiercely, a sword light cut out. The silver sword light vomits a terrifying rime, covering the sky and the sun. In front of this supreme might, Madman Chu, the peerless Tianjiao who has not yet grown up, looks extremely small. At this time, the seventh ancestor stood in front of the Madman Chu, and the ivy sword in his hand pierced straight out, and the domineering purple sword spirit surged out. Two sword lights collide. Two completely different Tao rhymes are intertwining and fighting. The void is crazy and turbulent, as if about to collapse. A terrifying shock made Madman Chu and Lan Yu regress. While high in the sky, the seventh ancestor was surrounded by brilliance. A majestic vitality emerged, and his dry and cracked skin began to become full. His white hair fell off, and his black hair grew back. Is like a dead tree in spring. And the coercion on the seventh patriarch is getting stronger and stronger. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. An old man who has entered the 5 decays of heaven and man, and has little lifespan, has regained vitality at this moment. What is going on? Someone also noticed the behavior of Madman Chu just now. What did you eat for him? Someone asked. The Madman of Chu said lightly. It's just a pill for life extension. Just now, he suddenly remembered that he had obtained a star-level life extension pill during his 10 consecutive draws. He kept this pill all the time. It was useless. Is now used by the 7th Patriarch. It couldn't be better. Chapter 40. Shura means, cutting vegetables and melons, too weak. 7 ancestors are suspended in mid-air, mysterious Taoist rhyme. Vigorous spiritual power is constantly spreading, and the terrifying supreme prestige shocks the city lord mansion. The old supreme, who was originally old and declining, has entered the 5 decays of heaven and man, is now back to the peak. The scene before him deeply shocked everyone. A longevity pill has this effect? Everyone couldn't help but wonder. This kind of medicine is not a rare medicine, but they have never seen Yinsho medicine that works on the supreme. Let alone let a supreme respect back to the top. Haha, it's been a long time since I felt relaxed. 7th ancestor laughed loudly. At this time, he is no longer old, with black hair like a waterfall, sword eyebrows and broad eyes, like a 40-year-old middle-aged man. He looked at Baiyun Jinzuan with a smile. Didn't you just say that you want to fight against the prosperous me? Now I will fulfill your wish. Jinzuan Baiyun's face was extremely ugly. He never expected that Madman Chu could hide such a terrifying life extension pill, which would enable the 7th ancestor to return to the top in such a fast time. The 7th patriarch in the peak period, even he is not sure of victory. Come on, the 7th patriarch has already started. Qingting's sword slashed, and the mighty purple sword light engulfed an incomparably domineering supreme Taoist rhyme, rushing towards the Baiyun Jinzuan. The battle between the 2 supreme swordsmen is very terrifying. The void is constantly turbulent and shattered, and the vast and supreme coercion shrouds the heaven and the earth, madly ramming the Huangsua Tianjin that day. Brother, what are we going to do now? Everyone looked at Yi Baifeng. While Yi Baifeng looked at Madman Chu, his expression changed. Chu Madman looked at each other playfully, not being surrounded at all, consciously in danger. Think clearly. If you really move me, once Baiyun Jinzuan is defeated, you will definitely die. On the contrary, if Baiyun Jinzuan wins, it won't be too late to deal with me. Let's watch the battle first. This is the battle of the Supreme and Supreme. I am afraid that ordinary monks will never see it in their lifetime. The Madman Chu laughed, with a sincere appearance of advising everyone. His words made many people feel reasonable. But Yi Baifeng's eyes flashed a ruthless look. Are you stupid? Even if we don't move you now, you won't let us off if you win. It's better to solve you now. Oh, you are not stupid, Madman Chu said in surprise. You damn. I think how long you can be crazy. Yi Baifeng became fierce and greeted the people around him quickly. Suddenly, a group of monks urged their spiritual power to kill the 2 Madman Chu. Among these monks, the weakest in cultivation is Golden Core Consummation. There are not a few in the nascent infant realm, and there are even a few cave monks. These people shot together, and they were powerful. They believed that it was enough to deal with the Mad Chu. Even if it is Tianjiao, no matter how you say it, the other party is just a young junior who is just a fledgling young man. It is not enough to be afraid of not having a protector. But the next scene made Yi Baifeng realize that he was wrong. I saw a horrible sword aura erupting from the Madman Chu, like an endless gust of wind, sweeping in all directions. Sword Qi intertwined into 12 long pillars of sword Qi, sealing the world. The Sword of Heaven, the 36th rank sword Qi Qinglian, also appeared. The 3 big visions of Taoism, fully open. Kunwu's sacred sword is also in his hand. Slashing the sky and drawing the sword. The Madman of Chu slashed out with a single sword, and the rhyme of boundless attack broke out in an instant, and the terrifying purple sword light bloomed. All the attacking monks are shrouded by this Taoist rhyme. In the next moment, Jing whizzed past them. Bang, bang, bang. Clouds of blood mist exploded in the air. Regardless of whether it is the golden core, the nascent soul, or the whole void, there is no difference in front of this sword. All turned into the souls of the sword. How is this possible? Yi Baifeng's pupils shrank, his face was shocked, and he couldn't believe it. At the back of the crowd, Yi Lei, who had witnessed the sword with his own eyes, turned pale with fright, and his body was soft and collapsed to the ground. Impossible, impossible. How could he be so strong? The opponent's spiritual quality far surpasses him, and he can comfort himself. The spiritual quality does not represent everything, let alone combat power. Available now. Chu Madman shattered all his flukes and delusions with this sword. Even if the combat power, Madman Chu is far above him. After a sword, flesh and blood fly. The Madman of Chu holds Kunwu in his hand, and the three major visions of Taoism develop. The face is immortal, and the temperament is ethereal, just like a sword fairy. Anyone who sees Madman Chu will feel that he should stand high on the cloud, the banished immortal who is not stained with red dust, instead of standing on this battlefield surrounded by broken limbs. And in fact, these stumps and broken arms were caused by this banished immortal himself. He has the face of banished immortal, and even the Shura method. Go, go! Yi Baifeng shouted. One by one, the monks slaughtered the Madman Chu like crazy. But Koan Wu, the Madman of Chu, is in hand, and every sword cut is the top attacking sword, and it is also a sword that everyone can avoid. Sword after sword. One by one, the corpses quickly filled the compound. The surrounding buildings have already been overwhelmed in this war, and the gorgeous city lord's mansion has gradually turned into ruins. How could his combat power be so terrible? His cultivation base is obviously just a Yuan Ying. Why is it like this? How can there be such a Yuan Ying in the world? Even the supreme Taoist body is too unbelievable. Everyone looked at Madman Chu with horror in their eyes. Many people are scared. I was afraid of that terrifying, touched-to-death swordsmanship www.dumtelnovel.com. I was afraid that it was obviously a fairy, but the methods were exactly like Shura's Madman. High in the sky, the seventh ancestor was fighting against Jinzuan Baiyun, and he felt that Madman Chu was killing the quartet in his mind, and he was relieved. Sword Sovereign Baiyun, have you seen it? That is the supreme arrogant pride of my Xuantianzong. How can you get it from a few rubbish? The seventh patriarch laughed loudly, and the heart of Jinzuan Baiyun was also shocked. He knew that Madman Chu had a Taoist body, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so tough. It is obviously only in the realm of nascent soul, but slashing the same realm, even the whole of the higher realm, is very easy, too scary. Hey, are there any mistakes? You just have this strength. I don't know. You thought I was cutting vegetables and melons. Madman Chu looked at Yi Baifeng and the others, and said with contempt. Behind him, Lan Yu dressed in gorgeous silver armor and holding a light scepter, he easily killed a nascent soul monk. Hearing the words of Madman Chu, she echoed, "The sun is right. At any rate, there is the Supreme, who is so weak." Listening to the two people singing and making a peace, the three brothers Yi Baifeng were so angry that their chests were up and down, and their eyes were red, and they wished to cut the two of them thousands of times. But even they have to admit it. The combat power of these two people is terrifying. Moreover, the Madman of Chu's combat power was unexpected, but he is a supreme Taoist body, and rumored to have built 3 supreme foundations. But what happened to that woman? The Taoist rhyme is vast, and the fighting methods are extremely outstanding. The scepter in his hand is also a holy weapon, and it fits well. Where did this terrifying arrogant come from again? Why have they never heard of it before? Chapter 41. The Domain of War Kings. Suppress 3 War Kings. The Lord appears. Kill. Yi Baifeng shot. The power of the King of War has completely erupted. This is an existence that is 2 realms higher than the Madman of Chu. The opponent slashed with a sword, and the power is vast. The Madman of Chu narrowed his eyes slightly. He stepped forward and stood in front of Lan Yu, and instantly exploded with heaven slashing and swordsmanship. This was the Holy King's spell, which was boundless and extremely powerful. The 2 sword lights touched and erupted with a violent sound, setting off a terrifying wave of air that continued to spread out like a tide. He can actually block my sword. Yi Baifeng's eyes were surprised. His dignified king of war actually blocked a Yuaning? At this time, a figure joined the battlefield. Is Yi Baifeng's younger brother, the second master of the Yi family. I see how you can block me. The second master of the Yi family smiled grimly. While the madman Chu blocked Yi Baifeng, he actually used the Battle King to make a sneak attack. This is enough to make the two of them faceless. To deal with a nascent soul, two warlords should join forces, and even a sneak attack. Is there any mistake? I've been guarding you early. Chu Kuangren's face became cold. He pinched a seal in his left hand, and his majestic anger appeared crazily at this moment. Is the Holy King Law, Rinshan seal art? Boom. An ancient sacred mountain emerged out of thin air, blasting towards the second master of the Yi family. What? Yi family's second master's expression changed. He slapped his palms on the sacred mountain, only to feel that a terrifying rhyme mixed with boundless power rushed in madly, and his body could not be controlled and flew out. This shocked all spectators even more. Two great war kings can't help but Chu Madman. How strong is this guy's combat power? The older cultivators were amazed and shocked, while the younger cultivators were already dumbfounded. Everyone is the same age. Why are you so scary? This rhyme is another Holy King's method. I have never heard that there is a Holy King's law in the Xintian sect. These methods are hard to find in the sky stars. How can he have so many? Yi Baifeng was puzzled. But now is not the time to investigate these things. Second, third, let's shoot together. Yi Baifeng roared. The momentum of the three warlords of the Yi family erupted, and then they locked the madman Chu, and three completely different rhymes filled the void. Three war kings joined forces to deal with a younger generation. You really give yourself a face. Chu Madman sneered. Those who make big things don't stick to the trivial. Kill you. Get the Hongmeng Ziki, and when my Yi family is born, who will remember this? Yi Baifeng said with a sneer. Try it. Madman Chu said lightly. At this moment, the spiritual power on his body has been moved to the extreme. His skin became crystal clear. This is the golden jade body. Yi Baifeng exclaimed, recognizing this top Taoist body. I didn't expect you to be pregnant with gold and jade. Supreme foundation, golden jade body, and sage practice. No wonder your spiritual power is so strong. The eyes of a few people suddenly became serious. They had to admit that at this moment, even if the three of them joined forces, they must do their best to deal with Chu Kuang's talents. Warlord Realm. Yi Baifeng snorted softly. Suddenly, his whole body was filled with Taoist rhyme, turning into an invisible field of force, enveloping Madman Chu in it. He felt that in this domain, his spiritual power had a tendency to be suppressed. Oh, is it a realm method that can only be used in the King of War realm? Madman Chu was slightly surprised. And the second master of the Yi family, the third master, also used the domain instantly. The three Battle King domains all locked the Madman Chu. Under the layer of lamination, the spiritual power of Madman Chu was finally suppressed, weakening it by about 30%. This shocked the three of them. The domain of the King of War is a means that the King of War can only use. Once this domain is opened, even the Void Realm will have no power to fight back. But the combination of their three warlords only weakened the spiritual power of Madman Chu by about 30%. This is terrible. Slashing the sky and drawing the sword. After the spiritual power was suppressed, the Madman Chu took the lead, and the horrible sword light swept across. Sky Sword. The final form of the stacked waves sword art. Sky Sword. Yi Baifeng and the three also immediately performed the supreme method. Although they are not as good as the Sage King Fa, their cultivation base is much higher than that of the Madman Chu. In addition to the domain of the King of War, the three teamed up to block the sword light. Under the impact of the sword light, the surrounding land was turbulent wildly, and the city lord's mansion, which had few intact places, was completely turned into ruins at this moment. The surrounding viewers dare not get too close. In this battle, even Dongshu is only for watching. The terrifying rhyme of Taoism, the vast sword light, and the fact that Dongshu stepped into the domain of the King of War that would be completely suppressed, they could not help at all. At this time, the void rippled. A silver-white spear carried a majestic rime across the sky like a meteor and shot towards the Yi family Sanj. Not good. The third master Yi family's hair on his back turned around to urge his spiritual power and slapped the spear without hesitation. Only heard a roar. The spear exploded fiercely, and the horrible fluctuation instantly enveloped the right arm of the Yi family San Yi, blasting it into blood mist on the spot. A scream resounded, and the Yi family, San Yi, was lifted out. Youngest, Yi Baifeng saw his eyes split open. Damn! The second child of the Yi family looked at the blue feather in the sky, wearing silver armor and flapping its wings. That spear was exactly what she had attacked. Lan Yu, well done. Madman Chu laughed. Yi family's youngest third was hit hard. His Battle King domain disappeared. Chu Madman's suppression was reduced, and his combat power increased. Is praised. Yu reading www. The corners of the blue feather of Akanshu.com's mouth rose up, and immediately afterwards he mobilized his spiritual power again, and once again condensed a white spear with mysterious runes circulating on it, and bursts of terrifying Taoist rhyme made the heart palpitating. This is her strongest move, light trial. However, with her current strength, she could only use it twice at most, but with the blessing of the sacred scepter of light, this number has greatly increased. According to her estimation, it can be used at least 7 or 8 times. Damn it, what is going on with these two people? How can their combat power be so terrifying? Everyone in the City Lord's mansion was dumbfounded. 2 nascent souls versus 3 fighting kings. This kind of thing is incredible, let alone 2 nascent souls suppressing the 3 fighting kings. Chu Madman and what Lan Yu is doing now are frantically challenging everyone's psychological endurance. They feel that their worldview has been refreshed. Just when Lan Yu was about to condense the spears and intend to continue to shoot, there was a burst of Dao Yun suddenly in the distance, and then a burst of spiritual energy came from the sky and blasted Lan Yu's body. The spear shattered in an instant, the blue feather flew upside down, and several blood-stained feathers fell. Chu Madman's face changed drastically. Lan Yu. At this time, Lan Yu was blasted to the ground from the air, and the armor on his body was shimmering. Although he was severely injured, it did not endanger his life. She looked into the distance and said solemnly, "Venerable. Oh, the armor on your body is extraordinary. It can block my palm. It is a top-notch supreme weapon." A bright and moving voice sounded, and only saw a glamorous woman in a red dress stepping into the air. The woman's body is filled with monstrous Taoist rhyme, although it is far inferior to the supreme, but it is definitely the existence of the noble level. Chapter 42. Another function of Hongmeng Ziki, crazy promotion. Mother. It's a mother. She has also left. Yi Baifeng's trio looked happy, and the madman Chu walked up to Lan Yu, protected her behind him, and looked at the glamorous woman in front of him, with great runes circulating in his eyes. Li Ruolin, the Taoist companion of the Baiyun Jinzuan, who cultivated to the late stage of the venerable realm, practiced the supreme Dharma Red Lotus and Open Fire. The feedback from the Eye of Insight made Chu Kuangren's face solemn. The world only knows that there is a white cloud sword sovereign in Baiyun City. But few people know that the Taoist companion of Baiyun Jinzuan is also a hidden venerable, and he is in the late stage of the venerable state, is only one step away from supreme. Li Ruolin glanced at the third Yi family who had a broken arm. Her face suddenly became gloomy. Dare to hurt my son, you all deserve to die. Venerable is overwhelming and crushes the 2 Madman Chu. Chu Madman's spiritual power urged to the extreme. The 3 big visions of Taoism are fully opened. This is enough to resist the power of the venerable. This is just coercion. If she attacks, her power will be thousands of times as much as it is now. Venerable, it really is not to be underestimated. Chu Madman thought to himself. High in the sky, the 7th ancestor is fighting wildly with Jinzuan Baiyun. Seeing Madman Chu was in a crisis, his eyes were red, and the Qingting sword in his hand was swung frantically, trying to get rid of the entanglement of Jinzuan Baiyun. But Baiyun Jinzuan only entangles, but does not kill. It is very difficult. Xiantian's 7th ancestor. Wait for my wife to kill Chu Madman, and then our husband and wife will join forces and send you to continue to be his protector. Haha, you will be able to stay alive. After you become a sage, how can your Xiantian sect be able to withstand me even if it is a sage? Baiyun Jinzuan laughed, arrogant and arrogant. Stimulated by his words, the seventh patriarch's Dao heart was a little confused. But just as the situation gradually developed in a direction that was beneficial to Jinzuan Baiyun and the others, he saw Madman Chu suddenly move. He slowly spread out his palm, and a purple qi rose up in his palm. The mysterious Taoist rhyme-filled bursts of Taoist sounds echoed in the sky. Are you looking for this great purple qi? Chu Madman smiled lightly. Everyone stopped their movements and stared at the magnificent purple aura, with unparalleled enthusiasm and desire in their eyes. That is the foundation of sanctification. Even the Supreme is eager. Now, this opportunity lies in front of them all. No one knows what Madin Chu means by taking out the purple qi, but this does not hinder their desire for this purple qi. Yes, quickly, hand it over. Chu Madman, hand it over, we can spare you not to die. Yi Baifeng and others said excitedly. Hongming Ziki, the foundation of sanctification, but do you know that it has another function? Chu Madman smiled lightly. After seeing Hongming purple qi, Li Ruolin couldn't help being intoxicated by the Taoist rhyme contained in it, and it took a long time before she recovered. Not good. Li Ruolin heard what the Madman Chu said. Her face changed, and then the horror Dalian broke out, blasting out with a palm. Taoist rhyme is intertwined on the palm, like a delicate red lotus. What is contained in it is the terrifying power of the Lord. Even the top warlord will be killed instantly. But it's too late. I saw the madman of Chu squeezing his 5 fingers, crushing the purple energy, and an infinite Taoist rhyme burst out, and the extremely violent spiritual energy surrounded him, like a horrible whirlwind. Palm Chi fell on the whirlwind and burst open. In the smoke and dust, everyone can't see clearly the situation of the madman, but everyone can feel that a horrible rhyme is rising. What happened? This Taoist rhyme, what did he do? The smoke dissipated, and the madman Chu appeared, and at this moment, there was a burst of mysterious brilliance circulating on his body, and the extremely powerful Dao Yun was circulating on him, and his cultivation level was constantly rising at this moment. Yuaning Realm, Cave Void Realm, War King Realm. What have you done? High in the sky, Jianzun Baiyun roared, his forehead bursting with blue veins, and his eyes were bloodshot. Obviously, this Supreme is angry. Unprecedented anger. And this anger is mixed with a sorrow. It's not just him. Li Ruolin, Yi Baifeng, and others also looked at Madman Chu angrily, as if the other party had done something unforgivable. He actually used the purple energy as a tonic for the short-term improvement of cultivation base, and absorbed it. Seventh Ancestor couldn't help but feel a little regretful. As we all know, Hongming Ziki is the foundation of sanctification. As long as you have a good understanding, you can even be sanctified without having to cross the calamity. But in addition to this, Hongming Purple Qi has another effect. That is, it can greatly improve the cultivation of monks in a short time. But compared to the first effect, this second effect is very small. Basically, no one will do it. That's too violent. Compared with sanctification, what is the short-term promotion of cultivation? Over time, everyone subconsciously forgot that Hongming Purple Qi had this effect, and now Madman Chu reminded them. Used a great purple aura in front of them. Asshole. This is the foundation of sanctification. Use it well, and make people sanctify. But he is pursuing it for a while, and it is used to forcibly improve the cultivation base, and this cultivation base is not long-lasting. A violent thing. The eyes were flushed with popularity, and they couldn't help but yell. The foundation of sanctification was wasted in front of them, which had an unprecedented impact on their Dao Xian. But the Madman Chu at this time didn't care about everyone's reaction. He is now immersed in a lot of enlightenment brought by the Hongming Purple Qi, and he only feels that the Taoist sounds reverberate in his ear. www.untilnovel.com. All kinds of mysteries emerge. This kind of mystery is stronger than the last time he created the Holy King method. Not only that, the spiritual power in his body also climbed crazily with the help of the Purple Qi, and soon reached the peak of the King of War. The three big visions of the Taoist body do not know how powerful they are. Damn, I will burn you to ashes. Hongming purple chi was destroyed. Li Ruolin's face was extremely ugly. Under the furious rage, Li Ruolin urged his spiritual power, and the horror Dao Yun surging out, forming a red lotus intertwined with flames. This blow is the power of the Lord. The madman of Chu held the Kunwu sword and waved it out. Slashing the sky and drawing swordsmanship broke out. A terrifying sword light that was far more powerful than I did not know before shrouded the world, and the red lotus looked very petite in front of this sword light. In the blink of an eye, Guiran is broken. Li Ruolin was blown upside down by this sword. How is this possible? Yi Baifeng and others were shocked. Even if he used the Hongming purple chi, the madman Chu had now risen to the peak of the King of War, but how could it be possible to retreat Li Ruolin with a single sword? War King, venerable, but it's something else. I feel that you are too weak now, no? Or that I am now too strong. Madman Chu looked at Li Ruolin and said lightly. Before he felt the majesty of the venerable is immense. But now it's just that. But I feel that I can be stronger. The corners of Madman Chu's mouth rose, and the effect of Hongming Ziki has not been fully realized. And Li Ruolin was so frightened that Huarong was pale. Now you can blast her back with a single sword. If it is stronger, wouldn't it be possible to crush her at will? No, he wants to break through to the realm of the venerable. Chapter 43, Coercive Baiyun City, Sword Slash, Red Ring. The power of Hongming purple chi fills every corner of the body. The madman of Chu only feels that his current self can easily smash the world and control the world. This feeling fascinates him. And at this moment, his cultivation level has also improved again. Venerable Realm. He is the supreme Taoist body. He has three supreme foundations. He cultivates the Saint Law, the Saint King Law. He is too terrifying. Just when he raised to the realm of the venerable with the help of the grandiose purple aura, the terrifying coercion that was incomparably vast, even stronger than the supreme, surged like a tsunami, slamming the sky and the ground crazily. The so-called Tianhuang locking heaven formation, under this terrifying coercion, began to rupture inch by inch, and suddenly collapsed with a loud noise. The vastness and coercion swept away in all directions. The entire Baiyun city was shocked. All the monks, even the venerable, their complexions changed drastically at this moment, looking at the direction of the city lord mansion in extreme horror. This coercion, what is this kind of Taoist rhyme? The Supreme is nothing but that. Is it possible that Jianzuan Baiyun is going to overcome the catastrophe? No, it's not right. This Dao Yun does not belong to the Baiyun Jianzuan. It is a strange Dao Yun. Which power has come? My mother, this coercion is too scary. All the monks were shocked. Most of the cultivators below the nascent soul are squatting on the ground because of this vast pressure, shivering. Only above the nascent soul can they stand, and only the void realm has the ability to move. There are many monks secretly dissatisfied. What kind of power is this? I don't know how to reduce the pressure. Is it so arrogant? It's a pity that they don't know. The owner of this coercive force was a Yuan Ing a few minutes ago. The coercion of the madman of Chu shook Baiyun City, and many powerful people rushed to the city lord's mansion, but the ruins came into view. Someone attacked the castle mansion? Who is so bold? Is the master of this coercion? Look, that boy. How is this possible? After everyone came to the city lord's mansion, they looked for the source of coercion the first time, and they also noticed Madman Chu the first time. A teenager, a supreme? This makes everyone feel incredible. Especially Li Yi, who came from Baiyilu. When we met yesterday, she was still a nascent soul. Why is she now the supreme? This, is he dreaming? Li Yi feels that the whole world is not real anymore. Go, Baifeng, you guys go. Li Ruolin shouted at Yi Baifeng and the others. This kind of coercion, even her sacred person feels terrible, let alone Yi Baifeng and others. There is only a dead end to stay here. Go? Where do you want to go? Chu Madman said lightly, and then there was a vast explosion of sword energy between the heavens and the earth, intertwined into 12 long pillars of sword energy, covering the entire city, Lord's mansion like a prison. Dao Body Vision, 9 Heaven Sword Prison. As soon as the sword prison comes out, there is no way to escape within 9 days and 10 places. I did it with you. Li Ruolin bit her silver teeth, and a crimson flame burst out on her body, intertwining her whole body into a huge red lotus. She did not hesitate to urge her spiritual power to the extreme, risking self-damage to her foundation, forcibly exploding with power comparable to the Supreme. The huge red lotus is beautiful, crushing to the madman Chu. The horrible power almost distorts the void wherever he goes. If this is the case, then obediently be suppressed. Madman Chu said indifferently, and then the whole Baiyun city became frantically turbulent. Under the Baiyun city, a majestic atmosphere surging out, condensed into an ancient sacred mountain with a height of thousands of meters in front of the madman Chu. The sacred mountain fell, and the flame-red lotus was crushed to pieces instantly. And Li Ruolin screamed, and was killed instantly. A strong man close to the Supreme fell in front of everyone. My wife! Jinzuan Baiyun roared in sorrow. His eyes were red, and he rushed towards Madman Chu. The supreme power was brought into full play by him. A sword cut out, and the silver sword light that covered the sky and sun fell down. This sword, few people in the entire Azure Dragon region can stand it. I will let you see what is a real sword. The Madman Chu stepped on the 36th rank of Sword Energy Qinglian, with the Supreme Sword of Heaven above his head. He is the exquisite sword heart of the 9 orifices, and now his cultivation base has skyrocketed. Even the Supreme Sword Sovereign, he has the confidence to suppress the opponent in the sword. The 2 visions unfolded, and the sword of the whole city trembled. Countless long swords flew out of the scabbard and plunged into the ground. The sword body was bent, and it actually made a posture of worshipping like a man. At this moment, Wanjin worships. All the swordsmen stared at the spectacle before their eyes. In the sky above the city lord's mansion, facing a sword cast by the furious white cloud sword sovereign, Madman Chu held Kunwu in his hand, and similarly, he cut out with one sword, slashing the sky and drawing swordsmanship. The purple sword light is like a flood gushing out. All the monks who have witnessed this sword light, even a supreme like Li Yi, feel their scalp numb and feel cold all over. This is the purest and most terrifying sword of attack. The 2 sword lights collided in midair, and the 2 rhymes converged in the void, and a terrifying impact shook the sky. I saw the clouds rolling over Baiyun City, constantly rewinding. Under this terrifying impact, the clouds actually broke through a huge hole. The sword light was like a flood, and it smashed another sword light. Jianzun Baiyun's face changed drastically, holding the sword against the sword light, but the tremendous strength made him vomit blood, and his body was smashed to the ground like a cannonball, forming a huge hole. Dignified Supreme, supposed to be awe-inspiring, but at this time it is spreading out of shawls, half kneeling in the pothole with blood from the corner of his mouth, extremely embarrassed. There was a trace of regret in his eyes. Knowing this a long time ago, he shouldn't worry about the madman Chu's magnificent purple air, so that his beloved wife will not die, and the city lord's mansion will not fall here. But everything is a foregone conclusion. There are all medicines in this world, but there is no regret medicine. The next sword www.mtlnovel.com. I will kill you. The voice of the madman of Chu echoed in the sky. The terrifying Dao Yun continued to rise from him. The 3 visions of the 9 orifice exquisite sword heart opened, and the Jing Jade Dao body also urged to the extreme. Kunwu's sword, trembling. On the sword, the purple sword light is ready to go. Baiyun's sword sovereign knew that he might not be able to stop this sword. He roared. The madman Chu has a treasure trove of Yuan spirits. A word changed the expressions of everyone present. The treasure house of Yuanling Supreme was actually in Chu Madman. Are you planning to die and not let me be peaceful? This kind of small means is so awkward. I want to see who in this world dares to think about my things. The madman Chu laughed and swung a sword. The raging sword light engulfed the white cloud Jinzuan. Also included the monks in the city lord's mansion behind him. There was no scream. Even if it did, it was covered by the rumbling sound of Jingguang that destroyed everything and turned everything into ashes. After a sword, Baiyun City Lord's mansion no longer exists. Chu Madman landed on the ground. The effect of the Hongming purple chi quickly passed after he issued the sword just now, and his cultivation level was constantly decreasing. The Madman of Chu is a little regretful. After all, it is a forcibly promoted cultivation level, and it is inferior to the reality that he has cultivated. Not far away, the strong men who came to watch this scene in a daze. The myth of Baiyun City's invincibility fell in front of them, and for a while, they all felt a little unrealistic. Until there were red clouds in the sky, a burst of red rain fell, and everyone's hearts were cold. They didn't come back. The Supreme has fallen, and the sky is raining red. Baiyun Jinzuan, really dead. Chapter 44. Yilei begs for mercy, do you want it? Famous again. The Madman of Chu looked at the red rain in the sky and chuckled. It is said that if there is a great power to fall, there will be a vision in the world, as expected. In ancient legends, when the last emperor in this world fell, the bells of the avenue reverberated, and there were torrential rains everywhere, which lasted 3 days. In contrast, what is this little red rain? After a while, the red rain stopped, and the sun broke through the dark clouds. The Madman of Chu stood on the ruins, and the sun fell on him like a layer of golden gauze. Everyone was still shocked by the power of the other party. They didn't dare to go forward, their eyes flickered, and they didn't know what they were thinking. They are wondering, why can the Madman Chu kill the swordsman Baiyun? Why does his current cultivation base look so weak? Also, is the Ling treasure house really on the other side? There are too many doubts. Before these were answered, even if Madman Chu was dying now, they would not dare to rush. Lan Yu, check if there are any fish that have slipped through the net. If you don't keep one, kill them all. I don't need revenge. Chu Madman said lightly. Yes, son. Lan Yu nodded. Don't tell me. Also let the two find the fish that slipped through the net. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The shawl spread out, and Yilei, covered in blood, was pulled out of the ruins and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. At this time, how can he look like Yi family Tianjiao? Daoist Chu, please spare my life. You spare me. I can be a cow or a horse for you. Whatever. Yilei said, are you Li Xingqian's friend? The Madman Chu looked at each other, and suddenly remembered that he had met him at a banquet hosted by Li Xingqian for him. Yilei showed hope in his eyes and nodded quickly. Yes, Li Xingqian and I are close friends. I hope that fellow Chu can spare me not to die in his face, and I will repay you in the future. Hearing this, Madman Chu couldn't help but shook his head. I think it's a little funny. If I kill your family, you still want to repay me? They offended fellow Chu Daoists for their own greed. They are guilty of death, not regretting their deaths. Yilei's face was flattering, and the mist on his face was as funny as a clown. He hated the Madman Chu in his heart, and he wanted to give him 1,000 swords, but at this moment, in order to survive, he had to pretend to be harmless, even if he slandered his biological parents. As long as he is alive, he has hope of revenge. Yes, you are really the best. The Madman Chu smiled, and then with a stroke of the long sword in his hand, the sharp sword aura suddenly cut off the opponent's head. Yilei couldn't figure it out until he died. He was so low-pitched, and his acting skills were impeccable. Why did the other party still refuse to let him go? Indeed, Madman Chu did not know whether Yilei was acting or was really frightened, but as long as the other party had even the slightest possibility of revenge, he would not be able to leave himself any trouble. Even if the other party has no threat to him. Well, it's time to pack up the spoils. Chu Madman said. In this battle, he used a cosmic purple chi, which is the foundation of sanctification, even if he did not intend to use it to become sacred. It is, after all, it is a cosmic purple chi, which is extremely precious. Is so gone now. How can he not get some spoils from the City Lord's mansion? This battle was too terrifying. Most of the monks in the City Lord's mansion did not even preserve their bodies, leaving only one ring of the universe. Some Qianquan rings are broken and cannot be used. But after a cursory search, I still got a lot of good things. After all, there is the City Lord's mansion where the Supreme sits. Where can it go even if it is shabby? After cleaning the battlefield, Madman Chu was about to leave. At this time, a middle-aged cultivator couldn't help it anymore and stopped him. Baiyun Jinzuan said, Ling treasure house is on you? The Madman Chu nodded. Yes, do you want it? Asked rhetorically, the middle-aged monk was speechless. He wants it. Very much. I can't think about it anymore. But the scene where the madman of Chu killed the sword sovereign of Baiyun was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts, and none of them dared to act rashly. The madman Chu glanced over the others and said lightly, "The treasure house is on me. If you want, you can grab it, but you don't need to tell me about the end of Jianzuan Baiyun. That must be because you used a certain method of forcibly enhancing your strength. That method is definitely not easy or used. I don't believe you can use it again." A monk said. They found out. The madman Chu at this time had no such mighty coercion. "Yes, I used a great purple gas," Chu Madman said frankly. As soon as this remark came out, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Hongming Ziki, the foundation of sanctification. You actually used a great purple chi to forcibly increase your cultivation level and slay the white cloud sword sovereign. It's a violent thing. Damn it, if the grandeur and purple energy are given to me, I can even be sanctified within 100 years. Why not give it to me? The mentality of the strong guys present was a little broken. Some people looked up to the sky and screamed, some sighed, and some looked at Madman Chu with their gazes as if they were looking at killing their father and enemy. Hongming Purple Chi had too much impact on everyone. This result is exactly what Madman Chu wanted. There is a chance for sanctification in the Yuan Ling treasure house. Many powerful people know this, and many venerables are also staring at this chance for sanctification. Anyway, the fact that he was carrying the treasure house of Yuan Ling has been exposed. Now, he takes the initiative to confess that the chance of becoming holy is gone. This will not cause any trouble to himself. On the contrary, it will reduce the interest of those top powerhouses in the treasure house. www.mtlnovel.com saved him a lot of trouble. The remaining monks would also be afraid of the Xuantianzong behind him and dare not do anything. Thinking of this, Madman Chu couldn't help but give a thumbs up for his wit. 10,000 steps back and said, even if there is still a strong idea to hit his own treasure trove, he still has the 7th patriarch beside him. That is a supreme at the peak of prosperity. I didn't expect that the dignified sword sovereign White Cloud would also covet the chance of a younger generation, let alone being killed. A generation of supreme. This end is really embarrassing. Li Yi looked at the city lord's mansion in ruins in front of him and said with emotion, all the hustle and bustle in the world are profitable, let alone the supreme. Even the superior saint is inevitable. Chu Kuang said humanely. In his heart, he didn't think that Baiyun Jianzuan was heinous in doing so. But it is a pity that they are the ones who hurt themselves. Then there is no discussion. Regardless of whether he is a supreme or a saint, it's the right thing to get dead. The hustle and bustle in the world is for the benefit. Haha, the little friend Chu is really brilliant, and his export is very good. Li Yi exclaimed, let alone Li Xingchen. He wants to make friends with each other. It's just a feeling. The madman Chu smiled helplessly and then left. This time, no one is stopping him. Looking at his leaving back, everyone seemed to see a young emperor rising with an unstoppable trend. After this battle, the name of the madman of Chu will shock the world again, a monk said with emotion. The death of a supreme can't be concealed, and the person who killed him will naturally be well known to the world. Chapter 45, Orthodox Curse War, Linglong Principal recruits relative. Red rain falls from the sky, and the supreme has fallen. Who is it that died? Who killed it again? In the entire Baiyun city, the Lord Yi Wuhan is the supreme. Is it possible that the fallen supreme is him? Everyone saw the red rain. There is no way to hide it. Everyone was immersed in the shock of the fall of supreme. The madman of Chu walked on the street, listening to the words of the crowd. There was no sadness or joy on his face, but he was rather helpless in his heart. People are afraid of famous pigs and strong. This time, he is going to be famous again. Looks so handsome, has such a great reputation, and has such a good talent. Is this really good for other monks? Chu Madman is melancholy. Soon, he returned to Baiyulu. Brother Chu, do you know what happened to the coercion just now? What happened to the city lord's mansion? Li Xingchen hurriedly greeted him and asked. He knew that Madman Chu was going to the city lord's mansion for a banquet today. The Madman Chu nodded. Nothing big happened, just killing a supreme. Li Xingqian and everyone's expressions were amazed. They doubted whether there was a problem with their ears, and the supreme was dead and upright. Isn't this a big deal? And many more. Li Xingqian discovered the main point in Chu Madman's statement. Kill the supreme. Brother Chu, you killed the supreme? The others curled their lips, thinking that Li Xingqian's words were really funny. How could Madman Chu kill the supreme? Just kidding, he is nothing but an infant. Okay. The madman of Chu nodded slightly without denying it. Everyone's faces are even more wrong. This guy really dared to recognize it. The supreme arrogant is the supreme arrogant, and this face is unmatched by anyone, and he doesn't brag about it. Someone murmured. Li Xingqian also sneered. Brother Chu can really make a joke. By the way, brotherly, Yilei died and I killed it. Let me tell you first. Madman Chu didn't care whether everyone believed it or not. He calmly told the news of Yilei's death. Li Xingqian's face changed slightly when he heard the words. He sighed after seeing Madman Chu for a long time. That's a pity. That guy is one of the best spiritual geniuses. I didn't expect to fall in the middle. There is regret on his face, but there is no sadness. The Madman Chu said in surprise. Is he not your friend? It doesn't count. It's just that everyone is from Baiyun City, and I occasionally meet a few people, but the friendship is just like that. Oh, that's it. Madman Chu understood. By the way, Brother Chu, why did you kill him? It's a long story. You can ask your father. I have something to do, so I will go back to my room to rest first. Chu Kuang said humanely. In the wing room, the madman of Chu took out a few healing pills and handed them to Lan Yu. You have been injured in this battle. Go back and take a good rest. I still have the residual effect of Hongming purple qi in my body. I have to retreat for a few days to digest it. My son, do you need me to protect the law for you? Oh, it's okay. There is the seventh patriarch. There is the seventh patriarch. Chu Madman is not worried that he will be disturbed. Although the opponent disappeared after the death of Jinzuan Baiyun, Madman Chu knew that the opponent was protecting himself in secret. During the time when Madman Chu was in retreat, he was carrying the Yuan Ling treasure house, and the fact that he killed Baiyun Jinzuan gradually spread. For a time, the entire Baiyun city became a sensation. It turns out that Brother Chu didn't lie to me. Li Xingqian, who had just asked his father to ask about the details of the matter, looked shocked and couldn't believe it. At the same time, he also had doubts in his heart. Everyone is a monk of the same generation. Why are you so good, Brother Chu? With Baiyun City as the center, the impact of slaying the White Cloud Sword Sovereign this time continues, spreading toward the Azure Dragon region and even the entire Sky Star. Sage tradition in Xiang Valley. The tough-faced Xianggu Tianjiao heard the news and got up from the chair with a squeeze. Is this real or fake? It is true that the red rain fell in the sky in Baiyun City, and Jinzuan Baiyun was indeed dead. When the madman Chu killed Baiyun Jinzuan, many cultivators in Baiyun City saw it, and they should not be able to fake it. How is this possible? It is said that he used the Hongmeng purple qi to forcibly upgrade his cultivation, but even so, it is shocking enough. The purple robe youth feels better inside. It turned out to be purple gas. But in any case, the fact that the other party killed the sword sovereign of Baiyun is true, and he is far behind in this regard. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Chu to be so capable. The little girl would be willing to go downhill, and in time, she would definitely sit down with fellow Daoist and talk. The White Lotus Saint suddenly said. Many monks heard these words. All of them panic acid water in their hearts. This White Lotus Saint is the top arrogant in the world, and she has a peerless appearance. I don't know how many men think they are the dream lovers. I've never seen her swear words to a man before. Unexpectedly, this time he would actually speak for Madman Chu, and also openly admit that he wanted to sit down with Madman Chu. This move broke the hearts of countless men. Humph, relying on foreign objects to kill the sword sovereign, and not relying on your own strength, there is nothing to be proud of. The third prince of the Qingyun dynasty also spoke. Madman Chu injured his elder brother. He could not understand the other party, and of course he wanted to ridicule him. But with this mockery, Xian Tianzong could not sit still. If you have the ability, why don't you kill one? Chu Madman's #1 fan brother, Xian Tianzong Taoist Nangong Huang spoke freely. My big brother, Tianzi, can only absorb the grandeur and purple energy and kill the supreme. This person, such as a prince, can't even give him 10 grandeur and purple auras. The second fan brother Nangong Huang also mocked. Facing the irony, the princes of the Qingyun dynasty spoke one after another. A scolding battle broke out between the two great saints. It's a fact to kill the supreme. My big brother is in the sky and the earth is unparalleled in the world. Whether you admit it or not, it is a fact. Oh, hello, unparalleled in the world? It's a big tone www.mtlnovel.com. I don't know. I think your big brother has become an emperor. My big brother is a young emperor, and becoming emperor is just a matter of time. How is it like your prince? Even my big brother can't take a sword. There is no hope in this life. You fart. The prince has lost the 6 great sages in a row, and the prince can't even take a punch from the prince. He is unique in the world. Huh, your prince is amazing? That's because I was in retreat when he came. Otherwise, I can stop his path of invincibility without the madman Chu. Yuan Hong of Wanfazong said aloud. Now I have broken through the realm of emptiness. Someone, let the Qingyun prince fight with me again. Fang Tian of the 5 Elements sect also spoke. Was originally just a scolding battle between Qingyun dynasty and Xian Tianzong, and gradually spread to the entire Azure Dragon region, and all the sages of the sages and descents joined. Finally, Qingyun dynasty issued a decree. Is as follows. Qingyun dynasty Linglong princess wanted to choose a partner, so she started a martial arts contest, and the winner was the Qingyun dynasty's husband. When this imperial decree came out, the world was in an uproar. You must know that the Qingyun dynasty is a sage. If you can become their aunt, that would be a great advantage. Resources, methods, and connections? This is a good opportunity to reach the sky in one step. Moreover, it is rumored that the Linglong princess of Qingyun dynasty is one of the best beauties in the world, not much worse than the Balian saintess. If you marry her, you will enjoy endless beauty. Beauties, rights, financial resources, has everything. In an instant, all the monks in this world went straight to the Qingyun dynasty. Even some Tianjiao from the sage tradition is a little tempted. Chapter 46, Supreme One Worship, Go to Qingyun dynasty. Bayou Building, Wing Room. Chu Madman opened his eyes and woke up from the closed state. At this time, he has already made great progress in his cultivation. From the early stage of Yuaning to reach consummation in one breath, he is only half a step away from Dongshu. This magnificent purple qi is indeed extraordinary, and the remaining effect has allowed my cultivation base to break through several small realms, and the insight into Tao when I absorb the purple qi is also of great help to my future practice. Chu Madman smiled with satisfaction. Although his cultivation base is Yuan in consummation, his understanding of Tao now far exceeds his realm, and he is not worse than the King of War. No, it might even be comparable to the Venerable. Hongming purple qi is too strong. Little guy, it seems you have gained a lot. The voice of the 7th patriarch came from the void. Then there were ripples in the void, and the 7th ancestor stepped out of the void, dressed in a white robe, with sharp eyebrows, and a handsome middle-aged uncle. I have seen the 7th patriarch. Madman Chu stood up and bowed his hands in salute. He only learned of the identity of the 7th patriarch when he was in the city lord's mansion. The 7th generation of Xian Tianzong was in charge of this generation, which was much higher than his master. Killing him did not expect that the other party would come to be his protector, and he was still in a state of 5 failures. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling a little respect. You are welcome. I should be the one who salutes you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be who I am now. 7 ancestors showed gratitude on his face, and then he really bowed and saluted Chu Madman. A supreme actually salutes a junior. If this kind of thing spreads out, I don't know how many people will be frightened. The madman of Chu quickly avoided. 7 patriarch, aren't you crueling me? How old are you? How can I dare to receive your gift? This gift, you are worth it. The 7th ancestor solemnly said, the monk who has not entered the 5 decays of heaven and man will never know the kind of pain. The feeling that I can only watch myself step by step from peak to decline to death, but cannot stop it, is too torturous. Chu Madman's life extension pill not only allowed him to return to the peak and prolong his life, It also gave him the opportunity to pursue the supreme path again. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was his second parent. The seventh ancestor secretly swears in his heart that this life will belong to the madman Chu in the future, and he must protect the madman Chu thoroughly, even if he dies. The madman of Chu was helpless, and then the seventh ancestor asked about the origin of the pill for life extension. The madman Chu only said that he had found it after checking the Yuan Ling Jibao. Anyway, it is impossible for the seventh ancestor to know everything in the treasure house. Walking out of the wing, Madman Chu saw Lan Yu leaning against the tree. She wears a blue and white skirt and silver-haired shawl. She is very beautiful, and the surrounding scenery can only be overshadowed in front of her. This little girl has been here since he recovered from her wounds 2 days ago. She is a good girl. She is a good girl. Seventh ancestor spoke to Madman Chu. The madman of Chu nodded slightly. Is a good girl. The son. Perceiving Madman Chu's exit, Lan Yu greeted him. How is your injury? It's all right. Well, I have worked hard for you these past 2 days. Madman Chu stretched out his hand to pluck a fallen leaf on the other's head and said gently. Lan Yu felt her heart beating faster, a kind of throbbing, and a red glow quickly appeared on her cold and beautiful face, which made her even more charming. No, it's okay. Ahem. There was a cough beside. It was Li Xingchen. Lan Yu suddenly changed back to the inviolable cold appearance. His eyes were like a knife, and he glanced at the other party. For some reason, Li Xingchen shuddered suddenly. Brotherly, I haven't seen you in a few days. Don't come here without problems. Chu Madman smiled faintly. Brother Chu, you don't know. The days outside of your retreat have been all over the world. Li Xingchen said excitedly. Oh, what a trouble. Chu Madman laughed. What do you mean? It's not because you killed the sword venerable Baiyun. Speaking of this, Li Xingchen couldn't help being shocked. This other person just came out to experience. Not all started from small things, such as killing bandits, monsters, or participating in a few competitions. It's better for Chu Madman to kill the Supreme as soon as he comes out. You are so awesome. What's your experience? Then Li Xingchen told Madman Chu about what happened in the past few days. The Madman of Chu is not very surprised. There are not many Supremes in the Azure Dragon region on the bright side, and death is a matter of greatness. Let alone dying in the hands of his junior, it is strange that there is no quarrel outside. What makes him a little surprised is that he did not expect that this incident would trigger several sage wars, which is rare. There is also that martial arts contest. Sage Taoism actually does this. By the way, Brother Chu, do you go to the martial arts contest? Li Xingchen asked. I am not interested in that Princess Ling Long. What are you going to do? Chu Kuangren shook his head and said straightforwardly. Li Xingchen exclaimed. The Princess Ling Long is a first-class beauty in the world. Isn't Brother Chu really interested? You said that, it's a bit, but even if it is beautiful, is my Lan Yu beautiful? Chu Madman laughed. The corners of Lan Yu's mouth rose slightly beside, and his heart was joyful. Li Xingchen said with a smile, Lady Blue is stunning in the sky. There are not many people who can compare to her, but the Princess Ling Long is not bad, and it is rumored that she is still pregnant. Xianming Dao body. Chu Madman looked at him. In that rumor, at the beginning of the night, the cultivation of monks can be greatly increased and enter the Xianming Dao body in the state of enlightenment. That's right. There was a smile on Li Xingchen's face that a man knew. There are 3,000 physiques in the world, and there are all kinds of weird ones, and the Xianming Dao body is the top Dao body, second only to the supreme Dao body. And this physique is a bit special. www.untilnovel.com. Its owner will release a kind of mysterious spirit when first interacting with people, which has the magical effect of making the monk's cultivation base rise and even enter the state of enlightenment. Therefore, since ancient times, both men and women with this physique have been sought after or coveted by countless monks. It's also fortunate that this Princess Ling Long is the eldest princess of Qingyun dynasty, with a strong background, otherwise her physique would have been taken away. Yeah, Madman Chu nodded. This martial arts contest invites relatives to gather all Tianjiao. I heard that there will be Tianjiao from other domains. Then it will be very lively. I plan to leave in the next few days. Brother Chu, are you really not going? Li Xingchen asked again. The madman of Chu pondered for a while. Then, go. He didn't go because of the Linglong princess, but because he came out to experience this trip. Naturally, he wanted to see the world. And now, all Tianjiao is running to the Qingyun dynasty. He wants to meet the world. Is there a better place to go? Hey, Brother Chu is very strong. Going to participate in the martial arts contest this time will definitely be the top spot. Li Xingqian winked at the madman Chu, and his face showed a smile that the man knew. The madman Chu rolled his eyes. You think too much? I'm just going to be curious about the various talents this time, and I don't want to participate in the recruitment. I understand. Li Xingqian smiled. The madman Chu shook his head helplessly, too lazy to explain to him. 3 days later, Chu Madman and a few people left for the Qingyun dynasty. Qingyun dynasty is 1,000,000 miles away from Baiyun City, but there is a vehicle called Xianzhou in the Sky Star. It only needs to consume a certain amount of spiritual stone to travel long distances and quickly, which is very convenient. The three of them took a ride on the ferry boat, and it only took about 2 days to arrive at the capital of the Qingyun dynasty. Chapter 47. Orthodox Grievances. Fong Tian Challenges. Are you eligible? The royal capital of Qingyun dynasty. Different from other sage traditions, the Qingyun dynasty is based on the world in the form of a country with a vast territory. As the capital of a country, its prosperous degree is more than that of Baiyun City. On street, there are various shops for cultivation practice, and there are all monks coming and going, and even the masters of the cave void realm pop up from time to time. Hey, this king is indeed prosperous. Chu Kuang said humanely. Who said no? Boom. At this time, at the end of the street, a powerful energy wave broke out, and there was a sudden commotion among the people around. Hurry up, someone is in a duel, go and see. There is another good show to watch. In the past few days, the heavenly arrogances of the royal capital have been in an endless stream, saying that there is no room for 2 tigers. Can these guys get together without accident? Many people immediately rushed towards the end of the street. Li Xingqian dragged Chu Madman to join in the fun. At the end of the street, on the top of a tall building, 2 young people are facing each other, and the mighty power is vented unscrupulously. I didn't expect Xiang Valley to come here to join in the fun, but just relying on you to go to the princess, it's a foolish dream. The monk in white clothes said coldly, with a look of disdain. Opposite, the cultivator of Xiang Valley, the tough-faced young man immediately returned the color. I won't say whether I will marry the princess, but if I am there, don't even think about it. You fart. You spray manure. Damn, kind of hands-on. Come on, I'm afraid you won't make it. The 2 great sages of Taoism are like shrews cursing the street on the top of the building, and they are violently beaten together after shouting. Chu Madman came to the scene. It turned out to be Hua Yun in the Holy Land of Spirit Void and Lin Batian in Xiang Valley. It's no wonder there will be a fight. Li Xingqian said suddenly. The madman of Chu was a little puzzled. Why? Brother Chu doesn't know that the grievances between these 2 sages have a long history, and there are secret reports that the ancestors of these 2 sages were jealous because of a woman, and they were too jealous. But later, the woman didn't want anyone. The 2 great ancestors didn't stop because of this, but they became more and more fierce. In the process of the development of Taoism, the 2 great ancestors often quarreled due to various reasons. Several times they almost came close. The War of Saints and Orthodoxy broke out. Li Xingqian said. The madman of Chu was a little speechless when he heard the words. That's it? What kind of woman is so powerful that can make their ancestors so obsessed? I don't know. Li Xingqian shook his head. All he knew was heard from the hearsay, but Xiang Valley and Lingshu Holy Land had indeed been grudges for a long time, and the disciples of the 2 parties had to fight each other. Upstairs, the 2 young Tianjiao fought more and more fiercely, and the violent Taoist rhyme spread, attracting many monks to watch. There are even some Tianjiao who come to participate in the recruitment of relatives. The 2 avenues are still the same, naive. A young monk dressed in white couldn't help but sneered. Then, he looked away and passed the crowd. Suddenly, he seemed to have seen someone with surprise in his eyes. It's him. It was Madman Chu that the youth saw. There were a lot of people in the crowd, but he noticed Madman Chu at first sight. The immortal look was even more attractive than Tianjiao Zhan. Okay, I finally saw you today. The youth sneered. In these days, Chu Kuang's name has changed the world, and his portraits have naturally spread. The young people have seen it, and they think they will not admit it. I am afraid that there is only one person in this world. At this time, Madman Chu, who was watching with gusto, noticed that someone was watching him, and he seemed to be hostile. What happened? Chu Madman turned around and saw a young man approaching him. When he was puzzled, the young man suddenly said loudly, "Fong Tian of the Five Elements sect. Here I would like to learn the brilliant tricks of senior brother Xiantian." The voice was so loud that the whole street heard it. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. Even in the Xiang Valley where they were fighting, the Tianjiao of Lingshu Holy Land stopped, and his eyes swept back and forth among the crowd. Big brother Xiantian, that madman of Chu. Where is he? The madman Chu who declared war on the world. He has also come. Haha, big brother Xiantian, where is he? Ask him to come out and fight with me. Let me see what the supreme arrogant is. Damn, that's a ruthless man who killed the supreme. He only relied on a great purple energy to kill Baiyun Jinzuan. In terms of cultivation, Baiyun Jinzuan can pinch him to death with one finger. All the monks were shocked. Chu Madman is now too famous. Is not even more than some supreme. Supreme Tao body, declared war on the world, beheaded the supreme, Yuan Ling treasury. This pile of deeds about him. Even the monks who have never paid attention to him have more or less heard of it. The corner of the madman Chu's mouth twitched. Who is this person? Does it need such a loud voice? I always challenge myself, not naive. The madman of Chu had an immortal face, and he was very outstanding. Almost when Fong Tian called out his name, everyone quickly found him. For a time, many people were amazed. The eyes of many female sisters shined. There are such beautiful people in this world. Oh my God, if I were Princess Ling Long, what else would I do to recruit relatives by martial arts and directly give the Qingyun kingdom lord to the marriage? Yes, this person is so good-looking. Such a person who came out of the dust, is a fairy descended to the earth. The silver-haired woman next to him is also stunning in the world. In my opinion, even the Princess Ling Long is nothing more than that. Everyone is talking about it one after another. And Fong Tian is also approaching the madman of Chu step by step. Yu reading www.yangshu.com gradually reveals a mysterious Taoist rhyme, like the five elements circulating, endless. Li Xingqian said next to the madman Chu, "Brother Chu, this man is Fong Tian, the Taoist of the Five Elements sect. He once said publicly that if he sees you, he will show you how powerful the Five Elements is. Not only that, it is said that he broke through to the Void realm after being defeated by Gu Chang'e last time. Be careful, I will withdraw first." Li Xingqian took a few steps back after speaking. "It looks like I'm cheering you on behind." Chu Madman's face turned dark. "You are such a good friend. Master, let me deal with him," Lan Yu said. The madman of Chu felt relieved. As expected, his Lan Yu is reliable. Why, big brother Tang Xiantian wants to hide behind a woman. Fong Tian sneered when he approached Madman Chu. The Chu madman glanced at the other party. His eyes were neither sad nor happy. "If you can't even beat Lan Yu, why should I take action?" Lan Yu raised his chin slightly and said indifferently, "Not everyone is qualified to challenge my son. Are you qualified?" After finished, the blue and white skirt faded, the brilliance flashed, the gorgeous silver and white armor appeared, the wings spread out, revealing the fighting posture. Everyone was slightly surprised. Feather people. There are not only human races on the sky stars. There are other races, such as the feather human race, the Yasha tribe, the Shura tribe, and so on. There are even saints who can compare with the saints. Huh, a maid wants to stop me too, ridiculous. Fong Tian let out a cold snort, and there was a cloud of golden light flowing between his palms. And then, a sharp sword aura shot out. The Five Elements, Gold. Chapter 48, Princess Ling Long. He is too handsome. The rhyme of Taoism is permeated, and the sharp golden sword spirit rushes towards Lan Yu. This blow has the power of Yuan Ying consummation. Lan Yu was in the early Yuan Ying stage when he was first summoned, but now it is the late Yuan Ying stage. But with the blessing of the supreme Taoist body, even if it is a hole, don't want to take advantage of it, and punch the sword to smash it. Fong Tian showed a touch of surprise in his eyes, and then he burst into battle intent and said coldly, "Okay, it seems that I underestimated you. Then I will defeat you first, and then your master. You don't have this opportunity anymore." Without a word, Lan Yu summoned a scepter of light, blessed by the holy artifacts, and her aura skyrocketed again. With a punch, the mighty power of light erupted, and even Fong Tian and other Tianjiao Daozi were blasted back several feet with this punch. Many monks around were surprised. This woman is so powerful that she can suppress Fong Tian? Fong Tian is a hole in the void. It is estimated that even the former Qingyun prince Gu Chang'e may not be able to suppress him, but this woman can actually do it. Who is she? When did the feathers come out of this arrogant talent? And they are willing to be the followers of the Mad Chu. It's incredible. Everyone was surprised at Lan Yu's strength, but they were more curious about Madman Chu. A follower has such a powerful strength. What about Madman Chu himself? 5 elements, Li Huiju. Fong Tian squeezed the mysterious magic decision. Daoyin circulated around him, and the red flames rushed out. Lan Yu didn't evade. He punched out, and the majesty of the light smashed the sky full of flames to pieces. The posture of the Valkyrie shook the audience. The 5 elements, Atsuki Ju. Fong Tian's complexion became more concentrated, and the rhyme of the whole body became thicker, and the spiritual power flowed in his body, which was already fully displayed. Around Lan Yu's body, there were suddenly countless trees and vines condensed by spiritual power, which entangled Lan Yu in an instant. 5 elements, Gung Jin Ju. Fong Tian took advantage of this opportunity to perform the 5 elements fascination again, cutting out several sharp sword energy. Humph. Lan Yu snorted softly. The spiritual power in his body exploded, the white wings flapped, countless spiritual blades rotated, and the trees and vines entwined around his body were cut off one by one, and then he punched out. The fist of light shattered all the sword energy. Only in this way. I want to challenge my son. It is idiotic to talk about dreams. Lan Yu sneered. Lan Yu's words made Fong Tian furious. A maid would dare to be so arrogant. Let you see what the 5 elements is. Only Fong Tian has a rhyme flowing around his body. An extremely terrifying aura is revealed, and his body gradually flickers with 5 colors. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 rays of light flickered in Fong Tian's palm, forming a vast and boundless force, which even shook the space. The saint's method, the 5 elements are great. Fong Tian grabbed it with a palm, and the 5 rays of light converged into a huge, colorful hand. This blow is a saint's law, very scary. Even the monks who are also Dongshu would easily be defeated. Lan Yu showed dignity in his eyes, and then there was a white light on his body rising into the sky. His wings spread out, and the vast Taoist rhyme was permeated. There was a Tao rune flashing all over her body, which made her extremely holy. Everyone looked at the scene and couldn't help being shocked. They actually have a feeling of worshipping Lan Yu. The pupils of some strong men shrank suddenly, and they couldn't believe it. This is a Taoist vision. The radiance is brilliant. The rumored supreme body, the sacred body of light. She is also a supreme body. The strong people who recognize the divine body of light are all shocked. This type of physique has not appeared for many years. Like Chu Madman's 9-orifice exquisite sword heart, is a supreme Taoist body, and both have the terrifying potential to impact the Emperor realm. The vision of radiant light appeared. Lan Yu received the blessing of the vision, and then urged the scepter of light to condense a spear in front of him, with runes flowing on it, and the horrible rhyme of Guangming Dao condensed in it. Boom! The spear burst out of the air, and a sound detonated into the air. This blow is extremely powerful. Booming on the 5-color hand, the shock wave from the 2 bursts of power slapped the void frantically, and the surrounding buildings began to shake. Lan Yu stood in place, the light flowing, holy. Opposite her, Fong Tian's face was not so good-looking, so gloomy. He didn't expect that his strongest blow would not defeat Lan Yu. Can't even beat a maid. How can he fight against Chu Madman? Just thinking about it, Fong Tian took a sigh of relief. At the feet of the Emperor, who allowed you to fight privately. At this time, there was a majestic female voice in the sky. I saw a carriage pulled by 6 horses leaping into the sky, and a terrifying force landed. The surrounding monks knelt down quickly. See Princess Ling Long. Only the madman of Chu, Fong Tian, a sage, and Daozi can stand, and their identities are equal to that of Princess Ling Long. Princess Ling Long appeared. Did you expect to see her so soon? I don't know if it's as beautiful as the rumors. Yu Tianjiao makes eye contact. Fong Tian, Lan Yu also stopped each other. You are all contemporary talents, fighting each other in a big crowd. What kind of style? Princess Ling Long asked again. The princess is right. Lin Batian, Hua Yun, and others responded. This place is the territory of the Qing Yun dynasty. This person is a princess who wants to compete with each other. This face is still to be given. Okay, I think you are a newcomer, and you don't understand the rules of the royal capital. Let's stop this. I will host a banquet at Qiandao Lake tonight. I invite you all talents and please enjoy your face. Princess Ling Long said. The princess is invited and must go to www.untilnovel.com. Several Tianjiao laughed. Big brother Xiantian, I am waiting for you at Qiandao Lake. At this time, Princess Ling Long said again. The madman Chu was taken aback. Why do you call me directly? Are we familiar? But the words of Princess Ling Long fell, and everyone on the scene looked at Madman Chu with indescribable envy and hatred. Especially Fong Tian, it seems to be eating people. There are so many Tianjiao present, and Princess Ling Long didn't mention it, but it just mentioned Chu Madman. What does this mean? This shows that Madman Chu is extraordinary in Princess Ling Long's heart. Invisibly, the madman of Chu had already taken a big step ahead of this recruitment. Some people are dumbfounded. Princess, I didn't take you to beat people like this. You are doing our mentality like this. Princess, he is a madman from Chu, who seriously injured Prince Qingyun. Someone reminded him. Well, I know. Princess Ling Long said lightly. Well, didn't you talk about it at first, saying that you would be ruthless when you saw him? Someone remembered that the great Arrogances talked. Princess Ling Long is among them. I remember, it's just that I didn't expect that senior brother Xiantian was so handsome. Princess Ling Long paused. She seemed a little shy. The mentality of everyone collapsed again. I didn't expect you to be such an exquisite princess. Damn, is it great to look good? Everyone looked at Madman Chu. Some of them were so popular that they gritted their teeth. The martial arts contest has not yet started, but everyone feels like they have lost. And the madman of Chu is also dumbfounded. Princess, we are not familiar. Is it okay for you to cheat me like this? Chapter 49, or try one, Princess Ling Long will do it. Princess Ling Long is gone, leaving behind a group of Tianjiao whose mentality has collapsed. Fong Tian stared at Chu Kuangren and said, I will defeat you during the martial arts contest to recruit relatives, and prove to the princess that I am better than you. Me too, Lin Batian said coldly. Some Arrogances let go of harsh words. Some Arrogances took a deep look at Chu Madman. After treating people almost left, Li Xingchen walked up and looked at Madman Chu with great admiration. Brother Chu is Brother Chu. Really amazing. Even Princess Ling Long can't resist your charm. The madman of Chu stood still and touched his chin. Brotherly, I seriously suspect that this Ling Long princess is cheating me. How could it happen? If I were a woman, I would be happy, Brother Chu. Li Xingchen said. Forget it, don't talk about it. Find a place to live first. The three of them found a luxury inn to stay first. At night, Li Xingchen took Chu Madman to Qiandao Lake, which Princess Ling Long said, for a banquet. Qiandao Lake, as the name implies, is a lake with a large number of islands, which is extremely vast, so it is named Qiandao Lake. Qiandao Lake has beautiful scenery, and the place where Princess Ling Long hosted the banquet is an island in the center of Qiandao Lake. Inside a palace, various geniuses gather. Among them there are some disciples of sainthood, such as Fong Tian, Lin Batian, and others. When the madman Chu brought Lan Yu and Li Xingchen entered, everyone's eyes converged, curious and hostile. Madman Chu had already adapted to such a highly anticipated feeling, and he calmly found a place to sit down. Let's take a look. There will be no less meat anyway. Besides, I'm so handsome, it's a pity not to show it to others. The princess is here. At this time, a voice came from outside the door. A woman in a gorgeous robe walked in slowly. The woman's eyebrows resemble distant mountains. Her lips are like Zhu Dan. She wears a gorgeous dress. She has a graceful figure, noble temperament, and her face is even more beautiful. That is a kind of supreme beauty, like a queen. Everyone subconsciously glanced at Lan Yu next to Chu Quangren. These two women are both stunning. A cold, holy, inviolable, and the other is glamorous and unparalleled and difficult to approach. If Lan Yu is the snow lotus growing on the cliff, then the Princess Ling Long is the delicate and rich peony, each with its own merits. I have seen Princess Ling Long. Princess Ling Long is really as beautiful as rumors. Seeing the princess today is a worthwhile trip. All Tianjiao got up to welcome each other. Chu Madman sat peacefully on the spot, glanced at Princess Ling Long, and looked at Lan Yu. It's still my Lan Yu who looks good. Hearing what Madman Chu said, Lan Yu's heart was in full bloom, and an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face, adding a touch of beauty. Is her name Lan Yu? Princess Ling Long seemed to have heard the words of Madman Chu. Lan Yu has seen the princess. Lan Yu bowed his hands in a salute. You are welcome. Princess Ling Long looked at Madman Chu again, with an extremely bright smile on her face. I am very happy that Daoist Chu can come. The arrogance of the heavens is tickle. Damn, that's the case again. In the eyes of Princess, this Madman Chu was the only one. The princess is polite. Madman Chu felt that this Ling Long princess was cheating him, and which princess was so unreserved. The banquet begins. All the Tianjiao are looking at each other. They all know that these people are their opponents. Of course I have to take a good look at it now, especially Madman Chu, who observes him the most and the most solemn. It is rumored that fellow Daoist Chu once killed the sword sovereign Baiyun with the help of a great purple chi and destroyed the entire Baiyun city lord's mansion. The means is really admirable. At this time, a Tianjiao said. When he said this, everyone's eyes suddenly became a little strange. At first hearing these words, he was complimenting Chu Madman. Actually not. Emphasized the use of the word, saying that the madman of Chu killed the supreme not by his own cultivation, but by foreign objects, which is not countable. Annihilated the entire Baiyun city lord's mansion. But it was an insinuation that the madman Chu was cruel and murderous, and the old young women and children would not let it go. Speaking like this, I'm an old yin and yang person. Chu Madman smiled faintly. Then he looked at that arrogant. He knew that the other party was Huayun, the spiritual sacred place that was fighting Xianga Tianjiao on the street today. When I killed Sword Sovereign Baiyun, I used 2 swords. How many swords do you think I need to kill you? Madman Chu said indifferently. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Huayun's face changed. What does fellow Daoist Chu mean? I have no grievances with you. Why are you threatening me in the public? Can't answer? Why not give it a try? The Madman Chu laughed, and then slowly stood up. His move caused all the people present to tremble. Rely on me. Is he really going to kill people at the princess banquet? Huayun's pupils shrank slightly, and his heart was pounding. He was stared at by the Madman Chu, and his body shuddered like a poisonous snake around his neck. Ha! The Madman Chu, who has moved the world, is really powerful. At this time, a loud laugh came from outside the palace. An extravagant man in a yellow robe walked in. Third brother. Princess Ling Long yelled when she saw the visitor. Meet the emperor's sister. The person here is the third prince of Qingyun dynasty. The name calls Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng looked at the Madman Chu and said, I have long heard that Taoist Chu has a high level of cultivation. I don't know if I have the honor to learn. The prince wants to give it a try? It is good. The Madman Chu nodded and agreed. Coming to the open space outside the palace, Gu Changfeng opened his posture, and Dao Yun turned around www.novel.com and said, My emperor brother is defeated by you. As a brother, I must do something. Take it. The words fell. The golden dragon gas leaped into the air. The sound of the dragon's chant echoed in the air, and a punch was punched, which was the Saint Falong killing punch. The Chu Madman's face was neither sad nor happy. Kuan Wu cut out with a sword in his hand. The purple sword light suddenly amazed the night. This sword is far brighter than the starry sky. The sword light flashed by, and the dragon-shaped fist suddenly collapsed, but the terrifying sword light did not stop for half a minute. and it swept straight towards Gu Changfeng. How come? Gu Changfeng's pupils shrank sharply. His face changed drastically. Seeing the sword light approaching, Gu Changfeng was unable to resist, even unable to dodge, and there was panic on his face. At this time, a figure appeared in front of him. A palm shot out terrifying spiritual power and hit the sword light. The violent impact swept in all directions. The entire island was shaken, and the lake rolled. It's Princess Linglong. The princess has such a high level of cultivation. Everyone is extremely palpitating. They both shook Chu Madman's sword and were surprised at Princess Linglong's cultivation, and they couldn't recover for a while. He is so strong. Fong Tian, who was still planning to challenge Madman Chu today, looked pale after seeing Madman Chu's sword, and Dao Xian was shocked. He knew that he couldn't take that sword. It's not just him. That Hua Yun's calf trembled even more. He was provoking such terrifying characters just now. He now doubts, if Gu Changfeng comes one step later, is he really going to die here? Tonight, Madman Chu amazed everyone with a sword, and shocked all four. Chapter 50. The young emperor of the Shong clan. The princess wants to get married. Qingyun Prince Guchanga can take me his sword, and you can't take even half of my sword. No, it's not right. Maybe Guchanga can't take half of my sword either. Chu Madman said frivolously. When he defeated Guchanga, he just broke through the nascent soul realm, and now he is the nascent soul consummation, and he will win with Guchanga more easily. Gu Changfeng's face was pale, and he wanted to refute, but there was no way. If it hadn't been for Princess Linglong's sudden move, he would indeed not be able to take this sword. The other Tianjiao on the scene heard the words, and their expressions were not very good. Guchanga's losing streak of the 6 great saints is true, but Guchanga is not worth mentioning in front of Madman Chu. What about them? Some of them are not as good as Guchanga. Isn't it even more trivial in front of the Madman Chu? This is a world of great controversy. It was supposed to be the arrogance of all parties vying for hegemony. But how do they feel that it is the stage of Madman Chu alone? How could such a character appear in this era? Then what is the use of Tianjiao in this world? A Tianjiao said unwillingly. Obviously, Madman Chu had a big impact on everyone. Everyone, I am neglecting this banquet, so please leave first. I have a discussion with Taoist Chu. Princess Linglong suddenly said lightly. She took the sword from Madman Chu. Her face was extremely calm. At this moment, everyone no longer dared to regard her as an ordinary princess. Obviously, she is also a supreme pride. Is even better than Guchanga. The Tianjiao who came to the banquet left with various thoughts. Brother Chu, you talk to the princess slowly. I'll leave first. Li Xingchen winked at the Madman Chu and smiled. Third brother, you should withdraw first. Princess Linglong said. Gu Changfeng hesitated. Retreat. Princess Linglong repeated, with a slight stern tone, then Gu Changfeng left. Soon, only Madman Chu, Lan Yu, and Princess Linglong remained. Princess Linglong glanced at Lan Yu, did not let the other person leave, and then said to Chu Madmanly, if I didn't take the sword just now, the third brother would die for a lifetime. Do you really want to kill him? The air purged, with a bit of chill. The madman of Chu smiled faintly. If so, what are you going to do? No, you are leading me. The princess cheated me so much. If I don't do something, it's a bit unreasonable. I don't like being used by others. The madman of Chu had long noticed that this Linglong princess was cheating on him. She was lustful to him, and used the jealousy of other Tianjiao to make trouble for him. How could he sit still? You cheated me. Of course I have to use color. After seeing the Princess Linglong, he checked with the eye of insight for the first time. The opponent is a hole in the hole, and the combat power is stronger than Gu Changa and Fong Tian, enough to block his sword just now. If I don't make a move, if I don't have time to make a move, wouldn't the third brother really die under your sword? Princess Linglong said. The sword I made. I naturally have control over it. Chu Madman is very confident in his kendo. Even if Princess Linglong didn't make a move in the end, he could control Jingguang in time. At least he could keep Gu Changfeng from dying. Okay, now it's time to talk about the princess's repeated targeting of me. Is it really to avenge your brother? It's not aimed, it's just a test. Appreciate further details. Go inside and talk. The three of them entered the palace. After sitting down, Princess Linglong directly asked, "What do you think of me?" The madman Chu was taken aback for a moment. "Princess, are you going to have a blind date with me? I disappointed you. I really have no interest in you." His words made Princess Linglong stretch her eyebrows. "Not interested? Really, my father is mainly handsome, rich, powerful, and talented, but there are still men who are not interested in her." Princess Linglong, who has been accustomed to being acquainted with the stars, felt a little aggrieved in her heart, but she did not show it. Most of them are for power and wealth, for status and for your body. A small number of people do not for power and wealth, but just for your body. Chu Kuang said humanely. Really straightforward. Power, wealth, status, resources, these are the purposes of most people who come to recruit relatives. But sages like Fong Tian and Lin Batian do not lack these at all. What they greedy is the body of Princess Linglong. To be precise, it is the essence of the Xianming Dao body. Yes, the essence of Xianming Dao body. This is the most thirsty treasure of all monks in the world. Because of this physique, I have even been targeted by a young emperor. Princess Linglong said. Chu Madman's expression moved slightly. Young emperor? The young emperor of the Shong clan in Vermilion Bird territory. My father, in order to use the power of the Shong clan to strengthen the country, has promised me to the young emperor of the Shong clan. Young emperor, short for young emperor. Every young emperor is Wushuang Tianjiao, with superior combat power, and Fong Tianji and his like are much stronger than Guchanga. There are 8 young emperors known in the Sky Star, scattered in the 4 realms of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Suzaku, and Xuanwu. Shong clan young emperor, it sounds amazing, but does it have anything to do with me? Madman Chu asked. The young emperor of the Shong clan is dedicated to Taoism. To him, I am just a tool to help him in his cultivation. Once it is useless, I will be discarded at will. Princess Linglong's tone was a bit resentful. Chu Madman did not speak, but listened quietly. I am unwilling to be such a tool, so I held this martial arts contest, hoping to find a talent that can fight against the young emperor of the Shong clan. And this person is you, Madman Chu. Before using methods to let people test you, just to reconfirm your ability, now it seems that my choice is not wrong. Chu Madman, I want you to win everyone, including the young emperor of the Shong clan, and I want you to be my rightful man. This is cooperation. The madman of Chu quietly listened to the words of Princess Linglong. He understands. This Linglong princess is an independent woman who is dissatisfied with the arranged marriage and rose up to resist, but in order to hide from other people www.novel.com, she wants to find a marriage partner, and this target is him. Excuse me, I refuse. First, I have all the rights, status, wealth, and resources you have. The cohort you want is only a formality. I guess you won't let me touch you. Second, I don't need to offend a young emperor for you. Chu Mad Talent is not stupid. For him, this cohort has no temptation at all. The only one who can really benefit is Princess Linglong. Are you afraid of the young emperor of the Shong clan? I'm sorry, the radical method is useless to me. Chu Kuangren raised his eyebrows. The young emperor of the Shong clan? He doesn't know the strength of the opponent, but if he wants to be afraid, I'm sorry, he hasn't been afraid of anyone. The Supreme can kill him, let alone a so-called young emperor? 3 things, as long as you promise me. I can promise you 3 things. I am a Princess Linglong, with a mysterious body, my achievements are limitless, and I will definitely be able to help you in the future. Heh, if it's something that even I can't do, then you can't do it even more. Lan Yu, let's go. Madman Chu turned and left. Looking at his back, Princess Linglong gritted her teeth. Xuanming's essence, don't you want it? As long as you become my cohort, I can promise to give you the Xuanming's essence to help you make your way. This is the last and most precious thing she can take out. In her opinion, it is better to give Madman Chu than to the young emperor of the Shong clan who has never met. At least Madman Chu looks very much in line with her aesthetics. Sorry, I said. I'm not interested in you. I don't need that kind of thing, and I can achieve the supreme way. After speaking, Madman Chu left without looking back. Only Princess Linglong was left, her face full of unwillingness. Chapter 51, Mingua's Secret Realm, Sage Tradition blocks the scene. Brother Chu, how is it? After returning to the inn, Li Xingchen hurriedly greeted him. How about what? It's you and Princess Ling Long. What can we do? Just talk about the way of cultivation, and then I will come back. Chu Madman said lightly. He doesn't have the habit of publicizing other people's private affairs everywhere. The matter of marriage is the matter of Princess Ling Long. He does not agree or interfere. Princess Ling Long specially left you, just to talk with you about the way of practice? Li Xingchen looked like you were teasing me. Not everyone is as yellowish as you. The Madman Chu rolled his eyes and said nothing more. After tonight, the fact that Madman Chu defeated the three princes with a single sword gradually spread in the circle of Tianjiao in the royal capital. As for what kind of disturbance it caused, Madman Chu didn't care. The time for martial arts competitions is getting closer and closer, and just a few days before the recruitment, a major event happened in the Azure Dragon domain. The secret realm of the bright moon that has disappeared for thousands of years suddenly appeared in the sky above the North Sea. Morning. As soon as the Madman of Chu finished the draw, Li Xingchen rushed into the house, looking anxious, as if something big happened. Brotherly, what's wrong with you? Brother Chu, hurry up and come with me to Beihai. Why are you going to Beihai? I did not kiss you by martial arts. Chu Madman laughed. The Mingua secret realm, the sage's residence that disappeared mysteriously tens of thousands years ago, appeared in the North Sea. If you don't go there, the chance will be robbed. How can it be important to recruit relatives by martial arts? Li Xingchen said. Moon secret realm. The Madman Chu frowned. But there are no simple things that can be related to the saint. He is also very interested. Called Lan Yu, and several people hurried to Beihai. Except for them, all the great princes who originally gathered in the royal capital and prepared to compete in martial arts to recruit relatives also went to Beihai. For this reason, the event of martial arts competition had to be temporarily postponed. The turbulent North Sea is covered with dark clouds, and there is a silver-white gate with a bright moon pattern carved on it. And there have been countless strong people all around. Even the Supreme has several. These people looked at the Mingua secret realm with extremely solemn eyes. The Mingua secret realm was the residence of the Mingua saint 10,000 years ago. There has been no news for 10,000 years, but it has reappeared today. A venerable from Xiang Valley said curiously, Sage of Mingua, that is the top sage who has swept across an era. Compared to the Saint King, he definitely has a lot of opportunities in the secret realm. A Supreme said with scorching eyes. Although they are all saints, there were saints in the orthodoxy, but these saints have fallen or fell asleep, and they are still very eager for the chance of saints. Not to mention a top saint like Mingua Saint, there has never been a saint like this in the 8 great saints of the Azure Dragon region. The treasures in the secret realm are indeed indispensable, but the prerequisite is to be able to open the secret realm restriction. The elder Rian of Xian Tianzong also came. She looked at the bright moon's secret realm in front of her and said indifferently. She was right. There is a very powerful restriction on the secret realm of Mingua. Even the Supreme can't get close, which is why they stay here. Otherwise, they would have rushed in. Although this prohibition is strong, it does not exclude monks below the warlord from entering. It allows our disciples to explore first. What opportunities can be obtained depends on their own good fortune. A Supreme said lightly. They have already arrived from the royal capital. Before that, block this place first, and don't let other monks take advantage of it. Said a Supreme overbearing. His meaning is very obvious. Our saints have not yet entered. You little fish and shrimps, don't come to join in the fun, get out. Some monks turned blue with anger when they heard the words, but they were helpless. Who said they belonged to the orthodoxy of the saints? It was simply incomparable. The weak eat the strong. This is the eternal principle of the spiritual world. Soon, a group of Tianjiao came to Beihai almost simultaneously. Lin Batian of Xiang Valley, Fangtian of Five Elements Sect, Huayun of Spiritual Void Holy Land, Saintess of White Lotus, Saint Sun, etc., all came. Chu Madman also arrived. It's so lively. Madman Chu looked at the besieged Beihai, where at least hundreds of thousands of monks gathered. In the central area closest to the mystery of Mingua, several high-level sages gathered together, surrounded by the princes of their respective ethics, one by one proudly volleying in the sky, full of glamour and incomparable style. Especially the Linglong princess of the Qingyun dynasty, Guanga, sitting on the carriage, surrounded by a well-equipped army, everyone with their heads high and their eyes pierced, obviously a soldier of all battles. Qingyun Prince Guanga looked indifferent. Looking around, he looked like a proud man of heaven. The madman Chu glanced at him. This guy seems to be recovering well. I thought he was going to be devastated. The Dao Dao Tong is the Dao Dao Tong. It is style. Li Xingqian said emotionally. Thereby Yulo can't compare with the Saint Man Dao Tong. Then he looked straight in one direction and was fascinated, pulling the sleeve of Madman Chu. Brother Chu, look, it's Saint White Lotus. Chu Madman followed his gaze and saw a woman in a white dress among the great sages. The black hair of this woman is like a waterfall, her skin is fat, and her delicate face has a calm smile, which is like a spring breeze. Many monks stared at the woman in a daze. Even the other sages of the orthodox Tianjiao couldn't help but look twice. By Wanqing, Saint White Lotus www.mtlnovel.com Xiaowei Cave Void Realm. The madman of Chu checked with the eye of insight, found that among the Tianjiao of the saints, the cultivation of the White Lotus Saint was among the best, not inferior to the Princess Ling Long. The White Lotus Saintess still looks like this, with a gentle look like water. Li Xingqian suddenly sighed. Is it not good to be gentle as water? Madman Chu asked back. Brother Chu doesn't know anything. Don't look at the saint who looks approachable, but it is actually a flower of high mountains. I don't know how many people have pursued her in these years, but they have not succeeded, and have never heard of her which man is closer. There is no scandal. Speaking of this, Li Xingqian paused, and he looked at Madman Chu with weird eyes. The only exception is that Saintess Bai Lian had publicly said a few days ago that he wanted to sit down with Brother Chu. Speaking of this, Li Xingqian's tone became a little sour. The Madman Chu shrugged. I don't know. He doesn't pay much attention to these news. Brother Chu, it is enough to have Lan Yu by your side. Why do Princess Ling Long and Saint Balian have a soft spot for you? Li Xingqian said bitterly. Come on, brotherly, look at my face. Li Xingqian looked at it for a while. His eyes gradually became wet. He asked himself to be a beautiful man in the world, but he was more than a grade worse than Madman Chu. No wonder the White Lotus Saint, Princess Ling Long, would be different to him. Thinking of this, Li Xingqian felt sad. The Madman Chu smiled, not playing tricks with Li Xingqian, took Lan Yu and flew in the direction of Elder Ruyan, and stepped forward to salute. Meet the elders. Elder Ruyan's eyes lit up. Madman, you are here. Chapter 52, Blood Spirit Dao Body, Young Emperor of Thunder Falcon Clan, One Animal. Big Brother. I have seen the Big Brother. Next to Elder Ruyan, Nangong Huang and Nirangshuan swiftly stepped forward and looked at Madman Chu in surprise. Well, a few younger brothers, younger sisters, don't be unharmed. Ah, senior brother, we have all heard about what you do these days, and the younger brother admires you more and more. Morong Xian gave a thumbs up and said with a look of admiration. Nangong Huang next to didn't say anything, but from his fanatical gaze, it was not difficult to see that his worship of the Madman Chu was increasing day by day. The Madman of Chu smiled faintly, without saying much. Is too modest to appear hypocritical, too proud to be jealous. At this time you should behave indifferently. Sure enough, the eyes of Nangong Huang's people became more frantic. The Big Brother is really Big Brother. Doing such earth-shattering things can keep the Taoist indifferent. It is a role model for my generation. The venerable sages also looked at Madman Chu twice. This person is the Madman of Chu, the Big Brother Xiantian. He is indeed the same as the rumored person, with a superb appearance and a superb temperament. Baiyun Jinzuan was killed by him. There are talented people from generation to generation. It's a pity. Why isn't such a supreme arrogant of my five elements sect? What a pity, what a pity. In a world of great controversy, talents are born in large numbers. This person may be one of the most dazzling new stars in this era. This person can be called Xiao Di. Each of the sages is full of splendor. And Daozi Tianjiao, who was present, saw his seniors looking at Madman Chu with admiration, and he suddenly felt unconvinced. But when I think about the opponent's strength, I lose my temper. In the camp of the Qingyun dynasty, Prince Guanga saw Madman Chu once again, and Dao Xian was shocked, and a stunning sword light appeared in his mind. That was the sword that Madman Chu defeated him. He thought he had forgotten. But when he saw the other party again, he knew that he didn't, but he was deliberately pressed deep in his heart and stopped thinking about it. The Madman of Chu. Guanga clenched his fists, his forehead burst into blue veins, and his eyes shot extremely intense anger. Because of this person, his invincible heart was broken. After returning to the palace, he spent countless treasures to recuperate before he recovered. Brother, calm down, Princess Ling Long said lightly. Guanga took a deep breath when he heard the words, and slowly calmed down his mood. He looked at the Mingua secret realm, with a frenzy in his eyes. This opportunity of the secret realm, he must get it. Only in this way can he have a chance to defeat Madman Chu. It is not just him. Many Tianjiao present also hold the same idea, get the chance of the saint, and then surpass the Madman Chu. Haha, Saint's secret realm. How can there be no Yasha clan without me? At this time, a loud laugh came from the clouds in the distance. A wave of supreme majesty permeated. Saw a blood-robed old man flying by. It's him, the Night Blood Supreme of the Yasha tribe. I didn't expect him to come too. Everyone was slightly surprised. The Yasha tribe is a race different from the human race. It is among the best in the sky and can compete with the saints, also known as the Yasha Saints. The old man in the blood robe is the supreme powerhouse of the Yasha tribe. He once swept his peers and is also one of the best, named Yeshua Supreme. Friends of Taoism, please don't be unharmed. Yi Shui Jizuan laughed at everyone. Everyone also treated him politely, but they all noticed a young man beside him. The young man wore a blood-colored robe like Yeshua Supreme. His face was so handsome and evil, there was a drop of cinnabar on his eyebrows, and his rhyme was flowing. Who is this young man? Why have I never heard of it before? The strange Tianjiao. Everyone was surprised and observed in secret. Bloodlingzi, the cultivation base is vacant, hatched from the Dao fetus bred by the sea of blood in the Yasha tribe, and he has the supreme blood spiritual Dao body. The feedback from the Eye of Insight surprised Chu Quangren. No upper body. This blood spirit is actually a supreme Taoist body. Blood spirit Dao body, he is seen in classics. It can be ranked in the top 30 out of 3,000 physiques. According to ancient rumors, there was a great emperor on the sky star who possessed this physique, suppressing an era. That blood-robed youth is not easy. Elder Rian looked at the blood spirit child and reminded the Madman Chu. The Madman of Chu nodded slightly. He is a blood spirit body. What? Elder Rian's face changed slightly. How do you know? I have a means of perception that I can perceive. There are indeed many similar methods in the Sky Star. Elder Rian did not think much and quickly turned his attention back to the blood spirit. There are very few records about the blood spirit Dao body, so I didn't see it just now. What you say is somewhat consistent. Rian Elder said solemnly. Nangong Huang was reminded by the Madman of Chu. They also left a heart in their hearts. Every supreme Taoist body is not a simple thing. Boom, boom. At this time, there were dark clouds surging in the distant sky, and thunder and lightning flashed. I saw a few huge falcons with silver wings all over the body flying by, and wherever they went, thunder roared. Similarly, a supreme majesty permeates. Which existence is this again? It's the Thunder Falcon. It's another saint. Wait, the Thunder Falcon is here, so he should be here too. Many Tianjiao present were solemn. Chu Madman was a little surprised. Everyone is a sage, and there are so many people here. I don't see you being so cautious. Is there anything special about this Thunder Falcon? Since the Thunder Falcon is here, then their young emperor should also be here. Nangong Huang whispered beside the Madman Chu. www.untilnovel.com now. He understood. Young emperor. A young emperor was born in the Lei Fao clan. A few huge thunder falcons fell in front of the crowd. Their brilliance flashed and turned into a human form, and among them, a young man wearing a white robe and showing his domineering thunderous rhyme was the most eye-catching. This person is the young emperor of the Thunder Falcon clan. Lei Ao is one of the 8 most outstanding princes of the Sky Star. This Bright Moon secret realm really attracts a lot of people. All forces, all Tianjiao have appeared on stage. After you sing, I will appear on the stage. Oh, it's really lively. Even if you can't personally enter this secret realm to check it out, it's a worthwhile trip to watch these arrogant rivals. The young emperor is here. I don't know if the madman Chu can compete with him. You know, he was also called the young emperor by some people. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, very excited. After Lei Ao arrived, he glanced at the Tianjiao present and said loudly, "Who is Madman Chu? Stand up." Shushishu. Everyone's eyes suddenly fell on Madman Chu. It seems that you are the madman of your Chu. Some people say that you can be called the young emperor. It is a joke. You'd better not touch me during this trip to the secret realm. Otherwise, I will let you know what is the young emperor. Lei was so overbearing that he immediately released the battle book. The madman of Chu smiled indifferently. A flat-haired animal dare to speak out here. I really want to kill you and turn you into a roast chicken. As soon as these words came out, the coming Thunder Falcon clan powerhouse was furious on the spot. Presumptuous. How dare you be disrespectful to the young emperor? It's almost death. Several powerful powers have pressed against the Chu Madman. Chapter 53, Strange Secret Realm, Lifeless, Bright Moonblade. A beast angered all the strong people of the Thunder Falcon clan. They stared at Madman Chu, their momentum exploded, and the violent thunder Daoyun flooded the void, crushing towards Madman Chu. At this time, Elder Rian snorted coldly. Who is it presumptuous? Step out in one step, and the pressure that is close to the supreme erupts instantly. The power of the two sides collided, and the void trembled. The madman of Chu was standing in front of this coercion. If ordinary monks had already been frightened to the ground by this power. But he stood in place, calmly and unhurriedly, with the wind blowing over his robe, and the ink and hair fluttered, adding a bit frivolous. At this time, he is like a celestial immortal, more like a mad fairy. Countless female cultivators met and couldn't help but feel moved. It's crazy, I really like it. Even the young emperor dared to scold him. He is such an unruly man. In fact, look at that young emperor. He looks far inferior to fellow Chu Daoist, and provocation is the first, and it deserves to be criticized. Yes, I was provoked. Of course I have to scold him back. I'm afraid this young emperor won't let it go. Countless female cultivators have secretly supported Madman Chu in their hearts. But I am also worried about Madman Chu. After all, Lei Ao is the young emperor. This name represents the most terrifying strength among the younger generation. Seeing Xian Tianzong, both sides of the Thunder Falcon clan were at war with each other, and the several powerful saints around them all had their own thoughts and did not stop them. In other words, they still want the two sides to fight, so that they might be able to take advantage of it. Okay, stop it all. At this moment, the Supreme of the Thunder Falcon said lightly. It wasn't that he was afraid of Elder Rian. On the contrary, Elder Rian was only a late stage of the Venerable Realm and was not his opponent. Only matters in the secret realm matter now. And he could perceive that there was a terrifying existence hidden in the Xuantianzong camp. I am afraid it was much stronger than him. Thunder Falcon clan powerhouse snorted coldly, converging their breath. Lei Ao stared at Madman Chu with a grin and made a motion of wiping his neck. I am waiting for you in the secret realm. The Madman Chu curled his lips. I'm really scared. Next to Nangong Huang, Mirangshuan and others saw this. They couldn't help but chuckle. Everyone knew that Madman Chu didn't take Lei Ao seriously. Not far away, Saintess Bai Lian looked at Madman Chu with a steady, calm smile on her face, but her eyes were a little more curious. Beside her, Bai Lian Shengzi clenched his fists, the jealousy in his eyes almost gushing out. All the forces, the orthodoxy has almost come, and everyone intends to explore this bright moon secret realm. Warlord and above can't get in. Naturally, all Tianjiao can get in. The elders instructed them to let them in. A streamer turned into a rainbow and rushed into the secret realm first. Is the blood soul of the Yasha tribe. Fong Tian, Lin Batian, Gu Chang'e, and others followed closely. Little guy, I can't enter this secret realm. You have to be careful in everything. The seventh ancestor's voice sounded in Madman Chu's mind. The madman of Chu nodded slightly, and then led people into the secret realm. The moment he entered the secret realm, Madman Chu suddenly felt a space force pulling his body. Then, his eyes lit up and he came to a lake. But Lan Yu, Nangong Huang, and others have disappeared. We have been separated by that space force. Madman Chu frowned. and then his spiritual thoughts spread out. But after searching around 100 miles, he didn't see Lan Yu and the others. With Lan Yu's strength, it shouldn't be so easy to get into trouble. Let's explore this place first, Chu Madman thought. The scope of this Bright Moon's secret realm was much larger than the Yuanling small world that Madman Chu visited last time, and he couldn't see it at a glance. The Madman of Chu walked in the secret realm for a long time, and did not see any chance, but found that this secret realm was very dilapidated. In this secret realm, the water is stagnant water without ripples, the tree is dead wood, without life, not even a bird or ant. Between heaven and earth, there is deathly silence. Some places are still filled with gray mist. This mist is unpleasant. Madman Chu frowned and looked at the gray mist in front of him. He felt the breath of rotten death permeating this breath. At this time, there was a stern cry from a distance. Chu Madman moved his mind and swept towards the source of the tragic howling. I saw a mountain range where a dozen heavily armed soldiers were besieging a weird monster with black hair. This monster beast is a bit like a dog, with scarlet eyes, revealing a terrifying and fierce aura, which makes people horrified. The surrounding soldiers attacked the monster beast, but the monster was impenetrable, and their attacks would not have any effect. On the contrary, the sharp teeth and claws of the monster beasts can easily tear the armor on their bodies, causing them heavy injuries. Step aside. Chu Madman stepped out and came to the crowd. Kunwu's sacred sword in his hand slashed out fiercely, and the extremely sharp sword aura whizzed out, easily slicing the monster in half. It's Madman Chu. We are saved, great. As expected of the supreme arrogant, kill this monster with one sword. The soldiers around have a feeling of being left behind. There is only one type of soldier who enters the secret realm of Mingua, and that is the guard of Qingyun dynasty who followed Princess Ling Long and Gu Chang'e. Chu Madman ignored these guards, but instead was looking at the monster beast he had killed. The opponent's body had the same aura as the gray mist, the same decadent, full of death. What is this breath? Chu Madman whispered. That's lifeless. At this moment, a female voice came. Not far away came a woman in a Chinese robe. The soldiers all around met and hurriedly saluted. See the princess. The visitor is Princess Ling Long. Although a little surprised, Madman Chu is even more curious about the lifelessness the other party said. Princess Ling Long continued. This lifeless spirit is very ancient, and it can even be traced back to the body of an emperor in ancient times. It also appeared several times in the ancient times when no emperor appeared. This lifeless spirit is very terrifying and contains the meaning of death. However, any monster that is infested will lose its reason and grow black hair on its body. The classics call it Black Dead Beast. The Madman of Chu showed a pensive expression after listening. First of all, why is there lifelessness in this Mingua secret realm? There is no doubt that the Sage of the Moon has fallen. There is no doubt that the ancients records that the Sage of the Moon has fallen, and the sky is raining for a long time. There is even a vision of the dog eating the moon that day, and the world is sad. But why his secret realm is dead, this is indeed puzzling. Princess Ling Long also fell into thinking. It is useless to think more, continue to explore. Chu Kuang said humanely. Okay. Princess Ling Long nodded. There are too many uncertain factors in this weird bright moon secret realm. One more person has a bit of strength, and the two unspokenly walk together at this moment. Look there. At this time, a soldier exclaimed. I saw a knife inserted on a mountain not far away. The knife was engraved with countless mysterious runes and a round of bright moon patterns. The knife was inserted on the mountain peak, filled with bursts of holy energy. Perhaps due to the influence of this holy energy, this mountain is lush and lush, not as dilapidated as other places. Mingua Knife. Bright U.S. Saint's Saber. Chapter 54. Fight against the young Emperor Lei Ao, the wings of the Black Thunder, no feeling. Sacred artifact, Bright Moon Knife. Not only that, there is a trace of holy energy on the moon knife, indicating that there is still a Saint Humanity rhyme on it. If you can understand it, you will benefit a lot. Not bad. Sacred artifacts. There are more or less various saints. But there are very few sacred artifacts that still have the rhyme of Saint Humanity. The Bright Moon Knife in front of you is extremely extraordinary, and its value far exceeds ordinary sacred artifacts. But how could Mingua's sword be inserted here? Princess Ling Long is puzzled. She glanced at the neighborhood and saw a huge crack under the mountain, and there were broken peaks along the way, and there was more or less knife energy remaining on these traces. It was as if the Mingua knife flew over, sweeping away the traces left by the knife, and then inserting it on the mountain after its power was exhausted. Is it possible that the Mingua saints fight against people? Then, the Mingua sword was beaten out. Thinking of this, Princess Ling Long was a little shocked. But no matter what, how can you just sit back and watch if the holy artifact is in front? Chu Madman. Princess Ling Long glanced at each other and shot instantly. They don't want to give it away. I want this holy artifact. Oh, woman, it becomes so fast. Let's say whoever gets it. The madman Chu laughed lightly, his speed unambiguous. At this time, there was a silver-white thunder erupting not far away, engulfing the monstrous Daozi and blasting at the two at an extremely fast speed. Princess Ling Long's face changed, and she hurriedly retreated. But the madman of Chu did not retreat, and the Kunwu holy sword in his hand slashed horizontally, and the bright purple sword light exploded the thunder on the spot. Not only that, but Jin Guang slashed straight toward the mountain range where the thunder broke out, directly smashing several peaks. The terrifying power of made Princess Ling Long tremble. What a strong sword. He didn't give his best at the birthday banquet that day. Princess Ling Long's heart is full of jealousy. Originally thought that even if her strength was not as good as Madman Chu, it would not be too different, but now it seems that she thinks too much. They are not on the same level at all. The mountain exploded, and a figure rushed out, a white robe, surrounded by dense lightning. An overbearing aura filled the world. The person here is the young emperor of the Thunder Falcon clan, Lao. I didn't expect to meet again so soon, beast. Chu Madman smiled faintly, reached out his hand to pull out the moon knife on the mountain, and then threw it into the universe ring in the face of Lao. Lao stared at Madman Chu, recalling the power of the sword light that the other party had just now, and he grinned. Very well, it seems that you do have some strength, but you are qualified enough to die in my hands. Where did you get the illusion that you can kill me? The madman of Chu snorted, and the rime of the sword filled his body. And Lao is not timid. The thunder and Daozi on his body has been mobilized to the extreme, with dark clouds condensing above his head and thunder rumbling. A power of vision erupts. Look at the vision of my Taoist body, the thunderbolt. Lao let out a long roar, surrounded by thunder, like a controlling thunder. The mighty thunder force swept in all directions, and the power of the young emperor made the Princess Ling Long and all the soldiers horrified. Isn't it a vision? It's like someone who doesn't have it. Chu Madman's sword Taoist rhyme spreads. The sword of heaven is condensed above his head, and the 36th grade sword energy green lotus surrounds his feet, and the power of two visions erupts. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the terrifying vision collided high in the sky. The surrounding mountains and rivers are turbulent, terrifying. Many Tianjiao who are exploring the secret realm are attracted to the past. On an altar filled with gray mist, a figure bound by countless rune chains suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the source of the power of the vision, and then burst into laughter. Thunder Dao body, 9 heavens exquisite sword heart. Haha, this is really an excellent tonic. As long as I can absorb it, I will be able to restore 1/10 of the strength, but it's not in vain to waste my mind. Consume the power of the Holy Spirit, repair the secrets, add prohibitions, and finally pay off. Mingua Saint, you can't suppress me. The power of the vision collided, and the madman Chu fought against the young Emperor Lao. Chu Madman is a supreme Taoist body, even if his current cultivation is only in the nascent soul realm. But with the 3 supreme foundations, his vision power is still stronger than Lao. There is no need for the 3 big visions to come out together. Just 2 big visions can suppress Lao's thunderous vision. The supreme Taoist body is really not trivial, Lao said indifferently, and then shook his 5 fingers. The terrifying thunder leaped between the fingers, and a fist blasted out, and a silver-white thunder burst out. Under the blessing of the vision, this thunder is stronger than before. But unfortunately, it's useless. Kunwu's holy sword waved, and the sky-slashing and sword-drawing technique exploded, and the violent purple sword light smashed thunder with unstoppable might. One sword cut thunder. This sword light, silver light thunder, is not enough. Then try this. Heishui falls into the thunder. The silver thunder and lightning around Lei Ao's body gradually stained with a layer of ink, and the extremely dark thunder added a domineering meaning. Punched out, and the black thunders blocked the sword light. Then, with his fists, the black thunders were intertwined into a large, horrible net, covering most of the sky, and they were facing Chu Madman. Useless trick. The madman of Chu swung his sword, and the violent sword light poured out. It was a sword of boundless dominance, boundless attack. Jing tried his best to tear open the net, and landed on Lei Ao, smashing him back hundreds of feet, and hitting a mountain peak. The crowd of arrogances who came here happened to see this scene. They were stunned. Xiao Di was blown away by a sword. I rely on. In the future, anyone who dares to tell me that Madman Chu is not worthy of being called the young emperor, I will be anxious. This kind of strength can definitely be called the young emperor. Too strong. That sword is afraid of the might of the king of war. Horror, www.untilnovel.com. It's horrible. The madman of Chu with black hair flying, holding the Kunwu holy sword, stunned all the arrogances and amazed everyone. What's the matter? Didn't you mean to kill me? How can you fight me with your strength? Madman Chu said indifferently. A pile of rubble exploded fiercely, and Lei Ao rushed out of it, staring at Madman Chu with unstoppable anger in his eyes. Crackling. The power of the dark thunder surrounded Lei Ao's body, extremely dense, and every strand had the power to crush mountains and rivers. These thunders gradually condensed into a pair of black thunder wings behind him, with a large number of mysterious runes painted on them. With a wave of the thunder's wings, the terrifying thunder force swept in all directions, and all the affected ground exploded and the dust was flying. Sage Law, Wings of Black Thunder. Madman Chu, let you see my true power. Lei Ao's wings flicked, and the whole person flew at an extremely fast speed as if turning into thunder and lightning, and rushed to Chu Madman in a blink of an eye. Suffer to death. With both fists, countless thunders hit the madman in Chu. Most of these thunders were blocked by Madman Chu, but some of them still rushed into his body and destroyed his body. After a violent attack, Lei Ao's anger was almost vented, and then he violently retreated, looking at Madman Chu with a grin. In this round of attacks, even the King of War will undoubtedly die. Chu Madman, your body has been eroded by black thunders, and these black thunders will destroy your internal organs and flesh and blood step by step. Will it? Why don't I feel it? At this moment, Madman Chu smiled, raising his hand and cutting out with a sword. The power of sword light is undiminished. Chapter 55, Weird Gray Fog, the power of 3 in Jing Chen. Jing is still domineering, still attacking Wushuang. Lei Ao's pupils shrank when he saw it, and the wings of the black thunder flapped behind him, and the power of the terrifying thunder surged out, blocking the sword light. He couldn't believe it. Why does the opponent's power remain the same? How could his power not affect Madman Chu? What exactly is going on? Lei Ao can't think of anything. There is a physique in this world that surpasses the supreme Taoist body, called the Immortal body. Indeed, Lei Ao's attack had an effect on Madman Chu, and part of the power of thunder entered his body, causing him some damage. But these damages were repaired by the undead in the blink of an eye. Should I say that I am the emperor? Chu Madman thought to himself. Since he came down the mountain, no one has been able to hurt him, even the warlord of the Baiyun City Lord's mansion. Unexpectedly, this Lei Ao did it. As far as the beast is concerned, you are quite good, but it is a pity that the beast is a beast. Chu Kuangren's spiritual power flowed in his body. The golden jade body was displayed, and the sword was surging. Just when he was about to fight Lei Ao again, suddenly, a gray mist surged in the distance. What is this? How come there is so much fog? The mist surged, and everyone evaded quickly. Although they didn't know what it was, the princes of heaven would never touch it easily. But suddenly countless tentacles stretched out from the gray mist, bound a few Tianjiao at extremely fast speed, and dragged them in. This change made everyone's complexion drastically changed. What the hell? Go ahead. A crowd of Tianjiao frantically swept in the opposite direction to the gray mist. Madman Chu and Lei Ao also stopped fighting, planning to leave first. But at this moment, Madman Chu suddenly caught a glimpse of a few people in front of the gray mist trapped by the tentacles, making it difficult to get out. It's Nangong Huang and the others. The madman of Chu frowned. Almost without hesitation, his figure flashed before them, and the holy sword in his hand slashed fiercely. Sword light came out, cutting off all the tentacles. Big brother. Great, big brother. Nangong Huang and others looked happy. The madman Chu said solemnly, "Go. Big brother, Lan Yu was pulled in just now." At this moment, Nangong Huang said suddenly, making Madman Chu's expression abrupt. "Damn. The existence in this gray mist is weird and inexplicable. Lan Yu was dragged into it to know his life or death." Chu Madman's heart was anxious, but his eyes were extremely cold. "You leave first," Chu Madman said indifferently. "Big brother, do you want to—" Murong Xian's expression changed, and he wanted to dissuade him, but Madman Chu guessed what they were going to say and shouted coldly, "Leave. Go. Don't drag the big brother here." Nangong Huang gritted his teeth and said. Everyone glanced at Madman Chu and then left. "Anyway, I have an immortal body. I want to see what weird existence is in this gray mist." Madman Chu took a deep breath. Then his eyes became extremely firm, and his figure flashed into the gray mist. In the distance, Lei Ao saw this scene and snorted coldly. "How dare you rush into death by yourself? You are simply seeking a dead end." In the gray mist, a figure rushed in. Is the madman Chu. As soon as he entered it, he suddenly felt a peculiar force exerted on him. Under this force, his body seems to be in strong acid, and his flesh and blood are constantly being corroded and decomposed. The immortal body began to take effect and quickly repaired the body. Madman Chu also urged spiritual power to cover his body with a layer of spiritual power to resist this peculiar corrosive force. This gray mist can corrupt life. You can't stay here for a long time. You must find Lan Yu quickly. Madman Chu thought to himself. With Lan Yu's strength, it can support a period of time even in this gray mist, but it is only a period of time. Spiritual thoughts spread, and Madman Chu kept looking for Lan Yu's trace. Suddenly, his spiritual mind touched a barrier and was bounced back. His eyes condensed, and his hand was cut out with a sword. The domineering purple sword light fell on the barrier and burst into a roar. But Madman Chu felt that this barrier was unscathed. There are barriers here. Is it possible to deliberately trap us in the gray mist? Madman Chu thought to himself. At this time, there were fighting sounds and weird roars in the distance. Chu Madman rushed towards the source of the sound, only to see several monsters with weird tentacles besieging a woman. "It's her, Princess Ling. Madman Chu said in surprise, but he didn't expect the other party to be dragged into this weird gray mist. Those tentacle monsters are very terrifying. Each has the cultivation base of the warlord, and the Princess Ling can hardly contend, but can only dodge in a panic. Madman Chu, save me." Princess Ling looked overjoyed when she saw Madman Chu. Chu Madman turned around and left without any hesitation. "Just kidding. He wants to find Lan Yu. If you stay in this place one more point, Lan Yu will be a bit more dangerous. Compared with Lan Yu, Princess Ling is here, and it's worthless." Seeing Madman Chu turned around and left, Princess Ling was anxious and shouted again, "I know what this gray mist is all about. Help me." Hearing this, Madman Chu only stopped. "I don't know how big the gray mist is. It is not efficient to look for Lan Yu aimlessly. If he can figure out the source of the gray mist, then maybe it will help him." Thinking of this, Madman Chu did not hesitate and made a decisive move. The holy sword slashed, the domineering purple sword light whizzed out, and in the blink of an eye a monster's tentacle was cut off. A stern, baby-like cry came out from the strange monster's mouth. www.novel.com. Then the monster locked onto the Madman Chu. His scarlet eyes showed cruelty, and countless tentacles flew towards the Madman Chu. Is this the existence hidden in this fog? The cultivation base is not low. Chu Madman's inside eye cast. A line of information flew frantically from his vision. This monster is also a Black Death Beast. Mutated Black Death Beast, the peak of the cultivation base warlord, was fed by the Blacklight Saint, and it was specially designed to catch life for him. Blacklight Saint? Who is this again? The madman of Chu caught the key information and pressed the doubt for a while, and said to Princess Ling Long, "Get behind me." Princess Ling Long didn't doubt that he had him, and quickly hid behind Madman Chu. "I'm too lazy to play with you slowly." Madman Chu took out a jade bottle from Chinko Ring and smashed it. A burst of invisible dust spread out, and the Madman Chu's spiritual power wrapped the dust and hit the black dead beasts around him. The dust contaminated these black dead beasts, and they immediately made them let out a terrible cry, and their bodies began to melt into blood. After 2 or 3 breaths, the Black Death beasts all turned into blood mixed with internal organs, exuding bursts of disgusting stench. Princess Linglong's heart trembled. Sanin Jing Wang Chun. She has seen this thing in the classics, but has never been able to witness it with her own eyes. This terrifying power makes her heart palpitations. These are all the black dead beasts at the peak of the King of War. It turned into a pool of blood in such a short time. It was terrifying. Waste my bottle of Sanin Jing Wanchen. I hope you really know the secret here. Otherwise, I promise you won't be any better than these black beasts. Madman Chu looked at Princess Ling Long indifferently. Chapter 56. Feeding on Tianjiao. Saints are not easy to kill. Don't worry, I didn't lie to you. Princess Ling Long was stared at by Chu Madman's indifferent gaze. She couldn't help but chuckle. Somehow, she is also one of the best women in the world, and she is also a princess of the Qingyun dynasty. How come the Madman Chu has been crippled? Princess Ling Long can't figure it out. She continued, "The gray mist here is special. It is formed by the condensation of dead spirits, and there are barriers around it. I have seen this situation in the classics on the records of dead spirits. This is probably a domain." Domain? Keep talking. It is recorded in the ancient books that this kind of gray fog appeared once more than 10,000 years ago. At that time, the gray fog covered a city. Later, someone went to check, and there were only a few surviving creatures in that city, and the rest are all corroded and decomposed. Speaking of Princess Ling Long, there is no more. The Madman Chu frowned. Nothing. There are so many records in the classics. Domain, the King of War realm can create a field, and some monks have special cultivation fields. As the level of cultivation is advanced, the field will change. Is this gray fog also an artificial field? Chu Madman thought, combined with the feedback from the Eye of Insight just now, his eyes gradually became extremely cold. Blacklight Saint. The Black Death Beast was fed by a Blacklight Saint, and the realm here is very likely to be a man-made realm, and it may be that he is doing a ghost. But he is a saint. If he really wants to kill us, he can kill us with one finger. Why is it so troublesome? It's the domain and the Black Death Beast, and even this secret realm can be made by him. This shows that he has some kind of restriction. Chu Madman's thoughts surged, and various thoughts emerged. In any case, this Blacklight Saint is the source of all problems. If you want to solve this gray mist, you must find this person first. While looking for Lan Yu, while searching for the traces of this person, if he really made this domain, then he will be in the domain too. The Madman of Chu had a thought in his heart and left the place. Princess Ling Long also followed. She had to admit that at this time, following Madman Chu is the most secure. Along the way, the two met another Tianjiao. Is Huayuan in the Holy Land of Lingshu? However, he was obviously seriously injured at this time, and there was little spiritual power left. Without spiritual protection, his body was rapidly corroded and decomposed. After seeing the two madmen of Chu, he immediately called for help. "Friend Chu Princess, please help me." Princess Ling Long glanced at Chu Madman. Obviously, now she is dominated by Chu Madman. Chu Madman turned a deaf ear to his ears, looking at Huayuan, who was constantly corroded and decomposed. An idea suddenly popped up in his mind. This gray mist is corroding and decomposing human flesh and blood. What about after the corrosion? This Blacklight Saint took a lot of trouble to get them into this field. Is it just purely trying to kill them? Thinking of this, Madman Chu was observing Hua Yun, his eyes indifferent, and he didn't mean to rescue him at all. Hua Yun's heart trembled, and he quickly said, "Friend Chu, what happened at the banquet is that I was wrong. I beg you to help me."